Hey everyone, we're back to one of my favorite intros right there. How is everyone doing? Let's make Maya mod right here. Adding people as moderators. Thank you guys so much. The title card, yes, Andrew is here to hear about some business analytics today. How's everyone doing? We got the Kingsport Carousel shirt on, so shout outs to Kingsport right there. Whole city of Kingsport shout outs. How's everyone doing today in the chat? Can everyone hear and see me? How are you doing in the chat? Say hey to me, say hey to some other people. How are people doing? People were saying hey earlier. You're doing awesome. So good to hear. There's always like, I think YouTube changed the delay, so there's more like a 5 second delay now. So I'm doing great. Also, so good to see everyone here. Nicole, let's make Nicole a mod right here. Once again, if you're not a mod, feel free to email me and be like, hey, Brian, I'd like to be a mod. We'll make you a mod. So, well, if you're one of our students, that's how you become a mod. So, or if you're super awesome, we know you. Hey, what's up, Avery? So, we are doing great today. One thing I want to mention is wow, yesterday was super awesome for the channel. We made $1 in 1 week, and then yesterday we almost made $1 yesterday. Like yesterday, we almost made $1. I am shocked. No, I know you're saying like, wait, $1? That's kind of cool. If we make $1 a day, we could definitely throw probably almost a pizza party a semester. It'll be a smaller pizza party. So we get a hot dog. Small victories. I know. Well, it was a big jump. We were making like 10 cents a day, and yesterday we made like 15 cents a day. So once again, you don't have to do these things, but if you want to help out the channel afterwards, after you watch videos here, you don't have to do any of this, but you can always watch videos in like this playlist right here that I just posted. Don't go to it now, but after you can open it like in a new tab. If you watch the videos there, they're great review videos. If you like the videos, if you comment on the videos, I want to get things pushed into the algorithm. So it's your choice to like the videos, it's your choice to watch the videos, but they're just review videos with an ad on them. And they're things I set up to be like super structured and reviewed that I'm hoping people will see after class. Who's up to comment? Oh, that's so. Oh, Andrew, yeah, you can if you want. It's your choice. But yeah, so Andrew, thank you so much. There's no extra credit for any of that. It's just like the more we promote the channel, it just helps out. So Sarah and Andrew, awesome. Your guys' choice to do that. Anyone, you can do whatever you want. If you guys like it, it's because you like it. This is organic. These are actual people. I don't want YouTube to think, but I have good faith in our videos. And that's actually analytics. Oh, Jason, you're awesome. So yeah, hit the thumbs up button. The more you click that on any video you watch. So this is how the YouTube algorithm works. Literally, you know what I'm talking about? Guess what is Brian talking about right now? Someone's going to get maxed out on extra credit. We've literally started talking about today's lecture. What is Brian talking about right now that's in the slides? Brian, what do we you can still you're maxed out. I'll yeah, talking about analytics. Uh well, thank you so much, Lexi, right there. So we're talking about analytics right now. Yeah, no, that's Andrew, you're right. I want other universities to see this too. That's my goal. And I was literally talking to people at YouTube, and they literally said, oh, not people at YouTube, but people I know who are more experienced with YouTube than I am. And you've probably heard me give this monologue before. But if my videos are not monetized, YouTube, we said this before, if they have video A that's monetized and video B that's not monetized, they will show video A to people because it's monetized. So I can make really great content, but then YouTube will not choose to show it to people at the top of the list because it's not monetized. Because what does YouTube want? They want the ad revenue. If there was no ads on any videos, YouTube would, oh gosh, YouTube already, I've heard, loses money, but for Google. But if YouTube had no ads on any videos, which that YouTube's had its ad controversies, but they would make less money. So when YouTube has the opportunity to show video A with an ad and video B with no ad, they will choose to promote to somebody video A that has an ad. So I should have, not that I should have, but if I had done this earlier on, the videos would have more traction on larger communities of like students in other universities. So I won't put ads on lecture videos. I won't put ad on project videos. If you look at the project videos, you do not see ad on project videos. Does that make sense? Like I didn't put ads on project videos. I put it on like general lecture videos. So that way, if someone from another university comes to watch our videos, we make a little bit of money off of it. And the more you like the videos, the more you comment on the videos, that helps it push it to the algorithm saying, this is a video people want to watch. And that's literally, you see it right here, analytics. That's how analytics work. Analytics work by making data-driven decisions. This is the end of your project right here. We've already started lecture. You thought Brian was talking about the YouTube channel, but no, he's talking about lecture right now. You can dislike the videos. You can not comment on them. What you're doing is you're feeding information into a model when you do this. And that's fine. It's your choice to do any of this. So thank you so much, Hassan. You can if you want. That is your choice. I got the like train going right now. I like it. If you have half the people watching your video liking it, so if we have like 40, 50 people right now, we're at 25, then we're doing amazing. So it just helps out the channel. And once again, I want to say, so if anyone's like, oh, Brian's trying to make money, everything we make from the YouTube channel right now is almost $2. We're almost at $2. Everything we make from the channel will be going back to students. It will be going to tutoring or pizza parties. Oh, well, and then, so last little bit on this, we got, you guys are awesome. 2 McChickens. We're having a McChicken party. We're gonna cut up the McChickens. We get a McChicken and a McDouble. Everyone knows you get McChicken McDouble. So that's the combo right there. That is the ultimate. Go to McDonald's and get your McChicken McDouble. So you might get some fries. You could split a fry with a friend. Get a large fry. You get McChicken McDouble, and then you split a large fry, and you go buy a 2-liter of Coke. That's a $7 meal. Not happy hour sign up. Man, so much good food, right? Man, when we get back to normal, Brian shaves his beard, Brian leaves quarantine mode. But all we're doing right now is talking about analytics. We're going to go serious mode here in a second. We're having our fun. Our usually 10 minutes of class opening is fun. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's getting crazy. It's finally looking like a beard. So I know we make everyone hungry throughout this class talking about food. And so the biggest thing is that we have to think about how all of these algorithms work. Hey, Julio, good to see you. I saw you checking your points earlier. You're doing amazing. We do have class today. We're talking about business analytics, and we're going to talk about baseball. It's actually organically in these slides. So when we think about this, let's go to serious mode right here. It's time to get serious. We're putting on our serious face. Okay, we got this. No more randomness. Time to get serious. So all of these companies are making data-driven decisions. Every single company, I would hope, I'm sure there's some that aren't making data-driven decisions, but they're looking at the data from their consumers, from their pipeline. You look at supply chain, how all these things are interacting. And even during all this crazy times we're in right now, people are still making data-driven decisions about what they should do related to their business. I would say now more important than ever are data-driven decisions. A lot of this is make or break for companies, depending on how do you keep your business going? How do you keep your business strong? So they're literally thinking, okay, how do we deal with this? What is the best choice? Even when you look at states, you talk about states reopening, what is the best choice for states reopening? Now, I'd hope they'd go by data-driven decisions. It just depends on what you put as your Y variable of importance. I put human life pretty high up there. That's my choice. And so when you think about this, all these states making data-driven decisions, what they choose to do should be dictated by the data. This is my personal philosophy, and if you jive with that, if you're like, I'm all about the data, I'm just show me the numbers. Now you can, of course, use your emotion. You're not just going to go cold, hard facts, but you usually make a decision based on the data. And we see companies doing that more and more, and we see companies being very successful. It's all about the data. Yep, just show me the data. Show me your facts. Show me your figures. I do suggest being a person and actually, having empathy and feelings, but data is super important. So here's our 3 pillars. I should probably move myself a little bit out of the way again, or we can move this over here a little bit more. I like where I'm at. You move over, slide. The slide will move over. I guess I got to move over a little bit more too. So we have our 3 pillars of data right here, or 3 pillars of analytics. And throughout this class, we've done a lot of descriptive analytics. We've done lots and lots and lots of descriptive analytics. I want someone to tell me a descriptive analytic for baseball. Someone tell me a descriptive analytics for baseball. I'll max you out on extra credit. Who's going to get it? Tell me a descriptive analytics for baseball. Something that is descriptive analytics in baseball. Who knows in the class? Runs batted, is that his RBE? I know runs batted in is RBI. Batting average, all these things right here. These are all descriptive analytics right here. Oh, thank you so much, Andrew. Yeah, I appreciate that so much. I got an Excellence in Teaching Award. Yay! Thank you so much. Yeah, they were like, well, we'll give it to Brian. No, but I appreciate it. And thank you, anyone who nominated me for that. I got to read some very kind words about me, and I really appreciate that. You guys are awesome. So thank you so much, Tiffany and Lauren. So yeah, that happened. And I was like, whoa, saw it yesterday, and I was like, holy mackerel. So thank you, Jayla and everybody. So descriptive analytics just describe what is going on right here. Oh, you guys are the best. So I'll let everyone you say send me an email on that, Evan. Send me an email, Evan, and I will reply via email. Send me an email on that, and you got it. I'll give you a good reply. We've got until Sunday night, so I'll make sure you get a nice, good reply on that, Evan. Great question right there. So, what is a prescriptive example? Great question. Here, let's do predictive. You ready? What is a predictive example in baseball? Imagine we have a predictive, we're trying to do a predictive model in baseball. So, a predictive model in baseball would be what? And these slides do go through baseball a good bit. What would be a predictive model in baseball? What would be a predictive model? What if we try to predict? I want you guys to think. Um, yeah, exactly. So, well, that might be prescriptive. Prescriptive right there. Predictive would probably be where is someone hitting the ball. So, if you will win or lose a game, predicting is just like let's predict where someone will hit the ball, and then you've already gone to prescriptive because you're saying where should we move our outfield. So you're not predicting where to move your outfield, you're predicting where someone will hit the ball, and then you're prescribing an action to it. So does everyone see that prescriptive modeling uses predictive? So predictive, it would be like, well, one, let's walk through with this. Descriptive is how far does someone hit the ball, or how often do they hit it in the outfield? So descriptive is like, how often does someone hit the ball in the outfield? Predictive would be, are they going to hit it into the outfield? Or like when they go to bat this time, will they hit it into the outfield? We're going to predict what they're going to do. And then prescriptive is, what actions should we take based on where we predict they're going to hit the ball? So prescriptive is like when you go and get a prescription, they're taking a course of action. So does everyone understand why we call it prescriptive? Because it prescribes an action for us to take based generally on a prediction of what we think will happen, which is usually how we got to describing what they would do. So we describe reality, we predict reality, and then we choose courses of actions based on those predictions. Does that make sense to everyone right here with these examples? Once again, to repeat, how far does someone hit the ball? Will they hit the ball to the outfield, like yes or no? Or we could predict how far they're going to hit it. And then last but not least, we have right here, should we shift our outfield? Like what action should we take in regards to our prediction? What is the best possible prescription for this? It's the best way I've had to memorize it. And I use that baseball example a lot because it's easy to understand. It's like real world. I like it right there. So you see a ton of companies using prescriptive, descriptive, and predictive analytics. So you usually go descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. And I think one of the biggest things is you see your Amazon recommendations. Who like me has ever looked at their Amazon recommendations and saw something really cool to buy? You're like, oh man, I want that, and you buy it. I mean, so weird we live in a world. Like I remember being a kid, you'd go to the store, you'd walk down the toy aisle, and now if I want to look at like Nerf or something like that, Luke is totally with me right there. Awesome job, Luke. So you can go and look at your Amazon recommendations, and these are actually data-driven decisions. Amazon has information on what you like, and they might use your cookies or browsing data. Too often, I know what you mean. You're just bored. You're like, let me look at those Amazon recommendations. That is like an aisle. I know, paying good stuff right there. Me every time I go on Amazon. Yeah, I know it's kind of fun. It's like, what are they recommending for me today? And think about this. It's like they personally designed an aisle for you to walk down and look at products. So they're showing you products that are personally picked for you based on data-driven decisions of what you want to buy. You know what's really interesting is American Express, and my uncle works at a bank in New York City, and they have to flag questionable transactions. What do you think the null hypothesis is for any transaction? Do you think the null hypothesis is that a transaction is good or a transaction is bad? What do you think the null hypothesis is? We're doing a review right now. What do you think the null hypothesis is? That the transaction is good? Great job right there. You got it. We're going to go with the transaction is good. So you go with the null that the transaction is good, and you would see if there's evidence it is bad. And they might say to me, why is the null that it's good, Brian? It'd be the null is that it's good because we're going to let a transaction go through unless we have evidence that something is at play. Imagine if every transaction had to go through like 5 levels of security, like a person clearing it. Like every time you ran your credit card, someone had to manually go in and clear the transaction. So does that make sense? Like if we said the null is that it's bad, then we'd probably have a person manually go in and check every transaction to see if there's evidence it is good. Does that make sense? If the null was bad, you'd have to have a person looking for evidence it is good to say we have a good enough case that this is a good transaction, clear this transaction. But if we start with the assumption it is good, which most transactions are, and then we look for evidence it is bad, it'll be flagged when it's considered bad. Now, what is a type 1 error in this instance? What is a type 1 error? And what would happen to Brian? Brian's got his credit card right here. It's his pen. It's a magic credit card pen. What would happen in a type 1 error to Brian if he goes and it's either Brian or someone else, what would happen in a type 1 error? What is a type 1 error right here? Heidi got it right there. Nice job, Heidi, right there. Million points. We're going to max more people out today. Yep. Because remember, in a type 1 error, the null is true, but we reject it. So we are going to reject that it is good, but the null is true. We're going to reject that it's good. So, yep, it's actually good. Because remember, the null is true. In a type 1 error, the null is true. So it is true that the transaction is good, but we're going to reject the null and say it's bad. So in a type 1 error, I'm going to run my card and they're going to reject it, which has actually happened. I've had things like that happen when they reject your card when you're just running it. One time my friend traveled between 3 states. He woke up one place. It was when we were doing archaeology, a long time ago now. Oh my gosh. I had a beard. That was the only time I had a beard when I did archaeology. He woke up in one state, worked in another state, and went to sleep in another state. And he did transactions through all those states. Like he bought stuff, went to Walmart. And so they flagged his card thinking that this was bad transactions, but they made a type 1 error. But you think about this, these credit card companies, do you think they would worry more about a type 1 or a type 2 error? Now, it's not always that a type 1 or type 2 is worse. Which one of these errors do you think a company would be more worried about, a type 1 or a type 2? Which one do you think is more costly? I would say type 2. Because in a type 2, the null is false. It is false that the transaction is good, but we are going to fail to reject that. A type 2 is when someone takes my credit card and they run it, and remember, they're going to fail to reject the null. They're going to think it's good because they're going to make a type 2 error. They're going to fail to reject the null in a type 2. In a type 2, the null is false and they fail to reject it. So they're going to think the transaction is good, but that's actually false because they fail to reject the null, and they're going to think it's good. So the transaction is actually bad in a type 2, but they're going to think it's good. And imagine if you never got contacted about a type 2 error and it went through. Oh my gosh, I hate to think this maybe happened to me, that someone's used my credit card number. I hope they'd contact me. I hope they'd fix it. But you think, oh no, now we're into conspiracy stuff. What if American Express or one of my, not that I use them, not that it'll help anybody, but what if, a company saw this, fixed it, and never told you? They fixed it pretty quickly. They might not call. I would hope they'd call you and say there's been questionable activity. We want you to be concerned about this. Is there's any reason you've loaned your card to somebody or it's been out of your possession or you've lost it? And they should, because it could be more costly to them if all of a sudden there's type 2 errors. A type 1 error in this instance might cost them a customer, as in someone might get mad if their credit card doesn't work. But a type 2 error definitely could cost them a customer too, and could cost them lots of money. Because let's say someone were to somehow hack their system or do something like that, I don't think they could possibly say you're responsible for their fault. Progressive Insurance gives safe driver discounts. So think about this. They are going to predict how good of a driver someone is, and then they are going to prescribe a certain amount to offer that person for a discount. Insurance companies are trying to get people who are good drivers who basically they don't have to pay anything on. Your insurance company loves you if you're a great driver. Because think over this, over 10 years of $600 a year, you might give your insurance company $6,000. What would be the null for safe driving discounts? Probably, great question, Luke, right there. 1,000,000 points, Luke. Do you think they would look for evidence to give the discount or evidence to not give the discount? Would they look for evidence to give the discount or evidence to not give the discount? That'll help us figure out what the null will be. And I have a way. You think they would look for evidence to not give? I guess it could be generally. I think they'd look for evidence to give the discount. So I think they would want evidence to give the discount. And I think their null is to not give discounts. They're trying to make money. So I think if we line it this way, I think they're going to look for evidence to give the discount. So a type 1 error would be the null is true. They should not give the discount, but they reject the null and they give the discount. So a type 1 error in this instance would be giving a discount to someone who's not a safe driver. And a type 2 error would be not giving the discount to somebody who is a safe driver, because they should give it to safe drivers. Hey, good to see you, Kara. So you think about these errors right here. A type 1 error, they're going to give the discount in the type 1 error. That could cost them money, and they're giving a discount to someone they shouldn't. And they'll keep that customer probably, but a type 2 error could lose them a safe driver. It's tough. Which one's worse? I don't know. Do you want to lose your safe drivers because you don't give discounts? That's the problem with the type 2. You're not giving a discount to a safe driver. And then a type 1 error, you're giving a discount to a not safe driver. So you'll still keep them, but you gave a discount to someone you shouldn't. So that is a type 1, type 2 error right there. Luke, amazing question. and we should be able to kind of, and you could reverse what the null and alternative are, but I liked it that way because I think we'd look for evidence to give discounts. We don't just give everyone discounts and then look for evidence to not give it. So that would be. I will say this: Kroger coupons. Oh my gosh, I need to start going back to Kroger and start using their coupons because Kroger will send you this book of coupons that is this magical book of coupons. Legendary flow. Kroger will send you this magical book of coupons right here, and it's got all these things that are picked out for you. Now, a really great company runs this. Let's see. I always get their coordinates wrong. Their company name is their literal coordinates. I think it's 8451. 8451 Kroger. Oh, there you go. Yes, I got it right. Oh my gosh. How did I remember this today? It's because I've done it so many times. So here is the company that does the Kroger data right here. They analyze Kroger data and they figure out where to send your coupons or what coupons you should get. So you see Kroger Precision Marketing right here. Viewpoints, I like right there. Kroger coupons are sweet. You're right. You can see all the companies that 8451 works for. I think where'd your companies go? You had it here. It was such a cool thing. Our products, our services. Well, you used to show all your companies. Did they get, they might only be working for, so our careers, contact us, our services, our products, who we are, in the news, in the media, amazing stuff. So here's their news site right here. That's a pretty nice screen and everything. So I wish they showed, so we've got right here, Next Award, all these things, and pretty good site, looks like a good site to me. They used to have a scrolling wheel of all their companies, but I've heard rumors that things like Kroger bought them out. I don't want to say that I know that for certain, but I know Kroger has been very, very, very successful with this. Call them up, Ryan. See what's going. I'll be like, hey, 8451, what's going on? They used to be called Dunhumvee, but then they chose their coordinates. I guess that's more of a mathy thing. But yeah, they are a very, 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 very successful data-driven company. That they literally just tell Kroger, you know, Kroger doesn't Kroger doesn't want to save you money. Sorry, Kroger. Why does Kroger send you coupons? Does anyone know why Kroger would be sending you a coupon? Oh, it's under the recognition clients. Let me bring that back up because it is cool to see. Thank you so much, Heidi. 10 million points right there, Heidi. Let me pull this back up right here. So, why would Kroger want to send you coupons? Recognition clients. So, recognition clients. Here we go. There we go. And do I know any of these people? I don't think I know those people. I've known some people who've gone to 8451. There we go. So you talk about a company that's making some data-driven decisions, returning customers more valuable than new ones. Yes, Avery. Oh my gosh, Avery, 10 million points. My gosh, Avery, that is literally the. Are you in marketing, Avery? Because that is like the total thing right there. They're trying to retain their customers and they're trying to maybe market new products to their customers. So you want to get your customers to buy more in the store. You want to get them to come back. You want to retain your customers. You don't want to lose them because there's a lot of options to buy your groceries. At least there was at different places. So you look, they got Campbell's, they got Chobani, they got Dannon. I mean, they got multiple like yogurt companies. They're like all Allsted concentration analytics. Like yes, well that's what we do in analytics. Like people sometimes say we're marketing and stuff. This is pretty much if you don't have one of these products from these companies at your place, I don't know what's going on. Like, how do you not have Johnson & Johnson's, Kellogg's, Chobani, Campbell, Coca-Cola, Dannon? These are all like 8451 working over with 1,250, 1,250. So this is what it's about. This is a company right here that is all about the data-driven decisions, and you can see how successful they've been. They are the name in consumer analytics. Like, they are one of the top names out there. And I will say this, the places that aren't using them are building their in-home analytics because all analytics means is making data-driven decisions. I mean, you could define it other ways, but I would say analytics is using data to drive decisions. That's what we do in business analytics is use data to drive business decisions. So I think we updated this. Did we update it? Oh, here it is. Wow, it's awesome. Here's some of the places, the people who have, sorry guys, here's some of the places that the people who have graduated from our MSBA program have gone. I actually did an internship at 3M. I didn't like officially work for them, but I did an internship, and they are an amazing company. So thank you, 3M. You are a great company. I had a great time, and I will say this: this is the coolest thing. When I was at 3M, I was feeling a little bit sick, and I told no, I think it was because I got ibuprofen. I think my hip was hurting me because I used to be a runner. Your roommate worked there? Yes, they're super awesome. They are a really great company. So my hip was hurting me because I used to run a lot, and no, I'm fine. And so there's a little bit of phlegm, so I'm not that. um, so I went into work that day, and I told my boss, I was like, my hip's hurting me, and she said to me, she said, Brian, you should go see the doctor. And I was like, well, I got to work today, just gotta. And she said, no, I'll call it in. I was like, what? And she called it in. She said, you have an appointment at like 12:30, and it was like 11. I was like, wait, what do you mean? She's like, yeah, just take a long lunch, just go to the doctor. I went down there, so I got an appointment in like 1 hour, 1.5 hours. And then I went in there, and they were like, oh, it's your time. I was like, wait, what? And they're like, you're fine, you're an intern here, you're good. And I just went in, the doctor was like, oh yeah, and he checked it out, and I think they might have took an x-ray or whatever. And they're like, oh, you've got inflammation, it's probably just due to like what is it called, rheumatoid arthritis. And they're like, here you go, here's a prescription for ibuprofen. And they're like, here, we'll get it. I think they filled it out there too. I was like, wait, they're like, yeah, we got a pharmacy, we got everything. I was like, what? I was like, you got to be kidding me. And they're like, yeah, we want to keep our employees healthy, so we've got the doctor here, and we've got everything. So 3M, amazing. And then the employee store is even more awesome. Ask your roommate about the employee store, amazing. So and the cafeteria, oh my gosh, they had a really great salad bar. I was trying to be super healthy back then. I was eating salad a whole bunch and eating like good stuff like vegetables and broccoli and carrots. And then they had burgers and stuff if you want that too. So every once in a while I got a burger. But so a lot of these are really great companies. I want to give some shout outs to Pilot right here also. We won't shout out every company. Pilot, amazing company with Flying J in Knoxville. I've never worked from them. Hey, good to see you, Tracy. But Pilot, I know I've heard stories about the Haslams walking around like celebrating people's birthdays, doing really nice things for them. And so Pilot, I think, is one of those top companies, especially in Knoxville. We've got some other companies in Knoxville, like Kimberly-Clark, I believe, is here. We've got Oak Ridge, of course. But Pilot hires a lot of our people, and they've done amazing things for the University of Tennessee. So huge shout outs to Pilot right there. Really great company, and they've done a lot for the University of Tennessee. Like, thank you so much to people who take their time and money to invest in education, because they've changed the face of the University of Tennessee, and we're very, very thankful for that. So to Ray, awesome. And so what other companies right here you see? Probably at the end, Nathan. At the end. That's the question. So you see dunnhumby on here. We haven't changed their name to 8451. We've got Deloitte, which does a lot of consulting. We've got FedEx right here. All these companies using analytics. I know people who've worked for State Farm. I'm going to highlight a company I know someone personally who has worked at. There, I don't know if I know Walmart. I know Target. Lisa went there. Pilot, I know like endless people who've gone there. State Farm, I think I know 2 people who went there. FedEx, Deloitte, that was Tony. Capital One, I know someone went there. I can't think of their name. Jewelry Television, of course. Oak Ridge, of course. Disney, I know students who've worked there. I know Home Depot, of course. DuPont, yes. So these are Y12. Why did I miss Y12? These are all the companies that I know someone who's personally. Oh, Ernest Young. Yes, someone just got an internship there, I think, too. Hopefully it's still fine. I think that's it. And I worked for 3M as an intern. I think these are all the companies I know personally just on this screen right here. Oh, Taco Bell. Well, what's interesting is you see companies like Domino's using analytics also. So you see Domino's going in and doing analytics. And I had a student who was actually doing stuff, I believe, for corporate. I need to talk to him again. He actually sent me research on coronavirus, but he is really good at making graphics. And he was making like targeted areas that Domino's was like delivering to in the fort, and figuring out where their like areas are of concentrations of delivery. And so he was doing visualizations and maps for Domino's, and I think he was trying to make like a platform for them to use that he was developing that I hope went out to corporate, but he was analyzing all their delivery data. So I mean, yes, even Domino's, even delivering pizza can become more analytical. So yeah, it's just data-driven decisions. So if you have the data, make decisions from it. These are some of the employment opportunities right here. They're so small on the screen. Now they're too big. So we've got here people at Verizon. We've got Chevron. We've got, I don't know how to say that. And then we've got Tata. I don't know that company. And UBS. These are all business analyst positions. And I would say probably a lot of these require a master's. I just saw the figures on our current graduating class, and I think it is all but one person out of about 36, I want to say, currently has a job from the December graduates. I think this is correct. And the average salary was $80,000. I want to know what the median was. I think the median's usually a little bit higher. I want to double check that. But we're in the $80,000 right about for business analytics master's degree. Now, please, I'm just going to pause here. Do not do a degree for the salary. Whatever you do, these numbers here should not make you be like, oh, I want to do this. It's money, but you should you should find something you love in life. I know it is pretty impressive. Like I'm super impressed. I remember when I was graduating, I think it was like 65 or something. We were in the 60s, and I was like, oh, cool, like 68, 60 something thousand. That's great. And 3M offered me, I think, in the 70s or so. I did get an offer from 3M. I decided not to go. Had better opportunities in Tennessee, many, many better opportunities. So 3M offered, and it was a nice offer, and it would have moved me and everything. And I declined. I would have done like a teaching thing, like I'm doing here. Go Vols, exactly. And so have a job where you exactly. Do you guys feel like I like what I do? Do you guys feel like Brian likes doing this, or you're like, nah, Brian comes on here and he's like, "Ah, guys, hey, so these are salaries you can get. What's going on? Okay. You guys know I love it. I like helping you guys out. Please keep emailing me questions. You guys know that I will respond to your emails. I'll be as quick as possible. And if there is a delay, it's probably because I'm teaching or because I'm responding to emails or it's a very busy day. You guys know I love it. You guys are the best, so it makes a difference for us. Yeah, thank you. It's a fun topic to me. All these topics we do are really fun and interesting. Please do not be like, I can make money, so I want to do this major. This is a major that is being hired a lot right now. There's a lot of majors at UT are being hired right now. There's a lot of amazing majors. Like we give shout outs to like supply chain's a great major. We give shout outs to like finance. We could give shout outs to like I'm not trying to if I keep naming I'm gonna have to name like every major. But like there's a lot of really amazing majors and with a like supply yes, supply chain marketing is supply chain, yep. So Avery, yeah, that's an amazing major. And I'm not gonna put down any majors. That's not my goal with this. But I always ask people to look at their major, to look at the people working in the field, to look at the job opportunities, to look at all that stuff. It's important, one, that you look at, like what are the opportunities with your major and do you like your major? So you want a major that you like that has opportunities. It would be bad to have a major that you like that has no opportunities. That's tough. And you don't want a major that you like. If you don't like business analytics, if you hate all the stuff we do in this class, you're like, I hate this class, which I will say sometimes people do 320 and they're like, hey, I like this a lot more. Or some people are like, ooh, this is not for me. And that's fine. One of the people, I always get his name wrong. I always say Aaron or Austin. And I'm going to say Aaron today. He came to me and he was telling me he was changing his major. And he's like, hey, Brian, I'm changing my major to marketing from business analytics. And I was like, oh, cool. What are you going to do? And he's like, oh, you're not mad at me? And I was like, why would I be mad at you for changing your major? And he's like, well, I kind of did business analytics because, you got me excited about it. And I was like, that's all right. You change your mind. That's fine. I want you to change your mind if you feel like you should. It takes a lot to. It's a big decision to change your major. I changed my major. I think here, psychology. Then I think I went mathematics, engineering, mathematics, psychology. So I changed my major 4 times. And I went back. I did a whole loop around, I think. But I definitely was a lot of psychology, a lot of mathematics, and then there was a brief stint in engineering, 1 semester of engineering, and I was like, nope, not for me. Now, for some people, yes. Oh gosh, I just took the basic. I took EF 101. I don't even think they have it anymore. But I took EF 101. I will say this. This is my last. I want to give a big plug to the Tickle College of Engineering. I went down to their creation lab, which I had plans. It was right before spring break and everything. I had plans to go and make stuff for the most important person in my life. But because of all this craziness, I can't go to their build lab. If you have not seen, which things are crazy right now, if you haven't seen the build lab in the Tickle College of Engineering where they can make, like you can make 3D molds, you can make all these different things. They've got like a metal lab and everything. They have such an amazing setup in the Tickle College of Engineering. So big shout outs to them. And so once again, nothing wrong with engineering. That is a very, very top tier degree. And UT is very, very good in the engineering school. Tickle College of Engineering, awesome. And thank you to Tickle for what they've done for that college too. We have the Haslams and the Haslam College of Business. They've been great to us. And Tickle's been great to the Tickle College of Engineering. But it just wasn't for me. It wasn't for me. And I got my degree in psychology. And then I came back and got a degree in business analytics. And that's when I started doing this right here. And I will say this is the job that I want to do for the rest of my life. And it's the job I enjoy the most. So I'm a very, very lucky individual because I know a bunch of people are like, I'm kind of looking for a new job, which is all right. Do it. Keep working, keep aspiring. And so I just hope to keep doing this better. So we have right here a quote from Dave Clark, Senior Vice President, Worldwide Operations at Amazon's. It's talking about, people who can do high level math are practically a commodity. People who can figure out which problem is the right one to solve and then apply high level math are both expensive and elusive. Ooh, so those people are a lot to cost right there. And then we go, those who can communicate effectively the answer in such a way managers can understand, priceless. I keep telling my son, daughter-in-law to come get their masters here. Oh, that's so close. Yeah, yeah. Tell them we've got a great and the OPLK. Oh, I'm supposed to mention that. I'll send out a reminder. They are waiving the application fee. So if they want to apply to the MSBA program, I believe they're waiving the application fee due to all the craziness in the world. They want to get more applicants. It's a good time to kind of go and get more education, let the world kind of simmer down. But they really work hard. I will say this. One, life is not all about getting a job, but they do focus in on making sure you are getting skills that you will use in a job, and then they focus in on getting you a job. We are constantly concerned about our numbers, like are our students getting employed and are they getting good salaries? So that's what we focus in on. Man, Brad Pitt looks so young right there. Oh no, it was only like 10 years ago. I guess that's a long time. But you know what I always find so funny? I know that's not like super young Brad Pitt. I find a few things funny here. One, this book right here is a book by Dr. Mary Lightnaker. This is a book written by someone at our university who taught me. That is a book by Dr. Mary Lightnaker from the University of Tennessee. It was Wes Bailey, who I did the master's program with, who saw this when Moneyball came out, and he told Dr. Lightnaker right away, and I think he even took this screen grab, but he was like, Dr. Lightnaker, your book is in Moneyball. And I can only imagine they were like, we need books in the background that make you look smart. Now that book's on the top, which means they were actually reading it. It's not in the shelf. So not that maybe someone opened it up and just flipped through it, but I always thought that was so cool, and Wes found that. So that is Dr. Mary Lightnaker's book. Now, one other thing I find, Moneyball is such a good movie, and it's such a true story. You guys probably know Jonah Hill right here played Paul de Podesta. And maybe I've already told you guys this secret. When you go and look at Paul de Podesta, so we're going to pull up Paul de Podesta right here. Paul de Podesta. Remember how Jonah looks right there. Jonah Hill looks like that. Let's go grab a picture of Paul de Podesta, and let's see this ultra nerdy, geeky dude who Jonah Hill's going to play right here in the movie. And so here is Mr. Paul de Podesta. That is Paul de Podesta, the actual person, compared to Jonah Hill in the movie. So you've got Paul de Podesta here and Jonah Hill. It drives me crazy. I mean, I'm a huge nerd, but I find it so interesting that people think that a nerd has to be, somebody who's, there's Paul de Podesta again. That is Jonah Hill in Moneyball. Jonah Hill right here. This is the actual person who was the Jonah Hill of the movie. And nothing wrong. Like, I've got my glasses. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with being nerdy. But when you look at how Hollywood portrays us, it's you got to go to, you've got to be like, oh, they got to look like. Oh, thank you there, Rachel. I know, and it's like, yeah, I like that it's a compliment now. I like Tracy. Tracy and I agree that when someone says you're nerdy, it's kind of cool. It's like, oh, cool. Like, I'm a nerd, you're a nerd. And I think that's something we should, aspire to be. Is we should aspire to be nerdy about something. I just always hate it. I think I'll explain what it is a personal call myself. I had someone tell me one time, a long time ago, that people who are like nerdy or like do computer stuff don't have people skills. And it wasn't really how Jonah Hill looked. It was maybe how his character was portrayed in the movie. Now, I don't know Paul de Podesta personally, but if you look at the quote previously, it's the people who can communicate effectively. So if Jonah Hill in the movie had not been able to communicate to Brad Pitt what is going on, if he couldn't communicate what's going on with the data, then it would have been useless. So Paul de Podesta here, looking great in the suit right there, looking determined. He might still be at the Cleveland Browns. He might be. So hopefully he's making some good data-driven decisions. I don't know. Maybe they're not doing as well. I don't know. But Paul de Podesta is the person who is the Jonah Hill character. And obviously he must have some communication skills if he was able to help them make decisions. And his models and his guidance was what was being used. So amazing stuff right there. And I wonder, Julio's in here earlier. I wonder if he has some thoughts on Paul de Podesta. He might be in here for the later one. but since he's been in baseball, I wonder what his inside baseball view is on that. We've got the Moneyball trailer right here. I can't play it on YouTube, but one of my favorite moments is Brad Pitt is like, "Why do we want to get this guy?" And he points to Jonah Hill and he's like, "He gets on base." Like, that's the thing. If you look at the way the data looks, let's look at the data right here. You ready? Here are the teams with the x-axis being, I think this is, oh, there we go. It's the total runs they get a season based on batting average. Now let's do a little trick right here. You ready? We're going to use Space Pen because everyone knows Space Pen's the best because he gets on base. Yeah, that's it right there. Does everyone see the correlation right here? You can easily understand the correlation like this. Let's look at another one. Here's the correlation on this. Which of these correlations is stronger, A or B? A, B, A, B. Which of these correlations is stronger, A or B? And how do you know? Oh, wait. A, B. And why is it B? And don't look at the slope of the line. It's not the slope of the line. It's tighter. Sarah right there, 10 million points. You're right. It's tighter. That's what we do with correlation. When it looks more like a 1, it's tighter. And it's very easy to see visually that this has a stronger correlation because the strength of the correlation is the tightness of it. So you can instantaneously tell that this is a weaker correlation to this one and that it's better explained, or there's a stronger association with the on-base percentage, which is what Jonah Hill says. It's not that someone gets a hit, because this is how often you hit the ball. It's how often you get on base. Think about this. How valuable of a baseball player would you be if every time you went to bat, you walked? Sorry about that, Sam. How valuable of a baseball player would you be if every time, we'll mod up Sam right here. Good comments, Sam. How valuable of a baseball player would you be if every time you went to go to bat, you walked? You'd be super valuable. You would be, and people are like, wait, walk? A walk's only getting on base. That's like super important. If you could get on base every time, yeah, exactly. And so if you could get walked every time you went to bat, you would be like priceless. A base is a base. There you go, right there. So up there, I like it. It's something I would say is like, the base is a base. That's what we got. And so we have that right there. 10 million points paid right there. Great comments in the chat. Great comments. Oh, so here we go with some output right here. Not so fun to look at this output. Let's go to some more stories right here. Let's go to story time with Brian. So we go right here, and this is what they're deciding on, getting on base. But, okay, so this next story right here is pretty crazy. And I can't show you the Stephen Colbert clip because Viacom will come in, and they already flagged a video when I did it one time. And I've already had a video flagged this semester for copyright. It's not the horrible copyright. So what coaches do are essentially prescriptive analytics. Yes, making decisions is prescriptive analytics. Sarah, amazing comment, 10 million points. So prescriptive analytics is coaches making decisions based on the data. Now, the predictions they make are predictive, and what they view of the players is descriptive. And so we get this right here. Do you see about how Barry Bonds still would have been a great player even if he didn't get a single hit because of how much he was in? I bet, Sean, that is awesome. That's true. Like, he could have, just how much he gets walked. He's so valuable. So that makes you extremely, extremely valuable. That's the truth. And people weren't taking this into account. Like, I think they do now. It's wins over replacement. Is that right? Your WAR? So that's what it is. Your WAR is your wins over replacement. I've learned a little bit about baseball thanks to multiple people helping me out. And so I think you want to have a positive WAR, right? Wins above replacement, right? Wins above replacement then. So is it you want to have a positive, like it's if they replace you, they will like get this, like you want to have a high WAR. Like when I think it's like you want a positive WAR, right? It's like how valuable you are in the game as a player, which is a pretty crazy statistic to come up with. And then, and people can correct me on baseball if I'm wrong, but this is now a major important statistic in baseball. But do you think WAR is an estimate, or do you think WAR is the truth? This goes back to our stats class now. Do you think WAR is an estimate, or do you think WAR is the truth? Is WAR the truth about how much you are, or is it an estimate based on samples? Wait. WAR is only an estimate. Now, it might be true for the games they have collected on the sample, but it's going to be an estimate. They're going to estimate, in the future. So it's an estimate. We generally think of it like, because they're just getting from different samples. Like they might watch you play over 20 games, or like how many games you played, like 100 games. I guess pitchers would have less because they're not pitching every game. But you're going to estimate someone's WAR. And maybe, there would be things that would be outliers. So this literally goes into literally going back to, we have here the truth, which is someone's actual value that we won't know, and then we get an estimate or a predicted amount for them. So we would try, wouldn't it be the truth about it would be the truth for the games you played. And then we try to estimate for the future, because when you're drafting a player or you're signing a player, if it's from like another team or someone who's played, you will use their war probably as an estimate. So I guess both answers are kind of true, because it's the truth for the data you collected, but it's an estimate going forward into the future, which you'll use to make decisions. So you will use the war as a descriptive statistic to do predictive. You'll use it to predict how someone will do, and then you'll use the war predictions to make a prescription on what you should do with drafting that player or not drafting that player. Does that all make sense? It got a little complex there for a moment, kind of like with the mean. It's not quite on that one. I clarify the question, but I don't see how. But great question right there. I don't see how. But so once again, let me repeat this. Somebody's current war for all the games they played could be considered the truth, because that is the truth for their wins above replacements. We will probably use that to make a prediction, which is going to estimate for us. So this right here is the truth. But then we'll probably use it to make estimates of the future, which are predictions. These estimates right here are predictions. But then this will govern our actions in the future about how often to play them, how often, if we should draft them if they're not on our team. So we literally go down here from descriptive, and then we go down here to predictive. So we're going to predict how they're going to do, and then we're going to go down here to prescriptive. So this is the pattern we do, and I think some of us don't realize that we do this unconsciously. I mean, how often do you make a decision based on data? You're really doing a prescriptive decision right there. You're saying, okay, well, the data suggests this, so I should make this decision. And you're probably making a prediction, and you're probably looking at the data that you have collected. So you're doing this method right now by looking at the data, what it says, then making a prediction, and then making a decision. So descriptive, predictive, prescriptive. So we should know that pretty well right there. Good stuff. You never know what's going to be on the final. Almost know what the slide's right here. But here's a crazy story. I wish I could show the Stephen Colbert segment. We can do that at the end of class. You got it, Matt. You got it. So what we have right here is Target. So Target, crazy story. I'm going to try to tell it as well as Stephen Colbert does, but I can't do the jokes as well. Target would send out coupons to their customers. Target would send out a coupon that maybe said what to expect when you're expecting. Now, let's say you just found out you were pregnant, and then the next day in your mail was a Target coupon book for expecting mothers. How would you feel if the very next day, when you find out you're pregnant, and then you go to the mailbox the next day and Target's automatically sent you this? I know, you're like, big brother, what's going on? How did they know? Did my Amazon Echo listen to me? Sorry, Amazon, who knows what's going on here? What's going on? Well, I don't think they'd send it over to Target. Yeah, but I'll do that down here, Tracy, you got it. That's still so creepy. It's like, what is going on? And so you would not be happy about that. But now imagine if all of a sudden now it turns out that your father finds it and you're like a 15-year-old in high school. This is a true story of when Target sent coupons about having a child or being pregnant to a high schooler, and their father found it. So I know, right? But what happened is, so Target started to look into the habits of people. So Target started to say, okay, if you're buying these supplements, if you're buying these soaps, if you're buying hand sanitizers before COVID, if you're buying washcloths, if you're buying cotton balls, if you're buying all these things, that equals pregnant, with the Target right on you right there. So, must have updated the slides. So we have right here, so what it is, Heidi, is they're looking at your buying habits at Target, because sadly, when someone's pregnant, there is a predictable pattern that people will buy certain products. And depending on what stage of pregnancy they're at, Target needs to mind their business. Well, Target's like, hey, we're about to make some money off you because you're going to buy a stroller, you're going to buy these things, you're going to be buying stuff, it's very expensive. So we're going to make some money because you got to buy stuff. So we'll send you coupons and you'll be happy because you'll get coupons. I mean, you don't got to worry that we figured it out, but you can just be like, hey, yay, I haven't told anybody yet, but Target knows. That is, yeah. They're Target. They target their customers in a good way. They're trying to, So the thing is this father found it, and he got super. I never agree with this. I don't know if the father said that. I don't know if the father said that. Um, I always hate that part of these slides. That's why I like showing the Stephen Colbert segment in person. So the father called and was irate about this. The father called and he was like, "What's going on here? You got to be kidding me." And the manager was like, "I'm so sorry." But the next part I know is true because Stephen Colbert says in his segment, They called the next day to apologize. He said, "I had to talk with my daughter. Turns out there's been some activity in my house I haven't been quite aware of. She's due in August." Like, and Stephen Colbert cracks some jokes, obviously. But it turns out that Target knew about this better than the father did. It turns out there's been some activity in my house I haven't been completely aware of. That's my favorite line right there. So she's due in August. Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. Who would have thought this? They figured out by the pattern of people's buying habits. And then it explains it because there was a whole news segment on this that I think they can predict within a 2-week window when you will have your child. That's and that might be a plus or minus on 1 week. I don't know if they're talking about 2-week window like margin of error 2 weeks or 2-week window as 1 week margin of error. So if you think of a 2-week window, 2-week window sounds like if they're talking about the whole window, so 2 weeks would be plus or minus a week. So they'll know what month you're going to be due. I mean, pretty close. 2 weeks is half of a month. I guess it could overlap, but that's a pretty good your due date is here. That's how good their predictive analytics was. That they have a margin of error of 1 week on either side. And what Target found out is people don't like this. They don't like people knowing that they know about you. It's that Target knows more than they know about you. So they actually found a better strategy was to incorporate coupons into other things. To put baby coupons with lawnmower coupons, with household coupons, with just all these other things to be like, "Oh, hey, there's a baby coupon. Oh, I kind of need that." But not them being like, "We know you're pregnant." I don't like them knowing, "Yeah, I know, it's pretty crazy." I've heard people say we had, the gold rush, the oil rush, and now we're kind of in the data rush. So this is why data is so important. Also, data privacy is important. And so there's a lot of jobs in analytics related to privacy of data, housing of data, all these different things, because it's not just about, just processing data these days. It's also about the privacy of data, which is a very ethical usages of data. So it's a very important thing we consider, and we do go by ethical standards. We're not trying to do things you shouldn't do. So you think about Amazon. Hopefully they're just, which I would assume, doing things like looking at the browsing history on their site and all this good stuff to make suggestions of what you should get. Um, I got a call from one of my kids were teenagers about getting some baby formula for my baby due next January. I told my husband I got a call that day and told him that they said I was pregnant. He was like, "What?" I explained I'd filled out a form for a friend's daughter oh, they'd assumed. That's too funny. Sorry for yeah, it's so crazy, and that's I try to keep an eye on this stuff too. It's so interesting. So we'll talk about this right here, and we'll mention these last few things, and we'll take all the questions. My 2 few class problems. Tracy mentioned how there's a lot of stuff with governments now. So one of the big things is, I'm sure Tracy remembers this too. It was a big thing when everyone started putting all their information on Facebook. Facebook was considered basically Big Brother back then because it was like, wait a minute, now everyone's basically address, phone number, picture, and all these things are online. Are these business analytics concepts going to be on the final? So that was it's like in the 2004 or 5 was when Facebook started. I think '04. That was a huge thing when everyone's like, wait, everyone's putting all their information on Facebook, and now we've got a billion things, social apps and all that stuff. So Jackson, great question. I will say this on the final, the amount of which you're testing on this, if you paid attention, here, let me give you a final question. You ready? I have not seen the final yet. I'm going to probably take a look at it here, maybe later today. But here's a possible final question. True or false? In the movie Space Jam, they used analytics. Or no, you can probably tell the answer to that. The business analytics lecture mentioned the movie Space Jam. Same answer to this question also. In the business analytics lecture, we mentioned the movie Space Jam. And it'll be the same format, Heidi. It'll be the same format. True or false? The business analytics overview lecture mentioned the movie Space Jam. That is definitely false. So yeah, so we definitely did not mention Space Jam today. I know I go on tangents, but now Casey. Now I have. Do not think that me mentioning it now, if that is a question. We have used that in the past. If for some reason we recycled that question, don't say, well, Brian mentioned it by asking a question. Don't do that. We really haven't mentioned it. Um, True or false, Target used analytics to make predictions about a girl being pregnant. So, too awesome, Casey. That is very true. The three types of analytics, we usually use like a true false. We don't want to do like a fill in the blank on these. The three types of analytics are descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. The three types of analytics, and that would be very true right there. The three types of analytics are predictive, prescriptive, and descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. Sorry. If I don't say them in order, sometimes I'll reverse them. So that is very true. If you notice, these are not meant to be very deep questions. If you paid attention through this lecture, if you maybe took one note or just like paid attention, the answer should jump out to you immediately. We'll be taking the test very shortly here, not too soon, but it'll be on for 2 days. Let me get the dates on that. I'll be sending them out soon, but there'll be 2 days to take the test. And so we've got all of that good information right here. Let's talk just a little bit about, here's our business analytics master's program. It says 85K median. That might have been the 2019. I know I saw the most recent numbers, and it was like 81,000 or 80,000 mean. So I think it was 80 something, maybe close to 81,000. But I definitely know it's still in the 80s. And so they always track these numbers. Those three were descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. The last two sound so similar that I'm always like, I'm going to say them incorrectly. Descriptive, describing what's going on, like how far a player hits a ball. Predictive, predicting how far they will hit a ball. And prescriptive. Nice job, Luke, right there. 10 million points, Luke. Prescriptive is choosing a course of action, like shifting your outfield to make a plan of action for them. So we have right here, we had 100% employment. It is now down to 99.7, I think. I'm updating the slide. I'm very sorry to report that we are now at like 99.7. I saw it during a faculty meeting, and it made me very sad. But that's all right. If that was what that person wanted for them, and that's the best choice. But it's at like something like 99.7 right there. Were you an MBA student last summer who got a job at Amazon? Yes! That's so awesome. Heidi, do you remember who it was? You don't have to put in the chat if you don't want. But it was an MBA? Yeah. And we also have the MSBA MBA program. So we have the ability to get the dual degree. And those people, oh my gosh, they're getting like 100,000. I mean, I don't know their exact number, but I do know a lot of those MSBA MBA students get a lot more. And you can do the dual degree in 2 years. Is that on here? The MSBA MBA dual degree. So let's put the dual degree right here. So MSBA MBA dual. This is 2 years. So that's 2 years, and you get an MBA and an MSBA. So you have 2 master's degrees in 2 years. And I will say this: we do try to, if you are a person who is a top tier candidate, they do have assistantships. I have TAs, so like RTAs who are grading stuff. The grades you're seeing are coming from people in the MBA, MSBA, MBA program. So this right here, this program is 1.5 years. And so this is only 3 semesters. So when you think about this, is if you go from, maybe you can come out making 50, 60,000, and if you go from a starting salary of 50, 60 to 80, that's a huge jump for 3 semesters. And so I was on the 5-year plan in college, so I could have almost gotten this all done. I probably could have gotten it done in 5 years. I did a 5-year undergrad, so nothing wrong with that. I mean, I'm saying it from personal experience. But I did transfer schools. I started at Appalachian State, then I went to UT, so that might be part of it. I did transfer in as a junior, though. I think. Wait, I had a lot of hours. I just the changing of degrees did not help. Yeah, changing your majors a lot, that'll do it. That'll change your timeline towards graduation. Transferring schools, changing majors, that'll do right there. So exactly. And so what do we have right here? We have some great options, but please, please, please do not look at the money. Do not be like, I can get a job, I can get money. Don't do that. And I'm always open to talking to people about this. One of the greatest things, I think we got this right here. Here's the business analyst students have, all this good stuff. Exactly. And it's all about figuring out what you want to apply those hours to. One of the things I really, really like, and we were doing this earlier, don't let all this scare you right here. It's so funny. Watch the tape from earlier today. If you go back and watch the video from the last class I taught just a moment ago, I don't know his name. And here, I retract that message just so we don't have someone's name in the chat who doesn't know they're in here. So this is, yeah, you can click the little ... and retract it. And so I know I asked. So, can I do it? I wonder if I can remove. I don't know if I'll get in trouble. I wonder. It says I can do it. What happens if I do it? Let's find out. Oh, awesome. Tracy, I don't want to mess it all up. Thank you so much, Heidi. Awesome. It's so cool that we can do those things. That's why I love doing this on YouTube. And then you guys don't have to worry. You're just watching a YouTube video. So it's like, yeah. So this is what we are doing in the high-level business analytics class. We're actually making tons and tons and tons and tons of models. And it's not actually too complicated. Let me show you a basic business analytics example or kind of what we're doing. So we're going to talk about making a cake. Who wants to help me make a cake here? I need some help with making a cake. I want you guys to help me make a cake, and I need some help. People in the chat, you gotta liven up. We gotta make a cake right now. I need help on making a cake. Who's gonna help me make this cake? Tiffany's gonna help me. We got Casey gonna help me. Who else? I keep wanting to buy cookie dough, but if I buy cookie dough, I'll eat all of it. 2 eggs. Rum cake. Well, there we go. That's right there. We got rum cake. We got 3 flowers. We got all this stuff right here. So I need some flavors for the cake. So let's make the flavor of a cake right here. So we're going to make the flavor of the cake. And we've got rum cake. We've got here red velvet. We've got here strawberry. Need some suggestions. Thank you, everyone in the chat. Strawberry. What else we got? We got chocolate. Tell me if I misspelled something. We're going to go here. That just extends the line. Funfetti's awesome. Funfetti cupcakes, I'm not allowed to eat those either because if I make or eat Funfetti cupcakes, I'll eat like 10. I think I've eaten like 4 or 5 in a sitting. Not allowed to get Funfetti cupcakes. Yellow cake, lemon cake. Does everyone see the pattern I'm doing? I'm putting in words here. You can probably tell what I'm going to do when I do this. Now you're seeing the pattern. These are all words right here. What does it say? Something's empty. What did I do? Flavor, 5 are empty. Oh, I think that's just a error in What? Oh, there's a space right here. There we go. Thank you. You told me there was an error. I had a space. I had a comma. Does everyone see we have 7 flavors of cake right now? Tres leches. We got to end as tres leches. I can't remember if I like tres leches. Like, that's 3 milks, right? I can't remember. So does everyone notice we now have 8 flavors of cakes? And I didn't have to hit enter over here. I just did it to extend the line down to the next one to make it look easier. The answer is yes. Awesome, Casey. 10 million points, Casey, right there. Carrot cake. Oh, we got to add in carrot cake. Rookie numbers. Is that a cake? If that is a cake, I'll add it in. Carrot cake. Look at all these cakes we can make. Okay. I think we need 8 cakes. That's what we need. And dreamsicle. Ooh, that is a good cake. Okay. So now we've got 10 cakes. Now I need the icing flavor. I need you guys to help me make the icing flavor. I need you to help me make the icing flavor. I need you to help me make the icing flavor. Who's got some icing flavor suggestions? I don't know. What are the icing flavors we could do? Oh, ice cream. Ice cream. Yellow cake, I'm sorry. Ice cream cake is one of my favorites. And cookie cake, but sorry, cookie cake, you didn't make it. Okay, we got some suggestions right here. We got cream cheese right here. Let's do 5 flavors of icings. Vanilla icing. If I could have a cookie dough ice cream cake, that'd be amazing. Buttercream. There we go. Buttercream frosting. You see I can put a new line right here. Let's see. We need 2 more. Chocolate fudge. That sounds amazing. If you notice, I have to put this in quotes because it's a word. Does everyone, you probably see how I can just make a vector of items right here. So you're already automatically learning peanut butter. We're going peanut butter. So, wait. There we go. Yeah, peanut butter. I don't know how to spell anymore. Okay, we got it all right here. We've got 5 and 5. Okay. Now, I want you guys to tell me how many different types of cakes I can... Oh, yes, I'll always... How many different types of cakes can I make right here? Someone gets maxed out on extra credit. What are the total combinations of cakes I can make? What are the total combinations of cakes I can make right now? It's a business analytics question. You get maxed out. First person tell me the total combinations of cakes I can make. I purposely chose 10, 50. You are right, Campbell. Amazing work right there. And I'm going to put right here is called a comment. There are 10 right here, and you can barely tell that that's a different color, and there are 5 right here. The comment won't run. I'm putting a comment right there like this. So you can put code like this, and then you can put a comment, and that's what we call just commenting something out. So I'm just putting a comment right there that you can see. Great job, Campbell. You earned it. But watch this. We're going to go here and write expand grid. This is a function right here that is going to take things and do combinations of them. So I want the combinations of the flavor, and I want the combinations of the icing. So the combinations of the flavor and icing are the following. Here's all the combinations. Okay, who wants a cake baked for them? Who would like a cake baked for them? Pick your cake. You ready? I want your cake. Let's go. Nice job. Calzone Tyrone is here. Hey, what's up, Calzone? We're mentioning data mining now. We're doing data mining by not doing data mining by baking cakes. Well, you got to pick your cake. What cake number do you want? There's 50 cakes. What cake do you want? I'm gonna bake someone a cake. What cake are you gonna get? Andrew's on a diet. He can't get. What cake? You have to tell me the number. Tell me the number. Who knows the number of the cake they want? 45. Cake 45 is going to be, what's going on right here? Oh, let's save it. Let's go cakes. Okay. I think I know what happened. We'll go cakes. Let's save it into cakes. We're going to go cake number 45. Cake number 4. Oh, if I could spell. Oh, we got a bunch of cakes to bake. What is going on with the, oh, is it one? Oh, there we go. I didn't notice it was a data frame. Mistake. You get a funfetti peanut butter cake. So, Sam, you get a funfetti peanut butter cake. Heidi, you get a lemon cream cheese. Ooh, that does sound pretty good right there. I don't know about that first one. Jake, you get a red velvet chocolate fudge. Ooh, that is chocolate. Julia, you get a ice cream cheese. I would try that. Anna, you get a, I can't do my thing right here. Anna, you get, what happened? Oh no, I deleted the comma. Anna, you get a chocolate peanut butter. That's pretty good. Jason, you get a strawberry buttercream. Very good cake right there. Tracy gets a funfetti vanilla. Classic kind of cake right there. We'll do 2 more cakes right here. We've got a dreamsicle cream cheese. Give that a try. And then we're going to go here to red velvet, vanilla, and all this right here. I'm making all these cakes right here. And then Walker, rum vanilla. Walker wants a funfetti cream cheese. Funfetti cream cheese sounds awesome. I think we got a few. Calzone gets his cake, of course. Do we do Calzone's cake? Rum cake vanilla calzone for you right there. Maya gets her cake. Maya's cake is dreamsicle vanilla. That sounds really good. Like orange dreamsicle vanilla. It's got a great combo. And rum cake buttercream cake right there. 48. We got to bake this last. We baked so many cakes. Tres leches, but peanut butter. Ooh, that is a very interesting combo. So what in the world is going on right here? Why is this business analytics? Well, this graphic you see behind me right now is a bunch of cakes. Another person gets maxed out on extra credit. How many cakes did Brian build right now? How many cakes did Brian make? How many cakes did Brian make right here? How many cakes did Brian make? Not here. Is it? Let me think. I think I see the right answer. Is it 15? Let me double check. Okay, I got to check my math. I don't think it's 15. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I know the answer. It's not 15. Who knows the answer? First person gets max credit. It's not 15. And it's not 4. 16. Heidi, you're right. And Jake, Heidi, you both get it right there. And Casey, why not? One more person. Peyton gets it too. It's 16 cakes. 16 cakes. Remember, you guys are maxed. Nice job. So all I did was make 16 different cakes. And then I saw how these cakes did. Now I want someone to tell me, I want you to tell me which cake you think is the best cake. Which cake? I want you to read over here on this side. I want you to tell me which cake do you think is the best cake. Think about what this means and if you would want it to be one of these cakes or one of these cakes. Which is the most tastiest of cakes for us right here? What is the most tasty cake that we made? Where's the best cake at? You're awesome, Jake. No, don't worry. We're talking about these cakes there now. How did you get 16? There's 16 dots on the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then there's 4 lines. So it's 4 times 4 is 16. You are right, Tiffany. That is the most tasty of cake right there. That is the one that had the highest accuracy. That is our best cake. These are the worst cakes right here. These cakes did horrible. These cakes did not turn out well. This cake right over here is the most tastiest of cakes. And we have a very simple code to do this to tell us the most tasty of cakes. All we do is we go down here to this code at the very end. Oh no, was it in my other set of code? I was on the worksheet earlier with it. Let me go find it and find that cake. That cake right here, I think it is this one. Did I find it? Oh, don't crash, computer. A weird screen came up. Good, we found it. So here is where we can see the cake. And there it is right here. If you notice, the size is 15 and the decay is, this might have been a different one because I might ran a different model. But it's telling us the cake and it's telling us the accuracy, which you see is above 87. And you were able to identify that this right here was the best one. So also notice there's an accuracy standard deviation. So standard deviation just tells us the what of the accuracy. So shape, something, something. The standard deviation of the accuracy just tells us the what in it. The standard deviation of the accuracy just tells us the what in it. The what in our estimate of it. What? We'll max out one more person here. The standard deviation, you got it right there, Sarah. You maxed out. Nice job. It tells us the spread. The standard deviation tells us the spread. I think Tiffany maxed out too. Nice job. But does everyone understand this right here? That these concepts we learned in 201 are being used here. I've repeated this. We've just got like 4 more minutes, but I'm going to use the time. This right here, this code pre-processing the data, this code right here, this line of code, just like how I was doing my code before, this will do, you send me an email saying you're maxed out, and I'll make sure you're maxed out. I'm maxing out a lot of people here, trying to max out as many people as we can. This code right here will take all the values and put them to a center of 0 and a standard deviation of 1. The center makes the center 0, and the scale puts everything to a standard deviation of 1. This code turns all of our values into what's. So it makes a center of 0 and a standard deviation of 1. This code, this pre-processed code, takes all of our values and turns them into what? Who's going to get maxed out on this one? This code right here puts everything to a center of 0 and a standard deviation of 1. It turns them all into what's? Wait, so it makes a center of 0 and a standard deviation of 1. Everything will be on the same scale. Everything will have a 0 center, like the mean will be 0, and all the standard deviations will be 1. Z-score, Peyton, you're right there. Nice job. Everything will be Z-scores because of it. So that code right there. So this is what I tell people, is we don't have to find Z-scores anymore. We just have to know how to utilize them. It's going to turn all of the things into Z-scores, and it does it for us. I think I've shown this before. If you guys can't tell, I love coding. Watch this. If you were to take a bunch of values right here, like let's just take values right here. We'll just put in values like this. Does everyone see this is a bunch of values? It's just a bunch of values. If I want to turn those into Z-scores, I can just write this right here, and now they're all Z-scores. So if you notice here, there's all the Z-scores. So let's call this Z-scores. And now we can print it out to the screen. It prints it out like that. I wish it didn't print it like that. But if you notice, here's all the values as Z-scores. So you can see the 11th and 12th items should be very large, which is the second from the last, and they are. They are very large Z-scores. So you can see the Z-scores for that observation right here. That is the Z-score for the 11th item in the list. And I can even go and look at that 11th item by going here, and I can do this and pull up the 11th item in that list right there, or just that vector right there. Did you have to pre-program that, or it's a function that already comes like that? Tracy, amazing question. Tracy was wondering if I had to program this, or it already came like this. This is a function someone made called the train function. If you saw just a moment ago, I was running the scale function. So what you have here is a function, and then the function takes arguments. The only thing the scale function takes is what do you want to scale. The train function is a much more complicated one. It's using the formula y tilde x comma data equals. It's using the data frame ex6y, that's where the data is located. The method we're training it on, or the method we're using, is a neural net. So if you've heard of neural nets, we're doing that. This is the cake building function right here. So these are all my combinations of cake. That expand grid you just learned, it's right here. And so you can see here's all my combinations of cakes. I am building, as we said, 16 different cakes. So that's where you see 4 times 4 is 16. We can put a comment out here to help us out, to remind us that there's 4 for the size, and then there are 4 for the decay. So these are the tuning parameters. So I don't want to go too much more into this, but don't worry. If you do business analytics, we don't start with this. This is my last thing to say. Here's day 1 of coding in business analytics. If you want to store something into R, you do this. You type X, and you do equals and 2. And guess what? We'll clear our environment. And watch this. Guess what will be stored there? X equals 2. Exactly. And I'm going to probably change that. Can anyone solve for me what X plus X is right now? Who knows what X plus X is for max extra credit? We'll go 2 more minutes here. Who knows what X plus X is for max extra credit? What is X plus X? Solve this before R solves it. And you will be doing Tracy right there. You got it. It's 4. Who knows what would happen if I go here and I type this? Now, watch what happens above my head. Brian will be stored into X. So what you're learning right now is that both the equals and the left arrow can store into something. Does that make sense to everybody? that the equals and the left arrow do the same thing. So just learning this right here, if you want to store something in, you just have to write an equals or left arrow. I prefer left arrow. You'll see me do that a lot, but it's just the same as equals. But wait a minute, watch this. Andrew, if you're still here, I want you to tell everyone in the chat what this will do. So these are the small things we learn, and this is we're almost to the end of day one. Like day one, we don't do a lot, but this would be towards the end of it, and we go slowly. And there's assignments each week. Andrew will tell us what this will say, and if you know it, you'll be able to tell me other ones, because this is not saving into something. This is a logical check. If I said 2 is equal to 3, or I say logical equals, what would you guys tell me? Andrew already told us false. 2 is not equal to 3. But how about if we were to do this? 2 is equal to 2. It's extra equality. It's like, does it equal this? So you always say logical equals or does it equal? And what would this equal? Who can tell me? Stat1, tell me what this will be, and I will max you out. Who knows? Stat1, who knows what this will be? I'll max you out. Go one more question after this. True. Jason, right there, you're maxed. You got that's true. And then what? Now look over here. What will this solve to? Will this solve to true or false? Is X equal to the word Brian? And the answer is, if you look up there in the brain of it, X is currently equal to the word Brian. So that is also true. So this is like, we don't go higher level than this on the first day. And you can ask Andrew and others. Andrew, if you can put a comment about how 320 starts and where you get to with 474, if you can add a comment on that, that'd be so awesome, just to tell people like 320, I would say, starts out very, 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 very basic. Yep, it's kind of similar to Excel, very similar to it. And so, Andrew, if you can throw a comment like, just 320 would start you out with the basic stuff. We're not going to do super complicated stuff at the start. You basically learn the very simple stuff here. If you want to take like the mean of a vector, like if I were to take and store some numbers in here, I could store numbers 1 through 10. So this is how you write a vector right there, 1 through 10. So this literally just creates numbers 1 through 10. Change this to 100. And now you do 1 through 100, and these are just stored into numbers. And so what I could do now is I could take the mean of these numbers. I could take the sum of these numbers. We'll just do some copy paste right here. Just change this to sum, standard deviation, max, min, IQR, summary. So if you notice, all these functions right here, we'll just do these right here. We got the mean, we got the sum, we got the standard deviation, we got the max, we got the min, we got all this. What's even better is you could take this all and put it in a list. I'm not going to do that. I don't want to make it too complicated. So all this good stuff right there. 320, you start learning just how to code, very easy stuff, just learning how to write equations in R. At the end of the semester, you'll be able to code your own models that make predictions exactly. And then I'm interested to see what you say for 474. But yeah, you guys are free to go, and I appreciate you guys. Like the videos, watch the videos, and thank you so much, Andrew, for being here and maybe giving your advice. Andrew's currently in 474 and just kind of giving his advice on like how these are. You're welcome, Madison. I'm so awesome. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you guys were here. You guys are the awesome ones. We will be doing office hours later. And thank you guys. You're welcome, Tiffany, so much. You guys are awesome. You guys know I love what we do here with being online. It's just, I think it's fun. Thank you, Jake. You guys are the best. No, I really appreciate it. And thank you so much, Andrew, for talking about, I don't want people to get scared with code. It is scary. It's a lot. There's a lot you can do. You're welcome, Jackson. 5 p.m. We will start doing office hours. You're welcome, Walker. You guys are the best. Fill out the review for the class. I'll send some reminders, and maybe I'll talk to one students. The Kahoot won't be tonight. I moved it till Sunday. In 474, you take all the coding practice you have in 320. You learn how to make more powerful models that real-world data to solve business problems. You are right. We should just. Thank you, Jason. Why are you not a mod? Let's make sure Jason's a mod right here. So appreciate you, Jason, right there. That's awesome. So thank you guys so much. You already did the teen voice. Thank you so much. That's really helpful. It helps us know what you like and don't like. If you don't like something about the class, please tell me. I mean, hopefully overall you like the class, but just always tell me what you think. I'm always open to it, especially if you just email me like, hey, Brian, can you do this or help with this? I'm always open to it. So you guys are really awesome. Like, you guys always give me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. Do what? I have no idea. I think that's got it. I'm going to go pooling. Yes, the pooled. So the pooled test. A pooled test is when we have The pooled test is when there's equal variance. So on the TI calculator, and once again, go check out those other videos. On the TI calculator, there is the pooled test. Do not do the pooled test. We don't use the pooled test. So you want to go to the TI calculator and do the not pooled test. So I'm going to show that on the video here real quick, and then I'll be back here in a moment. So this is the 2-sample t-test on the TI calculator. 2-sample t-test right here. I'm getting an ad. Okay, so the 2-sample t-test we're going to show in a second, then we'll take a quick break. Go ahead, like videos, comment on videos, subscribe to videos, whatever you like to do. Subscribe to videos. That's not how it works. Let me skip their ad. Okay. So we'll go right here, and we'll jump it in. We'll put in, is my favorite part of business analytics is the certainty you have behind your decisions. People, lie about numbers. Don't. Yeah, when you make a really good model, you can be very confident about your decisions. Andrew, I was like, that sounds like someone who knows some business analytics right there. You definitely know it. Business analytics is about having faith in the models you're making. It's about knowing you're making data-driven decisions. Andrew just wrote the end of the report for you guys. Andrew basically told you the importance of business analytics decisions. It's about having numbers to back what you're saying. So if you notice in this video right here, we go for not pooled. The reason it's not pooled is because we're doing, I should have put up there that we have unequal variances. We're assuming unequal variances. So Tracy, to answer the question, you do not use the pooled. This would be unequal variances, and this would be equal variances. So it'll do a pooled test, which assumes equal variances if you click yes, and it'll do a not pooled test, which assumes unequal variances if you assume no. There are other ways to enter this in as lists. So if you do the stat, edit, and list, you can enter those in also. And I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back. But does that answer everyone's questions? I will be back on at 5. Of course, we're going to do another class here soon, but I'll be back at 5 to go over some problems, answer questions, all that good stuff right here. So, guys, you're welcome, Tracy. Awesome stuff. See you guys in a bit right here. Let me go back to the slides. That's got it. We'll be back in just a little bit right here. See you soon. Hey, how's everyone doing today? Hopefully you can hear and see me. We had some Crash Bandicoot to start class right now. And thank you. I hear there's a lot of likes on the videos. It's so funny because what we're going to do to start off today is talk a little bit about analytics and probably, yeah, like his Amway had that many. Thank you so much. Everyone liking the video and saying hey to everybody. Say hey in chats. Say hey to your friends. Say hey to everybody right here. Good to see Megan and Kayla and Cameron and Madeline and Andrew and Snay and Zach and Ren and Streamlabs. Good to have you here, Streamlabs. So check your points. Say hey. One of the things that I want to mention right now is analytics and how analytics works. Because like, wait a minute, what is business analytics? And I will say this: if you, hey Joseph, hey Austin, hey Ashton, oh my gosh, Horatio, so good to see everybody right here. Brianna right there, and there we go, Macy and Charlie's here. Oh, Charlie's here to see the beard. Good to see you here, Charlie. We got to add Charlie as a mod right here. Good to see you here, Charlie. Today is all about analytics. So today we're doing analytics, and don't worry, we will bring Jason Cam back. Tell you what, I'm going to talk to him about the Kahoot. We will have Jason Cam back for the Kahoot. So get ready for Jason Cam on the Kahoot. I'm going to work with him to get some Jason Cam Kahoot. Yes, and Neely has her dad watching to max out the points right here. So you know what's really interesting is what we have is all of the things we've been learning in this class have been about making data-driven decisions. And I will say this, there's a question about the final. Caleb asked about the final for next week. We're going to have the final over a 2-day period. Good to see you here, Gentry. We're going to have the final over a 2-day period, so make sure to find a time period that works for you. And think about this. Who thinks, I'm asking a poll question now, who thinks the midterm or the second exam worked pretty well with our strategy on averaging your quiz scores together and also the 2-day period to take it? Did you guys like that? Or did you not like that? Did we get some yeses it worked or no it did not? We got a me in the chat saying it worked right there, I think. It was good. People seem to like it. And so they loved it right there. Loved it. We got some yes. It worked well. Oh, we got yeses. I might have saw 1 or 2 no's. I do. Worked great. Nice. Okay, so that. But here, wait. What kind of survey am I taking? What kind of survey am I taking by asking just the students who are here right now in class? What kind of survey am I taking? I'll max someone out on extra credit. Someone has to tell me what kind of survey. I'm going to call it the name first. Convenience. Barbara's right. Oh, so sorry, Isabel. I'll still help out in any way I can. You guys are right. I guess it's convenience because it's you guys are right here, and then by responding to me, it's voluntary. So it's kind of a mix of convenience that this is the easiest group of people for me to speak to. Oliver, you tricking me there, man. Oliver, you totally tricked me, Oliver. I was like, what was that? Oliver, you get 10 million points on that. So voluntary and convenience right there. Voluntary because people with a strong opinion are likely to respond, and then convenience because I'm accessing the people who are the easiest. And so I'll make sure I'll send out information about that snare right there to make sure people know exactly when it is. So stay tuned this weekend. It will be the official day we have our final, and then we're going to choose a day around it. So you will get a 2-day period to take it. Now, here's the biggest thing I can say. Do not wait till the night it's due at 10 p.m. Plan a time that works for you. Choose a nice and quiet room and go to that room. Tell people if there's people at your place, be like, I'm taking an exam. And this will be on the exam, so it'll be very not too hard of questions, so definitely stay tuned for the rest of the lecture. But choose a nice and quiet room and take it in that room like you did for exam 2. I looked over my videos. We didn't have any issues with cheating. One thing I can say is don't often put your hand to your face. The software will be like, it won't think your face is there. So don't worry. It just makes me check the video. And then I'm looking, oh, the person just did like this or did like this, which I know we all do that we don't think about. Can you make those? Yeah. So we'll try to do as many videos. Ren, send me some suggestions. And I'll try to do as many videos as I can to help you guys out. So does everyone understand what's going on with the exam right now? Does everyone know what's going on with the exam? The exam will be over a 2-day period. We'll send out the dates. Thank you for both Terry and Dr. Panel, who've done a lot of great work on it. So huge shout outs to them right there. They've done amazing work on this. Okay, so what's going on with analytics right here? Well, something crazy happened about a week ago. Our channel got monetized. And so once again, when you like videos, when you comment on videos, that really helps the channel. That's all your choice right there. But think about what YouTube is making decisions with. When YouTube has video A and video B, and one of them is monetized, what analytical decision will YouTube make? Thank you, Zach, right there. Thank you, Colby. So YouTube is probably going to show the monetized video because YouTube can make money on it. So that's why I made the decision to monetize them, and I put it on videos that are videos like general education purpose videos. You're not going to see an ad when you come to a video to watch lecture. It's not like you're going to click on lecture and an ad's going to play. No, that's not how it's going to work. It's going to be on general videos. I like Julio right there. Julio's like, we're at 65. We got this, guys. So you guys are awesome. So anytime you see a video, feel free to throw a like on it. My classes will be like this in the future with 320 and 474. You got it. And Caroline, at the end of lecture today, we will help out with this. So Charlie, if you're still watching, I usually say the first 5-10 minutes of classes are fun time to answer questions, to make sure everyone's on track with what we're doing and everyone gives all the questions they can. There is going to be a Kahoot. I have it planned for Sunday night. So get ready for the Sunday night Kahoot. So, well, I won't put it on anything that's super related to the exam. Oh, we got a dislike. That's all right. Uh, so liking more videos. So once again, what we will do. Well, thank you, Charlie. What we will do is, once again, Charlie knows this. The money that comes in, one idea is of course tutoring money, and the other idea is pizza party money. In 1 week, we made $1, but yesterday we almost made another dollar. So we've almost made $2. So it's been a little over a week, and we've almost made $2. But we're going to keep the train rolling. If you go to a video and you watch it, just throw a like on it, throw a comment about something you learned, ask a question. I can see all the comments. So like any video, comment any video, all that good stuff. That $2, we're going to go and we can do pizza parties like you were saying, Isabella. Like, I'm totally up for this. It's the money for the students. We'll get a slice of pizza and we'll all share it. So we're going to share a slice of pizza right now. Good slice of pizza, $2 slice of pizza. You're about to splurge at Wendy's with that. Exactly. I know we're working with Jason. He's got a busy schedule, and I'm so sorry we don't have the Jason cam today. I have it all set up for the interview and everything, but all this, a pack of gum. We can split that up a lot easier. But anyways, guess what? YouTube has analytics all throughout it. The analytics page we get on YouTube shows us how many views we're getting, how many likes we're getting, how much revenue, how much everything is going on YouTube, how many watch minutes we have, how many watch hours we have. And so from this, it often tells me if I should make another video. There is one of my favorite videos on YouTube. I did a normal curve one, and it just, no one watched it. And so that told me, looking at the data, that I shouldn't make another video like that. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad video, but my goal in making a video is always that students utilize it, that it goes out to a bunch of students watch it, it helps them and helps them understand the concepts. So I oftentimes relate that decision to how much are people utilizing the video. And that's one of the things I love about broadcasting this on YouTube is I can see the metrics for the videos. So I can see how much are people utilizing each of those videos. But I'm not the only person doing these types of statistics. So you can see right here on this slide, what is Brian doing? Is he doing descriptive when he's looking at how much people are watching his video, predictive, or prescriptive? When Brian is seeing how much people are watching his video, is Brian using descriptive, predictive, or prescriptive analytics? Which one of these right here is Brian doing? Descriptive, predictive. Brian is doing descriptive. Brian is describing how long people are watching his video. But then maybe Brian will make another video and he'll predict how long people will watch it for. Now, this is when I've already saying if I make a new video of this style, I predict it'll probably get this many watch hours in this much of time. But then we have prescriptive right here. And when you think about prescriptive is like when you get written a prescription. So the doctor is going to write a prescription for you and tell you what to do. So prescriptive would be Brian deciding what video to make based on the data. Prescriptive would tell me to take a course of action. So prescriptive statistics are kind of the end-all be-all. But let's go back to everyone's favorite baseball. So what is a what is a descriptive statistic in baseball? Does anyone know any descriptive statistics in baseball that would describe how something is in baseball? What is a descriptive statistic in baseball? On-base percentage. That's on-base. So we'll do on-base percentage. OB. So it's on-base percentage. On-base percentage right there. We've got here so descriptive would be like batting average. Got batting average right here. That's another descriptive statistic. OPS, on base per slug plus slug. There we go right there. OPS right there. So I think we've got the WAR too. We got WAR, which wins above replacement. We got RBI. We got RBI. These are all descriptives of how well a player is doing. Does this make sense right here that these are all descriptive statistics of how players are doing? But now when we think about predictive, I want you to think about predictions. If you were the manager of a baseball team, I want you to think about predictive analytics you could do, and maybe for players or things you would do. So I want you to think about predictive analytics. What are some predictive analytics you could do? Game score. So we could predict the game score. I think that's a previous one. We could predict the score in a game. So score of a game. We could predict that. We could also look at that descriptively. How many players hit inside the pitchers? So we might predict, and remember, this is predictive. So I want to point something out right here. How about we predict, let's do this one right here. Let's predict if a player will be successful in the major leagues. Let's predict what are scouting reports? Exactly, like scouting reports are basically predictions. That's great right there, because a scouting report might be the predictions of how someone's going to do it. Do scouting reports have predictions on them, Julio? Like, this player is expected to do this well in the majors. Like, this is how well they should do. So I'll get some advice here from one of the experts. Yes, those are predictive analytics. Does it ever have a prediction of like their, do you see like an OPS prediction for them? Because you can predict this. So OPS as a descriptor, as a descriptive statistic, would be like, what is their current OPS? And then OPS as a predicted would be like, if we draft them to our team, because maybe you're drafting them, make lineup every day on predictions. So there you go. If they're going to they make predictions on how they're going to do in that game. So literally, you've got the managers making the lineups based on the predictions for that game. And guess what? The predictions then lead to the decisions. So let's put a mark right here. Great job, everyone. Amazing answers in the chat. Thank you so much to Zachary and Kaylee right there helping out with all this. So when we predict the OPS for the person, then this goes to making the lineup. So I like it here. We got an expert in the chat right now helping out with this, because if you look at this, we might use someone's current OPS on, what is it? OPS, is it on, oh no, I've messed it up. Is it that correct? It's something slugging. OPS, on base plus slugging. That's what it is. OPS, on base plus slugging. So we look at this. This is basically, I think, how much they're getting on base. So let's just call this on base to make sure everyone knows. We're just going to call this on base. Does that make sense? We're going to describe how a player is currently doing. Nearly a million points right there. Nice job. So just based on descriptive analytics, we predict how well a certain player will line up against a specific pitcher starting that day. Yep. So you can look at their past performance right here. Does everyone see this is the past? Because we're going to describe how they've done in the past. We're going to use the past to predict the future. And then we're going to use those predictions to make decisions, to make our lineup. Does that make sense? We look to the past to describe what has happened. We use that information to predict the future. And then from those predictions, we make decisions about how to make our lineup. Is everyone good with what descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive is? Remember, it's like a prescription. We're making the lineup from it. So I like these examples right here. I think it makes a lot of sense to say, okay, here's how we're using it in industry, and they're doing a description of how people hit, which allows us to predict how people will hit, and then we'll make our decisions for our lineup based on these predictions. Excellent job in the tower there. Thank you for all those yeses. Million points, all those yeses. Amazing work. So here's some companies doing it right now. We talked about baseball a little bit, Moneyball coming up later on. And so we've got companies like Amazon. Now, who here is like me, who goes into their Amazon just to look at the recommended? That you should do that. But did anyone just ever click on that recommended button and think like, maybe I just look for an item to see if it interests me? Oh, that's definitely Abby right there. We got our imagination. All the time, people are confirming all the time Amazon right there. Just checking it out, making sure we see those recommendations. So how do you think Amazon chooses what to recommend you? Any ideas? Do they just say, let's recommend, I don't know, we'll recommend for Brian some Attack on Titan. Why not? Attack on Titan, recommend for Brian. Okay, that's a good recommendation. I bought it, so they did well with that one. I don't know, we'll recommend, there we go, King's Quest 7. Okay, King's Quest 7. We're doing some old school video games today, very old video games. That's from childhood right there. So I think we got some yes for Attack on Titan in the chat. So search history from previous. Yeah, you're right. So they get to know you. Yes. And so they can make predictions for you on what you'll buy. And then based off that, they're going to make prescriptive analytics. They're going to make a decision for that. They're going to somehow make a plan of action for you as a customer based on your previous search history. So they can describe what you previously bought. They can predict what you might buy. And then they can make a plan of action. You're seeing it right here. One of my favorite examples on this slide right here is definitely how American Express flags questionable transactions. Exactly. That's probably listening to Alexa. You're totally right there, Thomas. Nice answer. So let's look at this. You ready? I need to know the null hypothesis for American Express. When American Express looks at transactions, what would be the null hypothesis? That the transaction is good or the transaction is bad? What is the null hypothesis? Remember, the null hypothesis is our starting point. So do you think they would have a null that your transaction is good or a null that your transaction is a bad transaction? Like, uh-oh, someone's done something bad. Good right there. Null is that it's a good transaction. So let's go right here and put a null that it is a good transaction. Okay. And then the alternative would be it's a bad. Nice job, all those million points, all those chats right there. Thank you guys so much. And we should, if Charlie doesn't know, we have Streamlabs, which I can control points for, which I think I'm going to use future points for. But everyone loves checking their points and seeing what their Streamlab points are. How did I just lose the pen? There it is, dropped it. So we've got our points right here, and we can see, people might be checking their points. There we go. So we have here the null and the alternative for the transaction. So when we look at this right here, take a look. In a type 1 error, the null is true. In a type 1 error, the null is true. Remember, type 1, null is true. That's a T for true. Type 1, null is true. And what would be a mistake if the null is true? It would be a mistake if the null is true to do what to it? Tell me in the chat. If the null is true, type 1 error, it'd be a mistake to reject it. Nice job, Abby, right there. The null is true in a type 1, and we reject it. That's a mistake. So can anyone tell me, if you've been doing the project, can anyone give me the context? Nice answers in the chat. I have no idea, Sarah. Can anyone tell me in context what a type 1 error is right here? Think, the transaction is good, but we're going to say it's bad. So what would happen if Brian goes to use his credit card? And explain to me what happens to the person who gets caught in a type 1 error for their American Express transaction. What happens? Who knows in context of the problem? What would happen? We are going to reject the null. That is correct. And the null is true. The transaction is good. Card falsely denied. Right, John? And it looks like Elizabeth's gotten it too. John says, my card is falsely denied, as in I have a good, valid transaction. So what are the consequences of a type 1 error? American Express might have an unhappy customer. I'm going to call them up and be like, hey, I went to go use my card and it wouldn't work. It got denied right there. That's a bummer. So I have it all. I've had it and they suspend transaction. Exactly. That's a type 1 error. They've come to the conclusion that your transaction was bad because they rejected the null, but the null is true. In a type 1, the null is true, but we reject it and we say we have evidence that it's a bad transaction. But think about what a type 2 error is now, and you just have to reverse it in your mind, but think about what a type 2 error is. Any idea what a type 2 error is? Any ideas? What is a type 2 error? Now, in a type 2 error, the null is false. That's an F for false. And a type 2, the null is false, and we fail to reject it. Fail to reject a false null, you're right. But what does that mean in context? The null is false, but we fail to reject it. You're right. What would it be, though? What would that mean? What would happen in a type 2? It's definitely not good. Fraudulent transactions, call us right there for 10 million points. They don't decline even though it should. Great answers. Remember, it is false that it's a good transaction. The null is false, so it's actually a bad transaction. So we should reject the null, but we fail to reject it. The null is false. It's actually a bad transaction, but we fail to reject the null. So you think about the cost of a type 2 error would be that fraudulent transactions go through. And if they never catch it, if it remains a type 2 error, then you would have charges on your card that maybe you don't notice, or you're calling up saying, hey, this is a fraudulent transaction. You're like, no, that's a good transaction. You're like, no, you made a type 2 error. I swear it's a type 2. Imagine calling American Express, like, this is a type 2 error. I mean, maybe I'd say that. They'd be like, what? Hopefully they'd know. That's why we need more people to know statistics so we can communicate better. But we might just say to them, it seems to me that you let a fraudulent transaction go through and you did not pass it off as a bad transaction, because they should have rejected the null. They should, if it is a fraudulent transaction, reject the null and find the evidence it's bad. Oh, no, I'm so sorry, Sarah. So sorry, Sarah. I think, and you know what? I've had it too. Many of us I've had to have a card reissued. And you just wonder, how did it occur? And I'm so sorry, Sarah. That's such a bummer. So cheer up. I'm very sorry. And let's look at the last two things right here. So the big one, lingo. And remember, I want to point something out. And it's later on the slides. One of our goals with business analytics is to, so sorry, Lindsay. One of our goals with business analytics is always to be able to talk about these things in the business sense. So what you'll notice is if I were to talk to my managers about a type 1, type 2 error, I would say to us, well, what is the relative cost of denying a customer a transaction, type 1 error? What is the cost of us having a fraudulent transaction go through, type 2 error? I'm probably not going to talk too much of calling them type 1, type 2 error, even though I know those are type 1, type 2 errors. I might say that in some meetings where we're talking more statistically, but a lot of times I'm just going to say we have the cost of denying a customer a transaction when it's valid, type 1 error, and we have the cost of letting a fraudulent transaction go through because we think it is valid. We let the fraudulent transaction go through, type 2 error. But I'm probably not going to make it. Once you say type 1, type 2 error, people are like, what are you talking about? But if you just say what I said earlier, it makes more sense to people. And we need to know how these work and how it works with finding evidence or not finding evidence. And that's where we do really well with business analytics. So the last thing I want to mention right here on this slide is Kroger with dunnhumby. And dunnhumby is an amazing company that is leading the way in analytics. dunnhumby is doing an amazing, amazing job in analytics. Are type 1 errors common? Maybe. It depends. Type 1 errors related to your alpha rate, and it's neither one is always worse. You can't say a type 1 error rate is always worse. The type 1 error, type 2 depends on the situation. So that's a huge note right here. I want people to realize that type 1, type 2 error, which one is worse, depends on the situation. So make sure to have those notes if you don't have it right now, that a type 1 type 2 error, which one is worse, depends on the situation. That's a huge note if you didn't already have it. So now we're talking about Kroger a little bit right here. Kroger's doubled their sales with no additional locations. John, you got it right. So that's what we're talking about right now is the company dunnhumby. Cinnamon rolls? Oh, you guys are killing me. This sounds good. How did Kroger double their sales without opening locations? How could they do that? How could Kroger, maybe they got someone like 8451? 8451 has lots of clients right here. This is a data analytics company. Let's go over and look at their customers and see all their customers that they're working with. Who we are, where is it? We just found it last class. Someone to tell me. I think it's recognition and clients. So they've gotten tons of awards. Okay, I want to know if you've ever heard of these companies they work with. Oh, they made an app? That also helps out too. Online sales, you bet. Online sales delivering groceries and their coupons. And how do you think they know what to market to people? Do you think maybe they just give people discounts because they like people? Do you think they just say, they make drinks. They make I like their drinks, good drinks. It's based off of what you purchase because you Kroger tracks your purchase with your Kroger Plus card. Exactly, the Kid PvP. You are totally right. They track what you purchase just like Amazon does, and then they decide what to market to you. So these coupon books you get are not just some willy-nilly random coupons that they're sending you. They're basing it on all the data in your sales. And then also, Kroger will kind of look at you as a customer and they'll say, okay, wait a minute. This is a house where they have 4 kids and those kids are playing sports, or maybe they are. They're high school age. So this family is not buying Gatorade or Powerade or any sports drinks from us. Why would someone not buy Gatorade or Powerade from Kroger? Why would someone not buy Gatorade or Powerade from Kroger? Why would they? I mean, if you're at Kroger, why not buy it at Kroger? I mean, Kroger would like that. Why would they not buy it at Kroger? Any ideas? Why would you not buy your... Because they aren't sold in bulk. They're too pricey. You can get them for... You got it. These are great answers right here. Why would you not buy Powerade or Gatorade at Kroger? Cheaper elsewhere. Amazing answer. So what if Kroger sent you a coupon that said, buy one, get one free Gatorade? What if Kroger had a coupon that was... Would you guys use that coupon, buy one, get one? If you like Gatorade, would you use a buy one, get one free Gatorade? Would you guys use the buy one, get one free Gatorade? Heck yes, right there. So Kroger notices you're not buying the Gatorade at Kroger. And then Kroger says, let's send them a buy one, get one free Gatorade. All of a sudden, you go use that coupon. And then guess what they do? They send it to you next week. And then they send it to you next week. And they send it to you for maybe 4 or 5 weeks. And then after the 4th or 5th week, guess what they do? They stop sending you the coupon. I don't know if they use this strategy a lot, but just think about it. If every week you go to Kroger and you buy your Gatorade at Kroger, they figure out how much Gatorade you might like with predictive analytics, then they choose which coupon to send to you with prescriptive analytics. Then they can rude Barbara right there. So they choose the coupons to send you with prescriptive analytics based on who you are. You're right, you're hooked onto Kroger's Gatorade right there, and you're buying it, and all of a sudden they've established a habit, and they actually didn't get a new customer. They just got the customer who comes to their store to buy more. So Kroger started to realize, wait a minute, we don't have to get new people in our store. They pull the plug. They say, hey, if we can just get you to buy this product a lot and we get you to like the product, maybe it's a product we have a better margin on. Maybe they send you coupons for Kroger milk. So think about this. Who would you send the coupon to Kroger milk for? Like, let's say they have a better margin on Kroger milk. Would you send someone a coupon for Kroger milk if they buy Kroger milk or if they don't buy Kroger milk? Who should you send the coupon to for Kroger milk? The person who buys Kroger milk at Kroger or the person who does not buy Kroger milk at Kroger? Does not buy. It's like, yeah, exactly. On your first order, you're right, Thomas. They get you hooked right there. Someone not buying it because then you get them to buy it. And think about this. If you tried Kroger milk, and let's say it's cheaper, like, because maybe it is usually store brands a little bit cheaper because they control the supply chain of a little bit more. But if you were to try Kroger brand milk and you're like, well, this tastes just like my regular milk, would you continue to buy it? I would say yes. If you tried Kroger brand milk and you're like, well, tastes like milk, you'd be like, okay, well, I guess I bought Kroger milk. And so they might realize that they probably have models about how many coupons they need to send. I'm literally getting excited thinking about these models. Like, I wonder if they have models like, how many coupons do we need to send to someone to establish this habit? What products are likely to cause someone to buy it after we stop sending them a coupon? So, oh, it does? Uh-oh. John says it's not the same. There we go. How do they know if a person is purchasing or not? Kroger Value Plus card. They were one of the first people to start having that value card. So then they can tell Barbara if you use the coupon. Also, the coupons have like a code on them. So they can tell, like, I think you can have other people use your coupons, but they can tell, like, where the coupon was used. And all of this is all data. Every time you're using the coupons, every time you're using your card, it's all data. And if you want to think about how successful 8451 has been with this strategy of using data and helping companies make data-driven decisions, just look at these companies right here. I know you might know of Procter and Gamble, maybe Mars, maybe Pepsi. They got Coke, they got Pepsi. Pepsi has its own analytics team right now, so maybe this is like a past, but maybe they still work with Pepsi. So people who don't have it, Kroger won't have their data. Yeah, Kroger. That's why the Kroger Plus card is how you get your discounts. So it's a big thing for them to have people have their Kroger Plus card because then they can see the buying patterns of all the people, and then they can make decisions based on areas. Like they might see in this area this product's selling really well, and it's just they have terabytes of data. They might even have petabytes now. Your brother works at 8451. Jillian, that'd be amazing. Tell your brother. I would love to talk to him about this stuff. But that's awesome, Jillian, right there. Does everything I'm saying right now sound pretty accurate? I've heard 8451 presentations. I've known some people who've worked there. And this is my impression of how they get. It's about establishing buying habits, especially with current customers. Kroger would love more customers, but it's about enhancing the buying habits and understanding the trends of their customers. How does that sound, Jillian, right there? You could play that back to your brother and be like, see if he agrees. But if your brother works at 8451, it sounds like he's pretty good with analytics. So I'd love to know more about that, Jillian. Yeah, it's so beneficial to their customers if they have a Kroger Plus card. That is hugely beneficial. And so 8451 is really leading the way with analytics, giving them a big promotion, right? Or giving them a big promote right here. Yeah, tell him to email me if he wants. I'd love to hear his thoughts on it and everything. But I know they are leading the way with analytics. So you can obviously tell they are a major company doing a lot of analytical work. Great stuff right there. Kroger Analytics. I have the app and it alerts me if things I buy often aren't. Wow, that is amazing, Ren. So they have the app now and it'll tell you if something you want is on sale. And you know why, Ren? Because if they get you in the store to buy something on sale, you'll buy more things. So what are they trying to do by alerting you that something's on sale? They're like, hey, you want to come buy some stuff? You want to come to the store that we have laid out via analytics? We lay our store out with analytics. We market to people with analytics. We make data-driven decisions. When you walk into the store, is it a coincidence that the milk is in the back because you need to go and get your milk? They're trying to make you spend money. That's their goal. And I don't think it's a bad goal. It's just, you want your store to maximize how much you're selling. I work at Kroger's. We stress the Kroger card. Yes, Ashton, great stuff right there. It's very important because you have to get those analytics. You have to know your customers' buying habits to make data-driven decisions. You guys are awesome in the chat. Just amazing work. Thank you so much. Woo! Awesome stuff. That was retail too. My first job was at Harris Teeter, so I was a bag boy my first job. Very first job ever in high school. Had to pay for my insurance. Paid for my insurance, drove my car, and was making like $4.25 an hour. Harris Teeter, it's like a North Carolina brand store. So I'm Publix right now. I go to Publix because it's so close and it's pretty vacant. I don't know. I've given away the secret that Publix near campus is vacant. Retail can be tough. It can be. So you might be wondering, what Harris Teeter is owned by Kroger? Oh, wow. Probably because, yeah, they bought him up, I bet. So what do we have going on right here? You guys ready? Here's the new slide. What's going on with all these companies? These are all companies that are majorly using analytics. And I'm just going to highlight companies that I know people who have worked for, like personally. Target. I know people who have gone to Target. State Farm, definitely. FedEx. These are all people I know who have either gone through the master's program, got hired. Deloitte, Capital One, 99 Cent Sure, DuPont, Home Depot, Oak Ridge, Y12, Jewelry Television, Ernest Young. I did an internship at 3M. Dun Humvee. I think quite a few people went there. And I think that might be it. Now, I'm not saying we don't, these are people who have, I believe, hired all of our people right here, but I personally know people who have gone and worked for these companies right here. So when you think about it, you've got a lot of big players. Like you've got companies in Knoxville like Pilot, Y12, Oak Ridge, all these companies right here. You've got major financial companies. I know people who have done internships at Disney, but I'm trying to think like Cullen did an internship at Disney. Do I know someone who does Disney analytics? I know multiple people have done internships at Disney, but I don't know if it's related to analytics, so I'm not going to count that. But Disney, you probably know, Disney has the magic bands. Has anyone been to Disney and seen the magic bands? You would definitely need I would say most of them need a degree in business analytics, and Disney uses analytics all the time. I think they did like it was 100 million or 200 million for the magic bands, and so you just walk up and you click those, and it tracks all the data. And then they loved it so much they did Magic Band 2. So Disney is huge about analytics, and they will tell you like you can look on their. Has anyone seen the Disney app where it'll tell you like the times waits for each line? Like you can be like, oh, this one is rather free right now. Like you can be like, oh yeah, the fireworks show just happened. Okay, there's not a line going to be here. Let's just go run over there. Let's go over to where it's at. And you can be like, okay, there's no line at this place. That's analytics. Yes, that and Disney is all about those analytics. So I promise you, Disney must have, and I think I've seen their job advertisements. We'll see some job advertisements here in a second, but it's all about analytics. They track you by the Wi-Fi in the park too. Yeah, so they can tell like locations, they can tell how everything's doing, and it's that would be amazing. Like that'd be such a cool job doing Disney analytics. Now I love what I do, but I could see how that would be a lot of fun for people being like, oh, I work at Disney and just like go out in the park and just like I'm just gonna go take a break. I'm gonna go walk around the park. I've heard that they send out characters to keep lines shorter during peak times. I'm sure they do. And what is that? Ren. Who can tell me if someone's going to get maxed out on decision by sending a character out to keep lines shorter? What kind of analytics are they doing? To keep a line shorter via sending a character out, what kind of analytics? Prescriptive right there. Zach, you are right. And Audrey, we're maxing out. Max, we're maxing out. We're to Parker. We got it. Okay, we're good. So amazing job right there. That is prescriptive right there. That is prescriptive analytics. They're making a decision. Just think about how all these things weave together. Like, why would you send a character out? Because we predict that there's going to be a peak time of people out looking at all this stuff right here. You're set to max out like that right there. So you can see how these companies are using it. I will say this, probably the only reason people don't know people who do analytics at Disney. Well, one, if you know someone who does analytics at Disney, say hey, and we'll talk to them. We always want to expand our network of people we know. My job as an educator is to help prepare you guys with the understandings and the tools to go to any of these companies. I want you to be a happy and healthy person too, obviously. My brother also worked for. Oh, wait, he did analytics for both of these, Jillian? Seriously, tell your brother to email me at bstevens@utk.edu. I'd love to talk to him about his experiences with analytics. We could even do an interview with him if he would like. That's so cool. Yeah. So real quick question: if you want to say, Jillian, is he analytics? I'm guessing because Dun Humvee and Disney and seems like analytics. But I would love we could maybe do an interview with him if you wanted. We could do like how is analytics being used by companies like Dun Humvee and Disney. How do we know we have maxed out points? If I say your name, you're maxed out, and I will be very generous with the extra credit. So don't worry if you're not maxed out. I'm gonna look over all of everyone's extra credit. If you've been in the chat, getting a lot of points throughout the semester, you should be good. But all that good stuff right there. I know that's a really good resume right there. Really good companies, really good stuff. So yeah, amazing. And we're always trying to expand. It means I will give you the biggest bump I can in your grade. That I not obviously huge. He was a computer. Yes, and that's what we see. Probably a lot of people. I wonder what he uses now. Ask him like what programming language he's probably programming in C or C++. Email me if you're maxed out. You guys got it. So once I want to put something huge here. We're gonna put the pen down. This is pen down. We should have a thing like it should be like pen down. do not look at these salaries and be like, I'm going to be a business analyst because of these salaries. I'm not going to don't do business analytics or any major because of a salary. My pathway in college was psychology, mathematics, engineering, mathematics, psychology, if I remembered it correctly. So do not ever look at a salary and be like, I'm going to do it because of salary. You should hopefully get a salary you like doing a job you like. Please try to find something you like. If you don't like any of the stuff we do in this class, there is hope still. You can tell us if you're like, I'd still like to learn more about business analytics. But if you're like, I'm a data engineer, but I work with analysts and data science. Oh, David, so good to have you here, David. You should rewind the tape and there. Yep. Oh, no. Here, David, we're gonna make you a mod. I don't know why Streamlabs got. I think it doesn't like analysts. David, if you can retype that, I think it does not like the word. I think it got mad about that. So, David, so sorry about that. You're a mod now, David, so you can post in the chat and you don't have to worry about that. I appreciate it so much, and thank you for swinging by. You know what we're going to do right now? Once again, if David heard that last part, we were talking about companies that hire, and once again, I said do not do something because of salary. But, David, I would like for students right now, we're going to take 4 minutes right now or 5 minutes. David, if you would like to answer questions to the students about how you see analytics being used. I know Streamlabs gets so mad about everything. David, do you have any insight for us? And David's comment was, I'm going to read it again since it got deleted, but the mods can see it because they can see deleted comments. I'm a data engineer, but I work with analysts and data scientists a lot. So that's what a lot of times business analytics or business analysts are called, is data scientists or data engineers. Data engineers work more of the pipeline with how data gets to a company, like how are they collecting data with maybe a little bit of data cleaning, but not so much analysis. There's a lot of jobs, I'm sure David will maybe confirm, with either collecting data, analyzing data, or making decisions from data. So we've really got maybe 3 big areas right here with either collecting your data, like how do you collect it? Like Disney had to make the decision to get the Magic Band, and then we have to somehow even store the data. That's a big thing, like data warehousing. So I think the chat's still going right here. If anyone has any questions, put them in the chat right there. We have, do you just need a bachelor's for business analytics? I would say that it is best to get a master's, and we'll talk about that later on. And once again, I want everyone to know, if you love your major, keep your major. Like if you're in computer science, if you're in engineering, I think the chat's still going right here. I don't see any new chats. Is everyone still here? I always get a little bit afraid because we have it like stream randomly shut down. What would you get a master's in? Well, that's such a hard question, Barbara. That is what most excites you. Good having you here, Charlie. I think people just weren't chatting. We are good. What is the difference between descriptive and predictive? So prescriptive. Descriptive is when you're going to talk about like how long the lines are. So if we were to be at Disney, we were to talk about how long the lines are at Disney, that would be a descriptive analytics. If we were to talk about how should we make the lines shorter or what should we do because of the long lines, it would be prescriptive. So descriptive is like describing what is going on. How long are the lines at this time during the day? And that would just be what we observed in the past. Then we could have how long will the lines be tomorrow or on a certain day, and that would be predictive. And then we could have what should we do to make the lines shorter? Yes, Julio, that's awesome. And so I always tell people, do what you love. I really mean that. So don't do business analytics or any degree because you're like, well, I got to get a job. Find that thing you love. Julio is right. Julio's dropping facts right there in the chat. So, and I hope David's still here, and more than happy to have him as a guest and to get his insight. So we'll see if he puts some messages in the chat. But I will say this, there's a lot of opportunities both in data analytics and, of course, in computer science and in supply chain and in marketing and in finance. All these right here have tons of opportunities. So right here, favorite Batman, you gotta go Christian Bale, or maybe Kevin Conroy, the voice of Batman on the animated series. So I really like this last quote right here. So yes, I like that right there. Those who can communicate effectively the answer in such a way managers can understand is priceless. It's going to be Sunday at 5. You're right. So here's the biggest thing. What you'll notice with business analytics is the following. In business analytics, it's not just about analyzing data. So this is maybe every major has its own, like, here's the big thing you need to know with especially computer science. Oh, that's so cool, Braden. With computer science, especially knowing multiple coding languages, I really want to know what David codes in. I hope he's still here. But if he wants to say, I'm assuming C++, I'm assuming, or C#, I would assume that is the favorite of computer science of CS. But oh no way! Oh no! Oh my gosh! I'm scared. Batman, you guys know that's my thing. I'm getting scared right there. We'll see if he does it justice. So yeah, I'm scared. I will reserve judgment till I see it. I will reserve judgment. So Batflick did not do. I didn't like that much. Um, well, we'll talk about that at the end here, Abby. And please do not do this major if you're like I am not interested. There's a trailer. Oh god, I'm scared now. I'm really scared. Okay, so think about this. I want you to think about this. When they drop this trailer right here, what are people going to do to the trailer? Think about all those people who watch the trailer. What are people going to do to the trailer? I don't know if there's a trailer, but let's say there is a trailer. If if there is a trailer, they're going to maybe dislike it, they're going to react to it, right? And then they're going to rate it, they're going to rip on it, they're going to react to it, they're going to like or dislike it. Oh, we got some right here. David says, so cool. So I work more on the data pipeline sort of things, mainly on cleaning and transforming data for analysts so they can create better insights. I work mainly in Python. Python right there, of course. I should have known Python. Yeah, a variant called PySpark. I don't think I've seen PySpark. I'll have to look into that, David. My email, David, if you want to say hey, and I'd love to talk to you more about business analytics or what you're doing. And we could always have you on for an interview if you wanted, just to talk about your experiences, and we could make a list of questions so students could hear about how you use computer science to work with other people. We use R a lot. I'm going to show them that at the end of class. I did a few examples, and I'll talk about baking a cake and just kind of use a more simple example of how you can use coding to help you out. And you maybe can communicate to me how much you see R out there and how much you see Python. We do try to track that as a university. We have someone, Bob Munchin, who looks at that. Don't go to the video yet. So they've got all that. So, David, you are our new friend. You are welcome here. And thank you so much for your insights. Python is definitely a big language. And then it's a variant right there where they're using PySpark, which I think I have heard of. Of course, I know Python. PySpark, I think I do know of. And I'll have to look into that. I'm always trying to grow my skills. So, once again, what David sounds like his position to me is he's working more on the data pipeline, as he's saying, that he's going to take the data and get it to people. So, if you think about all the different jobs that are out there, if you're working in data, it might not be that you're the one analyzing it, you're the one supplying the data, because you have to have good data. Good data makes good decisions, bad data makes bad decisions. So how do you know you have good data? PySpark is part of a distributed computing platform called Apache Spark. Ah, yes, I knew Spark there somewhere. I'll send you an email, but to answer your question, we do have a lot of analysts that use R quite a bit. Yes, R. I'm a huge fan of R. So yes, because I think there's even things that'll translate between R and Python. I just don't have to use Python much, so I don't use it much. Thank you so much, David, right there. Oh, you're a bit behind. That's totally fine. Totally fine. Yeah, we like R right here. And so, as you can see, we try to do as much coding as we can. And we're even thinking about bringing 201 to using an R GUI. GUI means graphical user interface. So it'd be a lot like Jump, where you can click buttons and you wouldn't have to type all your code. But for our students who want to see what the code is doing, they would get to see it. This is the thing, and this is what really irks me. Has anyone seen Moneyball? Has anybody seen Moneyball? Has anybody seen Moneyball? Anybody? No one in the chat seen Moneyball? Not a person? Would you have to actually need to use stats? Yeah, I love using stats. I'm all about stats. Check this. This book right here is Dr. Lightnaker's book, which I took classes from Dr. Lightnaker. And so 320. This is a class, I don't think this was actually this might have been 320 when Dr. Lightnaker was teaching it. So this book right here is from someone at the University of Tennessee, and it might have touched Brad Pitt's shoulder, possibly. Young Brad Pitt, or mildly young Brad Pitt's shoulder might have touched. So with this, we have, and people probably know it, what's crazy is this guy right here, Jonah Hill. So Jonah Hill plays a person called Joe De Podesta. And does everyone see Jonah Hill right there? They have him be a little there's the picture. I was going to show the other picture. But here is the guy Jonah Hill is actually playing in Moneyball. This is Joe De Podesta, who now is with the Cleveland Browns. So Jonah Hill right here in Moneyball. This is Joe De Podesta. See another picture of Joe De Podesta right here. So let's grab another one. Here's Joe De Podesta right here in a suit with some people. I'll bring it over here. So there's Joe De Podesta right here, the actual guy. Now, I'm not trying to make fun of Jonah Hill, but what gets me is this quote. When you think about this, if Jonah Hill, I think they portray him in the movie as like this nerdy, kind of like awkward, like I don't know how to interact with people type person. but it's those who can communicate effectively the answer in such a way a manager can understand are priceless. Paul De Podesta. Sorry, it's Paul De Podesta. I know they're like, oh, he's a total. Jonah Hill's a great guy. I don't know him, but they're like, oh, he's such a nerdy guy, and I'm nerdy. Nothing wrong with that. Attack on Titan, old school video games, but they make it seem like the data people have no social skills. And I'm here to tell you that data's cool. Data's cool. Random time. So you guys know wolves are cool, but data's also cool. So I think it's important to know that you can actually kind of have fun with this. And there's nothing wrong with being nerdy. You know, Joe De Podesta, there you guys hear the wolves. Paul De Podesta. Why do I keep saying Joe? Paul De Podesta, just regular old guy, but he's got to be able to communicate his answers. So if you're looking for the keynotes for what could be on the final, we definitely mentioned Moneyball. And knowledge is power, Joseph, right there. Data. Oh, thank you there, Arden. This is the last class to listen to the random. But I know we'll have more during Kahoot. We'll do Kahoot Sunday night, and we'll have more. So here's the Moneyball trailer if you want to go check it out after watching that Batman trailer. So Moneyball, we definitely mentioned Moneyball during chat right here. We mentioned it. So here's a big thing to note. When you think about baseball, would it be better? We've got some experts. We got data experts in the chat. I'm so glad. David, so thankful you came by. David gets max extra credit. David is on max extra credit too. So Moneyball Pizza Party. I want you guys to look at this right here. Does everyone see this right here? I clicked the pencil. Does everyone see this right here? We have this sort of correlation. Here's correlation A, and here's correlation B. Which correlation is stronger? Correlation A or correlation B? Any ideas on which correlation is stronger? Correlation A, correlation B. Zach's already in there saying B, and so is Joseph and Jenna. Nice job. Everyone flood that chat with B. You know it's B for Boston right there. So we've got B is tighter. Dylan, amazing answer. Dylan, if you're not maxed out, you already are, because that's why it is stronger, because we see a tighter correlation. Now, I would probably calculate the coefficient of correlation if I'm doing this to actually compare them numerically. But if I'm looking at it, I'm going to be like, okay, this is a stronger, tighter relationship right here because it's tighter. That's what makes strength and correlation. Strength is the vertical spread of the correlation. And so knowing that concept, you look at it and you say, well, that's more spread out. This is tighter. It's a stronger correlation because they're closer to the form of the, well, it's a linear form. So closer to the linear form right there. Let's make Lauren a mod right here. Thank you so much, Lauren. And Lauren gets 10 million points right there. And let's continue on. Now we can make equations from this. We can do all of the regression. So all you're seeing right here, all of these equations are just going to make a line that go through the data. And do you think, what do you think? We'll have some advice. Do you think we should use the model on the on-base percentage or on-base plus slugging now? On-base plus slugging, or should we just use a batting average? What sounds like a better model? On-base percentage? On-base plus slug? OPS. Coolio's, he's like, OPS. Use OPS. You know what's up right there. It's OPS. So we're gonna use the on-base percentage plus slugging has a stronger correlation, and that's exactly it. It explains the data better. It explains why your team wins. It explains why you get runs in. It explains all these things right here. It's much, much better. I'm a little low on the volume. Let me look. I'm gonna turn it up just a little bit right here. Thank you, Abby, right there. Tell me if it ever gets too loud. I've turned it up a good bit, and I seem to be peaking, so I'm gonna bring it down. When I turn my head, my volume does go down. So when I turn my head, if I'm talking like this, the volume will go down. When we get the mic stand, so we have new equipment coming, the mic will be in the center, and that way I can look more center at things. But right now I have to turn my head to the side for the microphone. The screen's here and the other screen's there. So sorry if that's a little loud. Okay, I think, let me go a tiny bit. Sorry when I turn my head. Once we get the new mic stand, because I don't have a arm mic yet, I will be able to talk more central to the mic, and that'll help with volume. So thank you so much. And feel free to always tell me if it's a little loud or a little quiet, and I can easily adjust my volumes. Good stuff. So we've got equations right here, but let's talk about a more fun topic. Let's talk about targets big constant, or targets big controversy. Click the live button at the bottom. There's an audio-visual delay. I'll look into that. I might, because I'm using different things. So Ren, thank you so much. I'm going to look at the video afterwards and see if I have a delay afterwards. See if it's, I'm going to do something. Like I'm going to review this video later. Okay, so I'm going to check that out and see if there's an audio video delay. To make sure you're using has a compressor, you could use that to help normalize your mic levels. Yep. Cool. And I'm going to look at the video there. Thomas, I might even download it to see where my clap was. I'm going to do one more. Sorry, people are seeing the technical side of the videos now. Okay. So I'm going to check that out later. Okay. So Target. I need the clapboard right now. So Target had their own big controversy. Maybe you guys heard about this in the past, but it's totally crazy. Target was able to predict within a 2-week window when someone would have their baby. Within a 2-week window, Target was able to predict when someone would have their baby. So what did Target do? They started sending out coupons to expected mothers. They started saying, looks like this lady's going to have a baby because she's buying certain vitamins. We got Target right behind me right here. She's buying certain vitamins. She's buying unscented soaps. She's buying lotions. She's buying hand sanitizers, cotton balls, washcloths. Definitely pregnant. Dad found out through yes. And so what's going to happen here is all of a sudden Target called up this dad right here. I still don't know if that part of the story is true, but they called up the dad and they were like, I just broke the story. Target sent out coupons to a family with a teenage daughter. And so the dad called up the Target and was like, hey, what are you doing? Why does my teenage daughter have these coupons? And the manager's like, sir, yeah, I'm sorry about that. Our analytics people, we hired this guy, Brian Stevens. He told us he could make predictive models. And he was like, I can predict if someone's pregnant within a 2-week window. We're going to talk to that Brian Stevens guy because he shouldn't be making these models. What's going on what's going on here? So it's all messed up. I agree right there in the chat. So they go to fire me, but guess what? The dad goes and talks to his daughter and says he found out that there's been some activity in his house that he was not completely aware of. There's been some activity. It turns out there's been some activity in my house I'm not completely aware of. She's due in August. I owe you an apology, Brian Stevens. I said, thank you very much. I'll keep my job. So there's been some activity. That's one way of putting it. So yes, craziness. Parker, 10 million points. That was an on-target prediction. That is correct right there. Oof. So all that good stuff right there. Awkward. So we have this right here that Target was able to make their predictive analytics. So think about this. Their descriptive analytics describe the actions people take in their store. Then they can predict if somebody is pregnant, and then they can make a choice to send them coupons. So the sending of the coupons was the prescriptive analytics. The choice to send them coupons to probably get them to buy more in store, not to make them angry, was prescriptive analytics. That was a choice being made on how should we market to these people here. No, they don't. That's a great question. I think it's on the next slide. Because Target noticed the negative reactions. Great job right there, Barbara, asking that question. They noticed the negative reactions and they were like, I don't know about this. People are not happy. Maybe we should mix those coupons in with lawnmower wine glasses. You got all these. Oh, look, baby coupons. Who would have known? We're not saying you're pregnant, but you get baby coupons for no random reasons. And so this was having people. If you think, the biggest thing is data security, data privacy, and all this stuff in modern America. Because data is, if David wants to confirm, data is considered like one of the new golds. Like data is priceless. Like the more data you have on your customers, the better you understand them. The more data you have on like just their buying habits, all these things, what they do like inside of Disney or what they're doing, inside of Kroger, the better you understand them. So good, clean data that can be used to make analysis and decisions is so important. Now, we want to make sure that we're handling that data ethically, which is a big thing, right, too. Data is are more valuable than oil right now. Yeah, oil is worth negative money because we got to find places to store it right now. So people are paying to get oil taken off them. So I don't believe that, Dave Braden. I would say that is not true, to the best of my knowledge. That's how statisticians talk. I fail to reject the null, and I do not have evidence for your alternative. There we go, Braden. 10 million points, Braden, right there. You can figure out what the null is. I need evidence that things are mind control. I do not have evidence for that alternative yet. So we got some important stuff right here. This is the last bit before we get to some last little bits of fun right here. There is the Bachelor's in Business Analytics. There's the MSBA. So one other thing I want to point out, this is the MSBA, the Master's in Science Business Analytics. But we do have another degree, which is the MBA/MSBA dual degree. And with this right here, this is only 2 years, and this is 1.5 years. Do not choose anything like I'm telling you that these are shorter and the dual degree is amazing. Part of me wants to think back. I like that right there, Rain. Part of me wants to be like, why didn't I get the dual degree? Why didn't I get my MBA, MSBA together? Because I could have just gone like another. Maybe I keep wondering if they'll still let me do it. I'm like, I should just be like, hey, can I finish off those courses and get my MBA also, and then I can have maybe I should just ask. Maybe I should just be like, hey, what if I take those additional courses and I possibly get the MBA, MSBA, and I'll have another degree? Just kind of helps, kind of pushes you along, helps your knowledge, vol discount, all that great stuff. That'd be great because truthfully, if I was going through again and I had the opportunity and if they would let me, I should ask. I know, right? Doesn't hurt to ask. Vols help vols. You guys know that's our favorite saying right there. I don't know, I'm PewDiePie or whatever, but it's like, what can I do? I can give you a high five. High five. Vols help vols. So there, you guys, okay, everyone give me a high five. Give a video a like and give it a high five. Here we go. Boom. High five on the screen right there. We can take classes faculty, which I really like. And so let's do it right there. Zach knows what's up. So exactly. You miss every shot you don't take. Slap like now. Oh, yes. What's up, slappers? That's Davey 504 right there. So check out some Davey 504. He's great too. So, but if you can't tell, we're having a little bit of fun because this is the last day of class. But if you have questions about this, once again, if you love your major, please do not change your major. If you are loving everything you're doing right now, if you're like, man, I love marketing, I love whatever you're doing, finance, I love accounting, I love psychology, I love English, I love nursing, whatever you're doing, if you love it, don't change your major. Because that's a good sign. If you love what you're doing, continue to do it. Make sure, you're setting up that pipeline. I know internships got a little bit crazy this summer, but, look into internships, look into shadowing people, keep focusing on, like, what will I be doing with my degree? This is Brian's life advice to you. While you're in college, find a degree that you like, find people who are using that degree, and learn from them how to use your degree and what you'll be doing with your degree. So if you're liking your degree, find people who are using it, find out what they're doing, do internships, do shadowing, do as much as you can in your degree field. And if you don't like your degree, look into other degrees. And I'm not saying you have just like, if you want to know more about business analytics, I'm always open to talking to you about it. I just don't want you to think I'm like, do business analytics. Because who here loves English? Does anyone here love English? Can't believe I know about Davey 504? He's the best. Parker, you need to be a mod. I don't know why you're not a mod, Parker. Is it anybody? I think Madison loves English. If I had to, and Abigail too, kind of right there. If I had to like grade English papers or teach English, oh, you're welcome, Caroline. If I had to grade English papers or teach English, oh, that would be so hard. The grading English papers would be the most difficult thing for me ever. I like looking at output. I like looking at statistics. I like generating code. So, but some people hate mathematics. And you'll see as I go to the very end of this, business analytics is not, we utilize mathematics. We use mathematics to help us do it. Yeah, exactly. And Madison, that's what I say. If you love English, that's great. For me, it's not one of my big things that I want to do. So, I mean, I have to use English, obviously, but I would never want to go like be a top person in English. I would love to be one of the top people in business analytics, but we're all passionate about different things. So you bet, Barbara, that is totally true right there. I'm left brain, you're totally right. I'm one of those creative, like mile a minute people. So here's a little bit about our program. Please do not look at the MSBA program. I will update this also. I think we had one person who didn't get employed with, we're not at 9. We have 99.7%, I think it was. I saw at a faculty meeting. So I just want to make sure the numbers are as accurate as possible. That was in like a start of the year faculty meeting. We had someone who didn't get employed in the 6 months. We got 100 likes. That is awesome. So, and Andrew right here is, Andrew, we had Devin. Oh, I was saying it wrong earlier. Devin, I think I'm mispronouncing your name. Just send me an email, pop off now. Awesome. And Devin also loved the Davey 504 reference. You bet, he's the best. So Andrew is in the data mining class right now, and Devin has worked for Disney or maybe did an internship there, and he's worked for Humvee 8451. I always feel like I'm gonna get their numbers wrong. So you can always say, hey, if we're on a public stream, if you're here and you're positive, we're glad to have you. So Barbara, if I'm streaming publicly, which is the plan, you can always swing by and say hey, and that's the way it works. Once again, please do not. I was one of the first classes. Don't do business analytics because of money. I mean, it's good if your job pays, but what if you could get paid like enough to have a happy life and you got to do everything you love? So think about that. Be like, how much do I need to have a happy life? And I want to do something that every day I get to wake up and enjoy. Do you guys think, this is my last big question before we do some business analytics examples? I wish, Logan, I wish. Who thinks Brian likes teaching business analytics and likes what he does right here? Who thinks Brian likes what he does? Yeses or nos in the chat. Does anyone think Brian likes what he does? Only Zach so far. Catherine now thinks it. Isabel thinks it. Yes. A little too much. Marvin thinks a little. Yes. I like that right there. It's so much fun. This whole streaming thing is always fun to me because I get to stream with you guys and talk to you guys, and you guys know this is fun for me. And so let's do this in celebration of how much we like business analytics. Let's bake a cake. So everyone's going to get a cake who wants a cake. I'm probably going to bake way too many cakes. I need your guys' help, and I need to know, and we're going to do a little bit of business analytics here. I need to know what kind of cakes you like. I need to know the flavor of cake. We're probably going to see so many flavors. So I need to know the flavor of the cake. So don't put anything on the cake yet. I need to know the flavor of the cake. Let's get some flavors of cake. We got red velvet. That, I think, was the last class. We got red velvet cake right here. We got lemon cake. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to. So we've got cookie, I think I saw. We've got carrot. Oh my gosh. We got carrot cake. We've got here chocolate cake. We got and then I'm going to put a comma again. I'm separating all these by commas. And then what else do we have? Marble cake. Got marble cake right here. What else do we got? Cotton candy. Oh my gosh. I would love to try that. I've never had a cotton candy cake, but that's one of my favorite flavors. That's my fiance gets me cotton candy like every Christmas. Oh, it's so good. Cookie cake. Yeah, we have cookie cake, and we got cookie cake. Pistachio. Well, we don't have pistachio. I'm going to stop here in just a moment. Okay. Now we've got ice cream. Do we have ice cream on here? We don't have ice cream yet. You know what I might do? I'm going to do something here in a moment. Oreo. Let's do that. Okay. So we've got Oreo. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I need one more type of cake, and I might have to switch stuff up. Vanilla. Vanilla. This is the flavor of the cake. And then strawberry shortcake. Okay. So where is the cookie? Okay. And let me expand this sort of style a bit. Go over it. There we go. Strawberry shortcake. That's one word, right? Okay. So does everyone see the different types of cake we have? And we have 10 different types of cake. So I think did I write 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can check it with code a lot easier than I can count it. I can just write length of this right here, and it'll tell me how many elements there are. There's 10 elements. So why count when it'll just tell you that there's 10 things in it? So I prefer to just write my code and it tell me. Oh, there's 10, Dylan. Yes, I checked it. So funfetti. How did we forget? Whoa, which ones? I need you to vote out which one leaves. We're putting funfetti in here for Brian. Which one of these cakes is going to leave right here? One of these cakes has to go, and we're putting funfetti in. First person, carrot, you're out. They said carrot first. Funfetti. It was carrot was outed. It's gone. Carrot's gone. Pistachio. Okay, what's pistachio going to become? We need a new vote on pistachio. People are saying pistachio. Well, everyone, there's so many votes on the chat. It's going to become carrot? Cheesecake. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the following. Now we're going to get a type of cake. Okay, now type of cakes. I'm going to maybe help with this. We've got cookie cake. That's a type. Because there's a flavor to the cake, but then there's like the type of it. Like, could you imagine an Oreo cookie cake? Can anyone imagine an Oreo cookie cake? So pistachio is going to be the flavor of it. Like pistachio is a nut, so it's a flavor. But can you imagine an Oreo cookie cake? Like it's a cookie cake that is Oreo flavor. We got some yums in the chat right now. That sounds fire. That's right there. That sounds like a good one. So we've got Oreo cookie cake. We've got Oreo ice cream cake. Let's go here and go to regular. And let's go here and go to cheese. So we're going to go here to cheese. Now, I know this sounds crazy, but you guys, it's one of my guilty pleasures to go to the Cheesecake Factory with Chelsea. And of course, I mean, sometimes you go there just get the cheesecake. I promise you, I think they have an Oreo cheesecake. I know they have a cookie cheesecake, a cookie dough cheesecake. So good. Cookie dough cheesecake, awesome. So one of these days when we go outside, we'll go there again. Best dessert. It's expensive. I totally agree. Get there, buy one, get one. I'm totally marketing for them right now. My suggestion, Brian's tips for life. We need like a Brian tip for life. Oh no! Brian tip for life theme right there. So, I suggest the cookie dough cheesecake. That's my suggestion. So, right there. I don't know about Oreo cheesecake. So we'll make this very clear. Cheesecake. Is that one word or two? Gotta type it in chat to find out. Cheesecake, one word or two? Oh, it looks like it's one word. My mom thought that was funny. That's awesome. Hey, Kelsey's mom right there. So we've got the different types of cakes. So we have 10 different flavors, and then we have 10 different types. So everyone is going to get their own cake, but now someone's going to get maxed out if they can tell me how many different types of cakes I can make. From this right here, yeah, raspberry lemon, Chelsea likes that one. So that one's really good. Oh my gosh, Zach did it right away. And so did Isabel. You guys, the KBP, Zach, Arden, and Jenna. 2 more people. Sarah and Lindsay, you're all maxed out right there. Haley, I saw you right there. And Nafisa, you're maxed out. Okay, that's good. We're going to have more opportunities. Keep working. Yes, you guys got it. Do you remember how I said there were 10 right here? That's a comment I put on it, so that's not going to be code. These are what we call comments. Does everyone see? It's so hard to tell, but that's a slightly different color. We'll give it to someone else. Isabel, you get to pick someone to give your max out, and Zach, you get to pick someone to give your max out. I want you to tag someone in chat and tell them they're maxed out. Isabel and Zach only, because I know I've maxed Zach out a lot. So Shooter McGavin. So we go right here. Good Happy Gilmore stuff. 95 for this one, Ren. 95. So I love the people in chat. Oh my gosh, what have we done? Oh, there's Zach gets maxed out. Okay. I will be very nice with the extra credit. Please realize that. I'm gonna be as super nice as possible. So there we go. So does everyone see how there's 40 cakes here? But while we're you get it. Okay, there we go. There we go. Fun times. There will be more maxing out. I'll know the stickers, so don't worry. And a lot of people are probably gonna get maxed out by the stickers. Like if you've been doing your work, you should be maxed out too. My goal is to max out as many students as I can if you can't tell. So it's a lot of people are gonna get maxed out on extra credit. I want to be as nice as I can this semester. Usually I don't go this crazy with extra credit, but if you can't tell, if you've been here, do you guys remember before we started streaming online for this new thing? I said if you're here and if you're participating, I'm gonna max out a bunch of people. I was like, I'm going to be giving away tons of extra credit, and I meant it. And I know I've upped it every time, but thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for participating, because that's what I want. And so I've made it my effort to get as many people maxed out as we can. That's been my goal. So we've got 40 different cakes. I need you guys I need you to pick your cake. So I'm going to make all your cakes. Brian has now just baked every single cake. I literally baked every single cake. So with all of these cakes baked, let's go here to cakes. And let's take a look at all of these cakes that we made. Some of them weren't baked. So you got to tell me the number of the cake you want. What number cake do you want? Don't cheat and look there. You can see some of the cakes. I know, it went crazy. I'm going to try to control it next semester. 13. Kaylee wants cake 13. I don't know how to spell cakes. That's the problem. You misspell it, it doesn't tell you. You get strawberry shortcake ice cream cake. That sounds so good. Strawberry shortcream ice cream cake. You get funfetti cookie. Okay, I don't know if it's going to get better than that. You guys know I love cookie cake and funfetti. Funfetti cheesecake. We get Kelsey right here is getting marble cookie. Ooh, that sounds good. Marina is getting, we might have already had a 7 in here. Marina's getting cotton candy cookie. That's an interesting one. Audrey is getting cotton candy cheesecake. I would definitely try that cake. Maybe you're like, no way. We got marble cookie right here for Kelsey. Or also Abby. Nafisa is getting right here funfetti regular. Just a regular funfetti cake. Yuting is getting right here cotton candy cheesecake. You did ask for cotton candy, so we've got it right here. Isabella is getting marble cheesecake. That sounds good too. 23. We'll do a few more right here. We got here strawberry cheesecake. I think regular. We got Caleb right here wants 26. Caleb, your cake is going to be marble regular. We've got right here, Sophie wants the first cake we made, which is velvet cookie. That sounds amazing. Logan is getting pistachio cookie. That's nuts and cookies right there. We've got Horatio's getting red velvet regular. We've got here Preston is getting Oreo regular. We're baking all these cakes, just cakes everywhere. Oh my gosh, what happened? We got here strawberry cheesecake, all these good things. If you didn't see your cake, you can look at the list right here. You might have to pause the video, but here's all the cakes we made. What are we doing? Is this business analytics? It is. I used a code right here called Expand Grid. This code Expand Grid literally made all the combinations of all of these for me. So what am I doing over here? I'm doing business analytics. It's been in front of you the whole time. It's been right here, completely and utterly random. One more random screen right there. Do you know why? Random is always brought to you by Wolves Being Cool. So this has been behind you the whole time. Mind blown. Now we're going to max out 2 more people right here. And if they get maxed out, they get to pick someone. Like if you've already been maxed out, you get to pick someone. How many cakes did Brian bake here? How many cakes has Brian baked on this screen? No one's got the right answer yet. I'll tell you. Oh, well, be careful. You might not be seeing it. I see it. Haley got it. Haley got it right. And who's next? Haley is first. Haley, you got it right. And Catherine got it. Haley and Catherine. If you're maxed out, you can tag someone else and tell them they're maxed out. So Haley and Catherine, you guys got it. You are correct. There are 16 cakes being baked here. Why is it 16 cakes? Because I have 4 different types here. Remember how this is like the flavor of the cake? And then I have 4 different things here. What is 4 times 4? 4 times 4. Macy and Sydney, you're both maxed out. You yelled out. So they can pick 2 other people. Macy and Sydney are both maxed out. So I'm going to start there. Love the chat. You guys are awesome. So right here, there are 16 cakes being baked. I want you to tell me, I want you to look at this. Someone has to describe for me. I want you to see what this is called. It's called accuracy. I want you to tell me the tastiest of all these cakes. Which cake? Was it this cake here? Was it this cake here? This is called accuracy. Which of these is the tastiest of cakes? Who's going to tell me and get the points for the best tasting cake? Think, what would it be good to have high or low accuracy? You got to be very specific. Max out means I give you the most extra credit I can give you. I need to be very specific. People are kind of getting it right. Yes, that is it right there. Lindsay got it. Lindsay was very specific. So Lindsay is correct. I'm going to wait for one other person to say it. Lindsay said the pink on the far right. I'll take that as an answer. So the pink line is generally the best, but the cake is this one right here. So Arden also got it, I think. Hopefully I didn't miss anyone else, but Arden got it second. So right there, those 2 right there. It's this cake right here is the best cake. That cake, there's 16 cakes. Now these cakes, remember how we had cakes that were like cookie cakes? It's like all of these pink cakes are cookie cakes, but maybe this is a cookie cake that is red velvet. This is a cookie cake that is pistachio. This is a cookie cake that's vanilla. This is it's trying out all the different cakes and it's figuring out which is the best one. Now I know I'm calling them cakes, they're actually models. So let's go back here to the code and take a look at it. This code is everything you see being produced right here. Like all of this right here is being produced by this code. But remember that expand grid thing? Here's the first thing with 4 things in it. Does that make sense? There's 4 things. So these are your 4 different maybe types of cakes. Then we've got the decay, which is another thing we're going to try out. And then we've got the 4 different types of decay right here. So if you look, I make my expand grid and I look at it, and this is just the grid like the types of the cakes. And then we have 16 different types of cakes with all the different things. And I've changed it. So there's 4 times 4. I think it's still the same. It might be different numbers in there right now. But you notice right here, these are the 16 different types of cakes. So I think it's right there. Now, this is where the code seems to look pretty crazy. And please stay till the end. I'll probably just go 2 minutes over, but I want to show you some really cool things. Because if you're still here, Andrew was saying to people that when we started out coding, we just did very simple code. But Andrew, who was in the chat earlier, so feel free to comment, Andrew, if you want to give your last bits of advice to the students currently in the chat, is you won't code like this to start. Now, if you notice, I have this broken down into y tilde x comma data equals, which we often use in our classes. I'm making a neural net. The tune grid is the neural net, which you see right here, the neural net grid. So this is a neural net, the super complex things you hear about when you hear about neural nets. My big question here is this is going to put everything to a center of 0 and a standard deviation of 1. This will turn everything to a center of 0, and I promise you, it's probably to your advantage to stay here till the end. Hint, hint, hint. So stay to the end. I'm only going to go for another 3 or 4 minutes. If this turns everything to a center of 0 and a standard deviation of 1, then what will it turn things into? I need to know in the chat, if this has a center of 0 and a standard deviation of 1, then everything is being turned into what? You get maxed out if you tell me. Everything's getting turned into what? Everything z-scores. Julio, you're right there. It's all z-scores because as right there, Snay, I think you're both maxed out, so feel free to tag someone else. But I know this code looks crazy. All that code right there is so much code. It's so much going on. And maybe I should keep this open. We can still look at the other examples. So watch this. Let's just take some numbers right here and see how coding can help us and make our life easier. If we were to just put numbers, and if you remember, all I need to do to write numbers is just put them into a vector with these commas between them. If I want with code to find the mean of these numbers, guess what I'm going to write? I'm going to write mean, and I'm going to put numbers before it. And there's the mean. If I want with my code to get the standard deviation of it, I type standard deviation in lowercase, and I get the standard deviation. Can anyone tell me what I might type in to get the range of these numbers? Any ideas on how to get the range? I'll max you out on extra credit. Who? Yeah, I know. Range. That's it. Zach is just getting, you got it. There's the range. So that's the min and the max. So there's the min. There's the max. There's the median. Here's the IQR. IQR is actually capitalized. I sometimes forget that. I haven't forgotten it for a while because there you go. I can do the summary of these numbers and just like this. But this isn't even the first day in 320, which I know all you have to do is just type something and it'll tell you what that thing is. In 320, we actually start out with something a lot easier. In 320, we often start out with just doing this. If I want to save 2 into x, can anyone tell me? No, it won't be. No, Heidi, it won't be 4 points. It's only up to 2. That is maxed out. So sorry, I did max out a lot of people this year. That was not my intent, but I wanted to open it up to a lot of opportunities to people. But I think if you've gotten the max credit, so it's only up to 2 points. It's only up to 2, which can really help. So what could I write as a code right here to save x into 2? Does anyone remember what you were seeing earlier? Here's a hint. How could I save 2 into x? Does anyone have an idea, and could they write a code who's maybe never coded? We're going to go right to 5, and then I'll be done telling myself. Catherine, you are right. That'll save 2 into x. So now, I want someone to tell me, what will this equal in the chat? You get maxed out. Casey, you're maxed out too. And Catherine's already been maxed out. So what is x plus x in the chat? You got it, Barbara, right there. Barbara's maxed out again. So we got it, is 4. You know what you can do, though? Watch this. Watch over here in the environment. Is when I run this code, this is the brain. This is what it knows right now. It knows that x is 2. So now it knows that x is Brian. So here's my last question of the day. And this would be this is almost like a whole lecture in 320. I'd go through a lot slower. But now, what will this code do? What will this code do? That code is seeing if something is logically equal to, and you can, Barbara, you are right, x equals Brian will work too. And we have to put Brian in quotes because it's a word. What will this code do? This code is what I call logical equals. This code right here, Isabel, you're maxed out again, will evaluate to true. Whoops, I left a quote off. Whoops, uh-oh, get out of that code. Haha, break my code. There we go, evaluates to true. It evaluates to true. How about this code? Is x currently equal to 2? No, that is false. How about is 2 equal to 3? That is false. But is 2 equal to this? That is true. So we can check things logically to see if they're true or false. From this, you can do things like this. We can load up some data right here, and you could do survey 10, and you could find the people who are male, and there's all the people who are male. So this is where we learn how to use simple codes to see if something is equal to something, because all this right here is just people's genders. Does that make sense? To make this even more clear, I can just call this people's gender. So I'm going to store this into here as people's genders. And this right here is just we're seeing if people's genders are equal to male, and it returns trues and falses. So if you look at this, we can do it so quickly. You know what I can do even if you see here? I can take the mean of this, and now that's the percent males there are in the survey. And I can quickly change this to female, and there's the percent females right there in the survey. So I take the mean of the logical vector. I literally just went through about 2 weeks of 320. Probably the first 2 weeks of 320, you saw a lot of it right here. A lot of kind of the, and we'll go very slowly. I don't do it this quick in 320, but I wanted to show how we can build up and do different things and just run code. I think it's awesome too, because it's like, oh, I'll just write this code that does this thing for me. It checks to see if people's genders are equal to female. So what should this return? What will this highlighted code return? This highlighted code will return what's and what's. It'll return trues and falses. And guess what this will return? This person gets maxed out too. I wish I could give them more. But this person right here, and then we're going to have more videos. Isabel asked for some videos we're going to go and start doing. And so, and I'm going to do a huge thing at the end here. What will this code return right here? Very close, very close answers, very good guesses. And I think, Julio, you're right. Julio, you got it. It's the total number of females. It's the sum of, because it'll add up all the trues. Julio, you got it. Amazing work. Yep. And this is the total number of males right here, which we could simply get by doing the following. We're doing it a very long way. We could do it the following way. Just go here and go to this and get that. So we were doing it a longer way, but there's about a billion ways to do things with codes. So if you guys can't tell, I love code because it's like a game. It's like solving something and be like, oh, that works. So I have so much fun with this. But you guys did amazing today. Yes, the total number of females, that's totally it. So that's got it for class. I'm going to take like a 3-minute break. But if you type, if you type stats is interesting in the chat right now, or no, if you type all you have to say is it's interesting. I don't want you to say you like it or anything. If you type stats is interesting, you are maxed out on extra credit for the next 1 minute. You are maxed out. I told you I'd do something special at the end if you stayed, and I appreciate it. I said it at 5, and that works too. Business analytics, you are maxed out. So I'm gonna cut it off here in just a moment. I don't know if people are watching or anything. I'll try to do something like this for the other class, but I appreciate you guys staying. Look at all these people who are still here. I appreciate it. And my goal is to max out every student. I want you interacting. I want you watching the videos. I'm going to send out another opportunity and one last little thing here. And so we're going to cut it off here in a moment. But thank you, everyone, for chatting and for saying, hey, I didn't want to say you like stats. Stats is interesting. I think we can all agree on that. Send me the email about being maxed out, all this stuff right here. One last thing. Once again, you don't have to do these things, but where is it at? If you want, you can watch any of the videos on the channel and click like on the videos. This is my literal like, comment, and subscribe advertisement for the channel as I hiccup. So if you want, the more likes you put on our videos, the more it helps us. You don't have to like a video. You don't have to comment a video. There's nothing for you special other than just being like, I liked a video that helped out Stat 201. Oh, playlist? Oh no, are my playlists all gone? Something's weird is happening with the channel. This channel has no playlists. Oh, that's weird. Maybe it doesn't like me sending out my playlists. YouTube has gotten smart to us. Well, that's weird. YouTube, what's going on? They'd be like, you can't tell people to like your videos. You can't tell people to go like a video and go watch it. Your students... We did have students saying they're going to go do that. So go check out any video. If you just throw a like on the video, that really helps because the algorithm will be like, hey, people are like these videos. If you put a comment on a video, don't just put like a dot. Don't do that. Put something you learn below videos. So don't just put like good stuff. Be like, help me out with this. Office hours tomorrow. I don't think I will have them tomorrow. I'll be doing a bunch this weekend. So Abigail, I think I won't have them tomorrow, but a lot this weekend is going to happen. A lot of review this weekend. And I'll send out some videos. I was going to put the list in the chat, Abigail. Probably the best thing to do, especially tomorrow if you're studying, is to watch the playlist, which I hope my playlists still work. And then we're going to do the video there. So I might be able to stream tomorrow night. We'll look into that. So will there be exam review? Definitely. And I'll be sending out reminders on that. So give me about 3-4 minutes. I'll be back here in just a moment, and we'll do chapter homework. We'll do chapter 19 homework and chapter 19 quiz. Hopefully, my channel's doing fine. So be back here in just a moment. So weekend office hours are amazing. Yes, you're welcome. Glad to help out. You guys, awesome. So be back here in about 3-4 minutes. See everyone in just a moment. Bye. 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 Hey everyone, we're back. So who's all here right now? Thank everyone for all the likes and everything. Got a lot of likes on the videos, and I looked on my other computer and the playlists are still there. So I'm like, okay, nothing's broken completely yet, as far as I can tell. So we are back. We're gonna start working on the homework there. Hey Lindsay, good to have you here. So are the playlists working again? Well, that was weird. They're like, you can't advertise your playlists. But yep, I don't know what happened. Little glitch in the matrix right there. So let me pull up my Pearson right there. And let's take a look at my Pearson. My Pearson. Gonna pull up some my Pearson problems. We need Jason back singing. Can we work on a problem from the quiz? We could. We could start with the quiz stuff. Remember, if you're here, you get to dictate what we do. So no, we might try to do them in order maybe, because that'll be easier for people to find out where the problems are that they're trying to work. I know someone's watching the video and be like, yes, and then we don't do them in order. Like, no, sorry. And thank you to everyone who leaves comments. Is it harder for you to teach multiple classes in a row or stream? Great question, Thomas. And yeah, we'll look into that, Lindsay, right here. It's interesting because when I teach, like I used to teach 3 classes in a row. I think streaming might be a little. I love streaming, but I would say it's a little bit harder because I'm doing the same thing. Like I'm sitting in the same chair. Um, like the classes feel more similar. And when I was teaching earlier this semester, I would teach on the 3rd floor, and that's a different room. Then I would go down to the 2nd floor, and then I'd go back up to the 4th floor, and I'd teach in the studio. So I was kind of like running around, and I think there was more. It's funny. It's easier to stream online because I can just start the stream and then it's like boom, and like I'm at my place, so it's very easy. But when I'm teaching, you guys know probably if you're in my class, I would have students walking with me a lot of times and talking to me, and I miss that. So I'd have students asking me questions, talking about predictive model building or all these different things, and so I, try to optimize my time. And so now I just usually take a 5-minute break between classes. And yeah, so I think it's easier to stream online. I still love streaming online. It makes my life easier, but I would say it's more tiring. It's more tiring because like a 5-hour stream, um, I love it, but I'd say it's more tiring. It's easier. I maybe like it more, but it's more tiring. So and that's why I need you guys to give me energy. That's why having you guys in the chat. That's the hardest part about streaming online is if the chat's not interactive. So I really I'm gonna shout out all the other teachers and stuff. I would say it'd be very hard to teach online without you guys interacting. So thank you, Sydney, Lindsay, and Thomas, and anyone else in the chat. Kaylee right there. So thank you guys for interacting, because if there's no interaction, that's when my energy level just goes, oh, and I was just like, oh, no one's talking. I'm getting tired. Okay, so let's go. And we're going to do some homework here. I think we can do the homework pretty quickly. There's not that many questions on the homework. So we'll knock out the homework here. And we'll see. I think was it Sydney was asking about a problem? Okay. So let's get the homework knocked out of the way here. And, oh, you guys are awesome. Thank you, Justin. You guys just being in here talking makes it. Okay, there is some concern that if a woman has an epidural to reduce pain during childbirth, the drug can get into the baby's bloodstream, making the baby, thank you, Nafisa, making the baby sleepier and less willing to breastfeed. A journal published results of a study conducted at a random university. Research followed on 1,180 births, noting whether the mother had an epidural and whether the baby was nursing after 6 months. The results are shown to the right. Okay, hopefully you guys could hear that nice and well. So, and I think it might go a tiny bit more up on the volume. Okay, so what do we have right here? This chapter is primarily about the chi-squared test of what. I need to see it in the chat. You guys know I need to know the answers from you guys. This is the chi-squared test of what that we're doing in this chapter. Chi-squared test of, I don't know, I forget these things. Brian forgets all of his statistics and he needs help. It's the chi-squared test of, when we have 2 categorical variables like we do up here, we're doing the chi-squared test of independence. Nice job, Lindsay. This is the chi-squared test of independence. Is that, we got more. So what would the null be? Now, please remember these tricks right here. We try to teach our tricks. We only teach in this class the chi-square test of independence. So we have to know our tricks. The trick for knowing the null and the alternative for this is the following. Between these, you put the independence word. So you go right here and you go independent. So do not look at my Pearson's answers. Don't let them trick you. Look at this and say the following. Breastfeeding is at 6 months is independent of whether someone got an epidural. And then to do the alternative, we do not. Breastfeeding at 6 months is not independent of getting an epidural. And I think this one throws a trick in your way because they're not going to use the word not independent. But if you say that two things are not independent, you're going to say that they're related. So it's the same thing as saying, studying is not independent of your grade, or your grade is not independent of studying. That would mean that your grade is impacted by studying, or that your grade is associated with studying. So kind of, Lindsay, great comment. Lindsay, 10 million points. You might be maxed out anyways. But correlation only deals with two quantitative variables, like as height increases, weight increases, not that they cause each other, but we see that people who are taller generally weigh more. So we see a correlation between height and weight. But here we would say it's associated. And so basically, it's just that correlation is a special type of association for two quantitative variables. Remember, QQ straight enough, no outliers. I'm so not used to having a mustache. QQ straight enough, no outliers, plot doesn't thicken, and QQ means that both have to be quantitative to do correlation. So great job on that right there. And it's a good review. Don't worry, that's a very common thing that I hear is that two things are correlated, but we'd rather say that they're independent. So we have here that is independent, breastfeeding is independent of having an epidural, and we'd have here that breastfeeding success is, there is an association. Now I wish they just wrote it that it's independent, it's not independent. That's how I would do my answers, but they want it this way, so they get it that way. Next we have here, we're going to practice how to get the degrees of freedom. So does anyone know the formula for the degrees of freedom for a chi-squared? Does anyone know the formula for the degrees of freedom for a chi-squared? Pause the video here, see if you know it, and I'll write it down here in just a second, and then we'll talk about the trick for it. So the degrees of freedom, nice job, Michael, right there. Excellent work, 10 million points. We're just going crazy with the points. So it's rows minus 1 times columns minus 1. Then we put some abbreviation. I always write it out that way too. Here, I'll do it this way. Rows minus 1 times columns minus 1. Just so everyone can see in the video. There we go. Rows minus 1 times columns minus 1. Great job in the chat right there. Thank you, Michael and Jack. So how many rows are there? Now watch out. Here's where people make a mistake. There are not 3 rows. There are not 3 columns. Do not use the totals. There are, we've got our green pen. There are 2, haha. There are 2 by 2. So how many degrees of freedom would there be if this is a 2 by 2? And how do I know it's a 2 by 2? It's because we look at how many answers there are. We don't look at the totals. There were 2 answers to each, 2 rows, 2 columns. So when you solve the equation right here, it's literally just going to be 2 minus 1 times 2 minus 1. Now what I always, and people are answering in chat, nice job in the chat, and Nafisa right there, and Lindsay. When you do this, a 2 by 2 reduces to a 1 times 1. So you can use your hands right here to say 2 times 2 reduces to 1 times 1. And you can always just draw an L right here. You can draw the L right here, and you'll see there's 1 degree of freedom. I literally deleted off 1 row and 1 column. Nice job, Sarah and Thomas. So there is 1 degree of freedom. It is this one right here. It doesn't have to be that one, but there's 1 degree of freedom. So we go back here and we say that there is 1 degree of freedom. Awesome job. The smallest expected cell count. Now, the expected cell count is row total times column total over grand total. So row total times column total, I should close things down. Row total times column total over grand total. So what does that look like with row total times column total over grand total? Once again, you don't have to memorize these formulas. It doesn't hurt. But this formula right here is going to be row total times column total. That's what those stands for, row and column total, over grand total, equals the expected. So the expected cell count is row total times column total over grand total. But you can, that'd be awesome, right, Lindsay? You can solve this equation pretty easily by taking any sort of row you want and any sort of column you want multiplying them together and dividing it out. Please notice that I've written the equation on here because that's a row total. Math works either way. And then we go here for the column total. And then you'll notice here is the grand total. I have written this equation right here. So which one would this solve for? This would solve for yes, no, no, yes, 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 or no, no. Which one would this solve for? It would solve for what? This is the expected cell count. You got it right, Lindsay. Amazing work right there. It solves for this one right here. Does everyone see how it like crosses in on it? If you were to do this and this, it would cross right there. It's the yes, yes. So if we want to find the smallest, does everyone notice here that the number on the bottom of this is always the same? So how about we take the smallest row total and the smallest column total to get the smallest expected? So I'm going to take this one here and this one here. And it is ironically the 190, or happenstance, I should say. It's not really ironic. And there's the equation. 400 times 467 over 1,177. So solving this equation will get us the expected cell count for this cell I'm hovering over right here. This is going to be the expected cell count for that cell. Put it over here. And we do 400 times 467. I let that solve, and then I divide by this. As long as I type everything in the right way, we will get the expected cell count, 2 decimal places, and we got it. There's the smallest expected cell count. How many expected cell counts are there in this? How many expected cell counts will there be? Does anyone know? How many expected cell counts will there be if I were to solve all the expecteds? 4, you're right, Dylan, amazing work. There's 4 observed, 4 expecteds. You're right, totally right there. Nice job, Lindsay. There's 4 observed, 4 expecteds, and 4 cell chi-squareds. Because the next thing we would have to do after getting all the expecteds is to do the observed minus expected squared over expected. I don't know if this problem has us do that next. It might. It doesn't. It's just going to have us check conditions, looks like. I don't know if we actually solve it. We'll see if we do. But the next step when solving the chi-squared, after you get all of the expecteds, which we don't usually do this all by hand. I would not suggest doing this assignment all by hand. After you get all of the cell chi-squareds, which would just make, all of the expecteds. So you'd have here an expected matrix with values in it. And this would be all the expecteds. You'd have to solve all the equations. And then you would get all the cell chi-squareds. So now you'd get all the cell chi-squareds, and you'd get all these numbers. And the expecteds are row total times column total over grand total equals expected. And the cell chi-squareds are observed minus expected squared over expecteds. We might have you solve some of it by hand on the exam, but not like the whole thing. We'll never have you, at least I would not want that. I don't think we've done that yet. We've never done it in the past. I don't see us doing it now. But if you notice right here, we might leave like a cell blank, and we might ask you find the expected for this cell. You'll see it in the notes. But we might ask you to solve a certain expected or a certain chi-squared. Why do we have to get the expecteds first before getting the cell chi-squareds? Why do we have to get the expecteds first before getting the cell chi-squareds? Let's put some notes on this. These are the row totals. These are the column totals. This is the grand total right here. Why do we have to get all of the expecteds first before getting cell chi-squareds? Because expected's in the equation. So we have to know the expecteds to get the cell chi-squareds. So the cell chi-squareds are just the differences standardized. Yep, exactly, Dylan, you're totally right. So you have to get all the expecteds to get your cell chi-squareds. What do we do once we have all the cell chi-squareds? There's a huge review, which you'll see me doing this more throughout this because I'm kind of laying the groundwork for what we'll be doing. What do you do to all the cell chi-squareds? After you get all the cell chi-squareds, we'll put that note. So the sum of all the cell chi-squareds is the Pearson chi-squared test statistic. The sum of all the cell chi-squareds is the Pearson chi-squared test statistic. Add them up. Nice job, Lindsay, right there. And once we do this right here, so once we get the Pearson, we then take the Pearson, and this one will look very crazy since this is a chi-squared of 1. This one is very, very right skew. So then we have to plot it on the chi-squared with 1 degree of freedom. So this has 1 degree of freedom. We'd have to plot it, and maybe there's a big difference or not, but then we would plot to the right of it. So we would then plot it. So step one is pretty much always find your expecteds. Then you find your cell chi-squareds. Then you add them up to get the Pearson chi-squared. Then you plot it, and then you make your decision. It's a lot of mechanical work, but it's all done very quickly by computers. It'll find all your expecteds. It'll find all your cell chi-squareds. It'll add them up for your Pearson chi-squared test statistic, and then you get the p-value right there to tell us the probability of observing these results or results more extreme. Now, no is very quick at the end right there, but we'll probably see this. So what does the chi-squared tell you? The chi-squared is this value. Amazing question right there, Lindsay. We're pulling out Spacepen for this right here. Where's Spacepen? It went away, but now it's back. The chi-squared is this right here. The chi-squared is a metric of how different the cells are from what they are expected to be. Does that make sense? It's a sum of all the differences we observe between what we expected these to be and what they actually were. So it's a standardized difference of all the cells. So it's like how different were all the cells than what we expected them to be. So when you think about what that means is, what if we observed, you might have been in class when I mentioned this, I don't know which class I did it in, if we observed a mosaic plot that looked like this, if you observe a mosaic plot that looks like this, then what would the chi-squared be for this? So it's not standard deviation, you're right, yep. It's more like a 0 at t, but it's not a 0 at t. What would the chi-squared be for this right here? It'd be 0, because there's no deviations. So if you plot this, we'll plot it with the black right here. Remember, when you plot the chi-squared, this would also have 1 degree of freedom, so the chi-squared looks like this. You would actually plot where you landed. We'll use Spacepen for that. You'd land right here, and your p-value would be what? What would your p-value be for this one, Lindsay? What would your p-value be for this one? Highlighter's too thick right there. What would your p-value be for that one? There shouldn't be a white area right there. And then I'll do something else. So Spacepen is where we landed. 1, you are right. The p-value is very high because there's no differences here. You would not reject the null, and you would say that you are correct, Lindsay. This would be 1 because I shaded the total curve. And this is a theoretical 1 here now. So now this is going to have a very, very large chi-squared, because you see chi-squared's looking at the differences we observe, which basically chi-squared will be bigger when you see differences like this right here. Those differences right there indicate a larger chi-squared. You don't have to calculate it visually, but the bigger the differences in the gaps, the bigger the chi-squared will be. Like, the more differences there are between the values of x and y, then the bigger the chi-squared. So because then you're observing things you would not expect if they're independent of each other. So now when we look at this graphic, we're going to get a rather large chi-squared. This is purely theoretical. So this is a very large theoretical r squared. Oh my gosh, chi-squared. So p-value is going to get smaller, you're right. So now we landed all the way over here, and now the p-value is going to be like this. And this discrepancy right here, I'm running out of pen colors that'll actually work. This discrepancy right here is related to the chi-squared. Don't think that you can just calculate it via that. It's just that the chi-squared over here is very small because the discrepancy between these is nothing. There's no discrepancy. So, and it's the sum of the discrepancy between all the observed and the expecteds. It's maybe just a way to help you understand what's going on right here. I would not calculate it by looking at the graphic and be like, oh, that has a chi-squared of this. I mean, I can give a guess of it. I can say if it's large or small. These are kind of some quintessential examples of when chi-squared will be large and chi-squared will be small. Like if someone said, what is the chi-squared for this third graphic? This one I'm going to have no idea. And I'd be like, it's maybe not too large. I don't know. This one I'd have to say, I don't really know. But what I could do, it depends on sample size. So if any statistician ever watches this, and I know I'm away from the microphone, it makes more sense. That's what I like hearing. So this, how many degrees of freedom does that graphic have, Lindsay? How many degrees of freedom does that graphic have? Remember, that's a blank by blank. And so that'll have blank by blank degrees of freedom. How many degrees of freedom does that graphic have? Close. Double check the math. Double check. Wait, you ready? We'll practice. You ready? This is a how many by how many, right? It's a how many by how many. You got it right. You're right. You see it now. It's a 3 by 4. So it's a 3 by 4. So there's 3 rows and 4 columns. And so that'll reduce down to 2 times 3. You got it. And then reduce it down to 2 times 3. You got it. Nice job, Lindsay. So that chi-square distribution, you don't have to know this kind of stuff. I just teach the class. Is going to have a good bit of, still is going to be left skew, right? That's the way it goes. And then it's going to be centered around like, it's going to look close enough to that. I can show a chi-squared in a moment. Why not? Since we're talking about, let's show exactly what it'll look like. Over here, it'll still look a little bit abnormal. It's right skew. Why didn't I know it's right skew. I know that, and I didn't draw it that way. So there it is right there. I don't know why it put left skew, because the top one I put right skew. The chi-squared, which you don't need to know, becomes more normal as we get more degrees of freedom. So it looks something like that right there. Should have got closer to the axes. Too much of a perfectionist. That's my problem. I feel like you're a perfectionist? Like, no, I try. That's the joke. Oh, that's a normal curve. I don't usually draw right skewed curves. Okay, so now if we were to see what's going on right here with this, so we've got our chi-squared, and maybe we land somewhere right here. So Lindsay, does that p-value look big or small? I want you to imagine the p-value. I want you to think of this as like a pizza, and it's a weirdly shaped slice of pizza, and someone cuts you off this pizza slice. Does that look like they gave you only a tiny bit of their pizza, or a decent, like, I'm not saying a lot, but does that look like a very, very small amount, or does it look like a sizable p-value larger than 0.05? I know large is weird to say, because someone's like, that's smaller than the rest of it, but a decent amount. I agree. That's the way I'd like to phrase it. The p-value is not going to be too small right here. So these differences over here in this graphic are likely by random chance. There does not seem to be an association between these. I'm not saying that's how that graphic must turn out, but the chi-squared says that the discrepancies we see between the different levels of x, which this is x down here, and this is y right here, the chi-squared indicates that the differences we see between the levels of x and how they indicate y are likely due to random chance. Where on graphic number 1, it was also due to random chance, very likely. Graphic 1 is the most likely due to random chance because there's no differences. Graphic 2 was highly unlikely that the differences we observed were due to random chance. And graphic 3 was also likely that the differences we observed were due to random chance. And when I'm talking about the differences we observe, maybe due to random chance, I'm talking about the p-value, but the chi-squared gives us the standardized distance, which helps us plot the p-value. So what is the point of getting a chi-squared? It's a standardized way to figure out what the p-value is. Chi-squareds are standardized metrics that we can use to solve for p-values. Does that make more sense, Lindsay? So the chi-squared will let us standardize these differences we observe. These differences we observe can be standardized with a chi-squared. Yep. Great question right there, Lindsay. So chi-squared is just a standardized way of measuring those distances, those differences, and then we can do it. Awesome. These are complex topics, so I appreciate it. So what are the conditions? Condition 1. I want to see it in the chat. Someone's got to say it. Condition 1. We have to say it. And then I can click the button. I can't click the button if no one says it. I know someone's going to say it. Condition 1. Random. You guys got it. It's random day. So condition 1 is random. Dylan, good to see you, Sarah and Dylan. Condition 2 is less than 10% of the population is sampled. Condition 3 is count data. Condition 4 is expected cell counts are all greater than 5, and our smallest one is greater than 5, so we're good. They break apart the independence assumption. Sure. We won't put that on the test. It's an assumption. You have to assume things are independent to know that they're random, so they're kind of connected. Sure. I just like saying things are random. If they're random, they should be independent too, because if they're not independent, they won't be random. So there we go. We got through with that one. We've only got 2 more in the homework, and then we'll get on to the quiz here. Okay, so we have students in an introductory statistics course at a large university were classified by birth order and by the college they attend. Where's Haslam on there? Complete parts A through F. Well, what do you think we're doing? This is the chi-squared test of independence chapter. So let's we got it, because we're doing 2 categorical variables. Too late for extra credit. For right now, yes, but we'll try to do more, Spencer. We'll try to do more. Keep staying and keep asking questions. State your null and alternative. Who here can tell me the trick? You guys should know this trick. Easy way to write the null and alternative. We're not going to look at their answers. That's the best way to study, is don't look at their answers. Know your answer before you put down an answer. Know your answer. Know the right answer. What's the trick to figure this out? No, Haslam. I know, right, Nafisa? What is the trick to write the null and the alternative? What is the only word I put between them? Yep. This should be very easy for us because we're just going to put independent. Can't wait to get the new microphone stand, because then I can like talk like this, and I can just have it in the middle here, and I can like, it'll be just right in front. You might not see it anymore. It might be down here, but new microphone stand, and I'll be able to talk more normally instead of having my head turned. It'd be so weird. It's cool. So college is independent of birth order. You are totally right. College is independent of birth order. College is not independent of birth order. And they might reverse it. They might say birth order is not independent. Who knows? Or like, so we've got choice of college is independent of birth order. Boom. And then we've got choice of college. See, they're doing the association again. So that means that it is not independent. So there is an association between college and birth order. Once again, if you say that there is an association, that means they're not independent of each other. So this would mean they are not independent. It's just the same thing. To say things that are not independent is like saying your grade is not independent of how much you study. So it'd be dependent. It would be associated. It'd be associated with it. Conditions. We would hope that these are random. Random. We gotta do it. Pay respect to the random button. And we have the independence assumption. Once again, I don't mention that one. It's assumed in the randomness for me. 10%. These are less than 10% of the college students. How do we know it's count data? What the heck is this count data condition? Why would this be count data? What would you write if you had to write it, which you don't have to for our test now? What would you write if you had to write how both of these are count data? And what am I talking about both of these? How would I know this is count data? What does it mean to be count data? Both x and y are what types of variables? We might have an issue on the last condition. Both x and y are categorical. So since college and birth order are both categorical, you got it, Dylan. Nice work there. That is correct. Now, expected cell count I'm worried about. And dang it, they made it so I can easily do it. When I want to find the expected cell count, I want to look for the smallest one first. Now, this is something we could have you do on the test. You never know. I'm going to go here and I'm going to circle this one and circle this one and do this. Why am I choosing this row total and this column total? And of course, I have to choose this grand total. Why am I choosing these things right here? Why did I choose those numbers? They're the smallest, you're right. It's the smallest row total times the smallest column total over the grand total is going to give me the smallest expected cell count. So let's go and take a look at that. 24 times 34 divided by 239. Does this pass expected cell counts greater than 5? Does this pass all expected cell counts need to be greater than or equal to 5? Does it pass it? Yes or no? No, it does not pass it. You guys are right. So this does not pass. And so we had to do the math there to check it. It does not pass, so we're not good on that. So we don't pass it. Does it have us continue? It says continue to do it. This is a what by what. So I want you to say in the chat first, it's a what by what. You guys got to help me solve this. Brian, this matrix right now is a blank by blank. It's a blank by blank matrix. I'll hold up the numbers when you guys say it. This is a blank by blank. How many? It's a blank by blank. 4 by 4. So that's going to be how many degrees of freedom? Maybe just reduce it by 1 on each. So it's going to be blank times blank. So how many degrees of freedom? 9. Nice job, Dylan, right there. You guys got this. You guys are practicing. Excellent work. You calculate this yields a chi-squared of this with a p-value of this. State your conclusion. What are we going to do? Is the p-value below alpha? Is the p-value below alpha, yes or no? Great job. So good to see so many people. Thank you so everyone in the chat. Good practice. Typing answers, practicing, amazing work. Justin, thank you for writing the equation. We will reject the null. The p-value is low, reject the null. We have evidence for the alternative. So whatever says p-value, we are going to reject the null. So it has to be B or C. There is evidence for the alternative. All I have to see here is reject the null because I know the p-value is low, reject the null. And then that means we have evidence for the alternative. So when the p-value is low, reject the null, and then there would be evidence for the alternative. Oh, this one right here. We've talked about removing this one because of this. This one right here, we don't talk about much in our class. Very sorry. You'll see the right answer in the video. So the residuals will always be 0. The problem is because of the assumption. So I think it's not that bad. It's that we violated an assumption. Then our conclusions are suspect. So remember how we violated the expected cell count condition? That's what that's pointing out right here. I hate it less every time I look at it. So it's because we violated the expected. I wish it just said that. I wish it just said, are your conclusions suspect? And the answer would be yes. Our conclusions are suspect because we violated the expected cell count condition. So I wish the answer was just that. I'd love the answer if it was that. Like, that is perfect. We violated the expected cell count condition. Of course, it's chi-squared test of independence. And so now we are going to see what? Okay, don't read their answers. Don't read their answers. I need someone to write the null for me in the chat. Don't look at their answers. What is the null hypothesis in the chat? We have gender and political party. This is gender. What is the null hypothesis? Gender is independent, political party, boom. And they might flip it, but we know it just is put independent between it. This trick we should know really quickly. That's it. And then we just do not. Great job, Lindsay. Excellent work. I feel like, Lindsay, do you feel like at least some of the mechanics of this chapter I think are easier? And a lot of the end of this course, so political party is independent, political party is not. There we go. Got it. A lot of this is very similar. Nice job, Nafisa, right there. So are the conditions satisfied? Is it count data? Yep. Because it has to be, because it's two categorical variables. Are they randomly selected? It didn't say, but yes, it should say. Be careful, they'll flip yes and no sometimes. I won't do the expecteds right here earlier. Oh, you're fine. Expected is met. It's not because of these numbers. I'm doing it in the video. I should do it. Let's do it. Let's check the expected cell count condition. We've already done it twice today. Okay, to check the expected cell count condition, we actually need the column totals. So this is 82. This is going to be 81. This is 43. And that's 163. That's 206. Am I blocking it? No, I am. There we go. And so now we add up the other way. 3175. And that's 103. Was the other one 103? I mean, that adds up to it. It should be. If I've done my math correctly. Did I do? I think I did. Are they both 103? That's cool. It's not always that way. So that's 88. It's 103. Cool. As long as I got my math correct. So actually, where are the smallest expected cell counts going to be? There's two spots. Where would the smallest expected cell counts be? This would be a tricky question on the test if we wrote a question like this. Where are the smallest expected cell counts? Where are the smallest expected cell counts? Any ideas? Pause the video and see if you can figure it out. Where there's two cells, and be careful. You might, the answer is not because of, yep, Lindsay, great work. And so you don't want to look at these numbers and say that these are the smallest expected cell counts. Those are the observed. That's how many, literally how many you observe. But what you want to look at is you want to look at the smallest column total and the smallest row totals. So they're both 103. So the expecteds for these would be identical because the equation to solve is row total times column total over grand total. And so that, if you can't see, I'm going to try to circle them better right here. I am so not used to having a mustache. It's like tickle every 5 seconds. So 43 times 103 divided by 206. And that should definitely be more. And that is going to be the expected cell count for that one. You know what's even better yet? 21.5 is this, and 21.5 is this. That adds to 43, and that's the way it should do. So we've done it correctly. Everything looks good right here, and good stuff. So we meet the expected cell count of at least 5. Now, to find the p-value, this is where life gets easier. Pause the video here. This is where everyone's going to make mistakes. So this is huge help for the quiz. You're going to see me doing this a lot for quiz questions. What you want to do is you want to click Control-C or Command-C on a Mac. Cool. Control-C PC, Command-C on a Mac. You want to go into Jump right here. Jump into Jump. And once you get into Jump, you want to go up here to File, New Data Table. On File, New Data Table, click it, and then don't click inside of it. Don't do anything. Go to here and go to Edit, Paste with Column Names. Now, that'll be at the very top on the Mac. It'll be at the very, 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 very top of the screen. So we're going to paste with column names into here. Now, you'll know you've done this correctly. Let's zoom in on it. You'll know you've done it correctly if you see red and then blue and then blue and then blue. You will have done it incorrectly if you have the following. Start the video over again and check my steps and be very careful and very slow. But if you see this, it's incorrect. If you see this, it is correct. So correct, Incorrect. Be very careful, be very slow on these things. So now that we have the data in here the right way, let's go here to tables and stack. We're going to double click the blue columns right here to stack the information in them. So I'm just double clicking them and sending them here, only the blue columns, not the red one, only the blue ones. Click OK, and we get a new data table. You'll notice that we have 2 red variables, meaning they're categorical, and 1 blue variable, meaning it's quantitative. So now we're almost there. We can now make our graphic by going here to Analyze, Fit Y by X, and then we go ahead and we put one of these on one area of the X and the other on the other Y. So we have our 2 categorical variables, which is going to give us the contingency table. Notice how the red ones here line up on contingency table, but we have to do this. Please pause. Put your frequency right here, which is the data. This is the frequency of the amounts, so it can tell how many male Democrats there were, how many female Republicans, how many male independents, all that good stuff. We go ahead and click OK, and we get our graphic. Everything's answered. If you need things, like if you're doing this for another question, if you go right here, you can take this down to just the things you need. So we're going to remove all the answers out of here. With this, we're just going to click here, and we're going to go to expecteds, because a lot of them want the expecteds, and there we go. Remember that, did we calculate that number? There's the 21.5 we calculated. Yep. So there's the 21.5 we calculated. We could also put the counts back in, so you can see all the different counts. Now, it is in a different spot than where I calculated it, because my independents were off to the side, but you can see there were 21.5 expected, and that's our smallest expected. So we did calculate it correctly. Here is the chi-squared. It is the Pearson chi-squared test to fix it. I did everything you said, and I don't know if my jump is messed up, but my plot always comes out even. Yes, Lindsay, great question. You ready? Lindsay, go to your mosaic plot right now. You ready? So go to your mosaic plot, do this, click the red arrow, and go to redo, relaunch. Go to redo, relaunch. Are you there, Lindsay? Tell me when you're there. So if it comes out equal, do this. Everyone do this right now and click that button and tell me when you're there. So has everyone got that button clicked? It's a really good comment. You guys are just doing this to help you out because they'll get stuff. Okay, so we're going to click this button here, and I want you to look and tell me if down here you have data. Is your data thing right here, is it in frequency? Is your data in the frequency spot? Make sure it's there. Make sure your data is in the frequency. And then if it is, click OK. And tell me if that fixes it. Let's see if Thomas and Lizzie. Did that fix it? Is everyone, how's it working? How's it looking? Did that fit, Thomas? Fix it? Oh, that's all right. Does it make sense, Lindsay? Or how are you doing on this? So did that fix it, Thomas? Or that should fix it, because if you don't have the data in frequency, you'll get this right here. Fixed it? Awesome. Great job. Good stuff. So this is when you don't have the data in frequency, and this is when you do. And you notice it doesn't have the counts right here. So the counts have to be in there. If you notice, wait, remember how we said if we get a flat mosaic plot, the p-value will be 1 and the chi-squared will be 0? So this is another example with a flat mosaic plot. We have no discrepancies, so the chi-squared is 0 and the p-value is 1. But over here in the actual example, we see that we have some discrepancies, and the chi-squared is very large and the p-value is very small. So we go back here, it was 9 something. I can't do chi-squareds in my head, like I couldn't. If you're like, guess the chi-squared, maybe we'll do that on the next one for fun, but I'm going to do pretty bad on it. 9.413. You're like, guess the p-value. I'm like, I don't know. How many degrees of freedom would there be on this? There'd be 2 degrees of freedom. It didn't ask that, but I'm going to answer it because this is a 2 by 3, 2 rows, 3 columns. So that reduces down to a 2 times 1. And I think we saw that our p-value was very, very small. Chi-squared is decently large. So since our p-value is low, we're going to reject the null. The p-value is low. Reject the null when the p-value is high. Just let it fly. What do I mean by let it fly? Don't reject it. But please remember, look at your p-value. You must look at this p-value and ask, is it lower than 0.05, which is the alpha we are using? Assume 0.05 if not stated, but please look at your question to see if it's stating it. So I'm going to look at this p-value and say, that p-value is lower than 0.05. Since the p-value is low, I'm going to reject the null. That means I have evidence for the alternative. Reject the null. There is that. Oh my gosh, what did I do? I said reject. I literally read this part. Reject the null, there is evidence. You would never fail to reject and say there is evidence. You only reject and say there is evidence, or you fail to reject and say there's not evidence. Sorry, I'm looking at 2 screens right here, and I read the reject the null. Well, we need Kyle in here to say bright lights. Kyle's just, oh my god, I shouldn't do that. But Kyle should be here to say bright lights. Bright lights. The bright lights. We got little bright lights here. Got bright lights here. Bright lights all. Good. We'll do this. Turn off the lights. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, this is the way we're going to do the rest of the lecture now. Camera doesn't like it. Lights back on. There. Oh my gosh. Okay, it resets. It went to its setting. Okay, good. So we got this problem done. The bright lights are doing their thing. Okay, let's do the quiz now. Let's do the quiz. That's our 1 minute of fun right there. Okay, quiz time. Quiz time. Quiz time. Who has quiz questions? I think this is one we just did. We might skip some if we already did them. Can you send that website? Yes, let's send the chi-squared website. Weapon and injury, you got it. Let's do weapon and injury, you got it. Okay, weapon and injury one, let's do it. There's 2 weapon and injury ones, so let's do it right here. Okay, so weapon and injury. Wait, is this it? How does it start? Is this it right here? I think it is. Do you want to do the first or the second weapon and injury one? The first or the second weapon and injury one? Do you want to do the one? Which one right here? They basically look identical, don't they? Maybe I'll just do them both right here. No. Question 5 or 6. 5 or 6. 5 or 6. Sorry, I changed the screen. Number 5 or number 6? Next one? I think you're saying this one. Number 6, this one right here? I think it's this one right here. So when we do this right here, we need to remember that the null is that they're independent. Awesome. Thank you, Lindsay. The null is that they're independent. The alternative is that they're not independent. So that makes our life really easy on this. The null is that x is independent of y. I know they are so similar. Sorry about that. You might not always get them on the same quiz, so they're like ones that can appear randomly. So they are independent is the null, and they're not independent is the alternative. Now, whoa, weird lines on screen. That's so weird. What are you doing, my person? We're going to go here, and we're going to copy the data. Let's copy the data to clipboard, and we're going to hit Command-C. Now, be very careful right here. Slow down. Pause the video if you need, because here's where the mistakes happen. We're going to go to File, New Data Table, right here. We're not going to click inside of it, and then we're going to go to Edit, Paste with column names because it had column names. Now make sure you have these quantitative variables and this one categorical. So you should see the type of thing used, and you should see, so you could rename it, I won't, but you should see the areas where people were hit and the type right here. So now we're going to go to Tables, and we're going to go to Stack. Make sure, I need to point this out again, if you did this, you did it incorrectly. If it looks like this right here, this is wrong. It should be blue and look like that. This is the incorrect way. Let's show it again. This is the incorrect way. This is the correct way. I know the quick commands to do the autocomplete. So if it looks like this, this is right. If it looks like this, this is wrong. And slow down the video. Remember, I did paste with column names. Paste with column names. That's how I make sure it has the column names. Don't try to fix it. Just start a new tab by going to File, New, Data Table, and do a new one. So you'd go to File, New Data Table, and go to Edit, Paste with column names. Don't click inside there. Just let it do that. There we go. So good. I don't want anyone to get hit by that mistake. So now we're going to go to Tables, and we're going to stack the quantitative values. So we're just going to click the blue ones right here. Double click. Double click. Double click. Double click. Good, we got it. So once we get these stacked, we get the following data frame. Now, if you'll notice, you've got the different type of weapon used and the area of injury and the counts right here. So we have 2 categorical variables, count data, and then we have the amounts for these categorical data. And we're going to go here to Analyze, Fit Y by X. You'll put 1 categorical in the Y, 1 categorical in the X, and the quantitative, because it's the counts of these observations, into the frequency. Make sure not to forget that the frequency needs to be here or it'll look flat. We'll see that in just a second here. This is the correct way it should look. If, for some reason, you got the following, it's because it did not have the counts in there. And the chi-squared right here is going to be 0, and the p-value is going to be 1. So if you see this, this is where we've forgotten to put in the frequency, the data into frequency, and here's the proper way. Now, if you notice, we have where the injury occurred, and we have what the injury was from. Sword is definitely going to get hit by the body more often. We've got limbs getting hit by arrows. And we've got the head and neck are the ground and the stone, ground and the rock. Fun stuff with this question right here. But if you notice, the body is way more likely to get hit by a sword than the other areas. And the limb is way more likely to get hit by an arrow. It's still most likely to get hit by a sword, but the limb has a higher probability of arrows than the other people right there, of the other injuries or the other spots on the body. Can't talk today. So we have all of our information. If it asks us for things like the expecteds, which I would not solve these by hand, you can go here and reduce this down and get your expected values. Now, please review earlier in the video where I was showing how to solve every single expected. Why not? I will solve one expected here by hand just to show it can be done. Please note that I'm going to solve for body arrow. So what would be the equation? Who here in the chat, if I haven't maxed you out, you get maxed out yet. So I think we had another person who's trying to get maxed out. Who can write the equation to solve for the expected amount of body arrow we should have? What is the equation for the expected for body arrow? What is the equation for the expected for body arrow? Using the observed counts, the counts or the observed are right here. What is the equation for body arrow to get the expected? Does anyone know? Remember, it's row total times column total over grand total. So what would it be? You'll have to find the row total. So what is the row total for body? Then you'll have to find the column total. So what's the column total for arrow? And then you'll have to divide all of that by the grand total. So what would the equation be? Does anyone know? I'll see if anyone in the chat. I think we're on a longer delay today. I'm going to make sure we're still on ultra low latency when I start looking at the video settings. Yes, nice job. And remember, it's times, row total times column total. So great job. And you will get the equations on the test. So it's row total times column total over grand total. And that is it right there. So that is the expected count for that cell. We expect 6.47 for that, 6.437 for that cell, 6.438. And so when we do this right here, let's see if we got it. We're going to go here and click expecteds. And there it is right there, 6.43796. So you can check your work. You can see if you're doing it correctly. You could do the one below it. The one below it is going to be 14 times 49 over 137. 14 times 49 divided by 137. There we go right there. And that's 5.0073. So make sure you check your work and you know how to get these expecteds because you can get them very easily with software, but you should understand the equation or just kind of know what we mean by the expecteds. And so we can do it and we understand how to use this. Like these are row totals, these are column totals, and this is the grand total. So what do we have next? We got to go back to the question. Let's do this. Are the rows and columns that jump outputs flipped by McPherson? It can be. Let me do this real quick. You can flip them yourself. I think there's a way you can automatically invert this. I thought you can do it this way. So we'll see. So there it is right there. So this is another way of plotting it right here. And so you could plot it this way. You see I just flipped my variables. And there's all the expecteds right there. So depending on which way it wants, you can flip them. You'll still get the same chi-squareds here. So if you notice, we still have the same p-values. We still have the same chi-squareds. So everything turns out the exact same. I guess the r-squared's a little bit different, but we're not focusing on that right now. So I guess because it has a different way of explaining the other one. But don't worry, all your chi-squareds will be the same no matter which way you plot it. All of these values to enter in. Arrow, so which one has the arrow on that side? Oh, yeah, so it's this one. So right here. So 6.43, how many decimals? 6.44. So many things to enter in. 5.01, 2.55. So many things. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put it over here on this screen. Aha. That's a trick. Now you can't see it, but I can see it. This is, can Brian copy numbers correctly? And the answer is probably no. If you've done everything the right way, you just have to copy the numbers. And as long as you write the numbers the right way, you are good, but probably wrote one down the wrong way. So you can see, just so everyone can see, here's all the answers. We'll just click away from it, but they should Yep, there's head. Make sure head's in the right spot, body's in the right spot, arrow, grounds, limb. Wait. Is that a typo? Does my Pearson have a typo? That says limb. That's a typo. My Pearson has a typo. I feel special. They're not perfect. They are mortal. I know it should be sword right there. I was like, why does that say limb? Not good. Compute the chi-squared test statistic. Chi-squared test statistic is this right here. This is the Pearson chi-squared test statistic. It would be the sum of all the cell chi-squareds. So if you were to add up all of these values right here, these cell chi-squareds, you would get 10.293. So, yep, there's ones like 2 and 4. So those are the extreme ones. If you notice, that's where we see these big gaps is we see the large chi-squareds. The small, where it kind of lines up like this, is not going to make a big chi-squared. So we see limb arrow. So where's limb arrow? Limb arrow has a big deviation from the others. So this one, that's the chi-squared right there for this cell. That's very different. Where do we see the smallest cell chi-squared? It's for sword, head, neck. So for sword, head, neck, that one is like between these two. So it's like the average of those. If you look, it also looks just like this right here, which is what we would expect because that's just the values of the y. So the chi-squared test statistic is this right here, 10.293. So that's going to round to 10.29. And then how many degrees of freedom? Well, this is a 3 by 3, so it changes to a 2 by 2. Well, that's what we do because it's rows minus 1 times columns minus 1. And so that's 4 degrees of freedom. What is the p-value? The p-value here was kind of small. Definitely small enough to reject the null. Nice job, Justin. Excellent work. The p-value here is pretty small. It's 0.0358, so 0.036. And then what should we do? Is our p-value less than 0.05? Should I reject? Is there evidence that they are associated or not independent? What do you guys think? The p-value is low. Do what to the null? The p-value is low. Reject the null. There is evidence to conclude that they are not independent. That, yeah. Double check. I got so scared. So reject the null at the 0.05 level of alpha. We have evidence for the alternative that they're not independent. It's just their wording sometimes can get very confusing. I know, don't worry, they tricked me too. But I would just say I reject the null at the 0.05 alpha level. We have evidence for the alternative to conclude that these two things are not independent. So, because you just reject the null and you have evidence for the alternative. So, knowing things like that. Should we start at the beginning? So we just finished up this one. Should show that I completed it eventually. Which other ones are there? Does anyone have a specific one they have that start off? We could just try to do them all. Try to catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Oh no, I reset my soundboard, so I don't have my sounds. Which question shall we do next? Which question shall we do next? So now I can ask that at any time. This one is one that I think we already did. The newspaper one? Sure, let's do the newspaper one. You got it. So, how's the newspaper one start out? How does the newspaper one start out? Yeah, the other war one is very, very similar. And this one we already did in the homework. If you're stuck on Nafisa, feel free to ask. It's very similar. Each of the tests uses the chi-squared. Now people know the answer to that one. Each of the tests used in this chapter use categorical data. Maybe I'll just do them all. Newspaper headlines. Here we go. Thank you, Thomas and Justin, right here. So here we go. Okay. So here's the thing. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this problem without reading what they ask me. So we're not going to read what they ask us. We're just going to do this problem. You ready? I'm going to show you a few ways to do it right here. So here is, they're looking at alive or dead. What are they looking at? What question did the newspaper ask about? Traditional wisdom in succeeding decades have held that women and children escaping a sunken ship in greater proportion than men. So we're only looking at the women right now. Okay, cool. So this is someone's gender and whether they survive a sinking ship. So we're looking at gender and surviving a sinking ship. Do not look at their answers. You'll learn more by not looking at their answers and being able to solve it on your own. So what would be the null hypothesis for this? We've got gender and we've got survival. What do we do? What do we do between the two of these? If you know the trick, all you do is write. So the null hypothesis is that somebody's survival is independent of their gender, and the alternative hypothesis is that somebody's survival is not independent of their gender, meaning that there is an association, or we have evidence of an association. So this was the null, and this is the alternative. Now we get to where we probably need jump. Jump is going to make our lives so easy. So I wanted to point out the power of coding right here. Nice job, Joel, right there. Survival is independent of gender. Those are the nulls. Nice job, Justin. So watch this. I don't know if jump, well, I'll show you this. Because a lot of times you might say to yourself, well, I can't copy the data. You can always write in the data. So you can always take the data you have right here and write it into jump. So I'm going to show you how to write the data into jump. We're going to put it right next to here. And I want you to see how we'd have to write this data into jump, which is a good skill. And so if you're watching this video now, you can watch how to write and I'll copy it in. But we have here somebody's gender. And then we have here survival. And this is kind of like we were doing earlier. We're going to put frequency right here. How many combinations of gender and survival are there right now? How many combinations of gender and survival are there? Does anyone know how many combinations of gender and survival are there? How many combinations are there? I'll let you guys think about that while I type right here. Male, male. You're right, Justin. Nice job. Female, female. We go to survival, and survival is alive, dead, alive, dead. If you notice, this is all combinations. We have all the combinations of the males who are alive, the males who are dead, the females who are alive, the females who are dead. We go over here. We need male alive, which is 272. We need male dead, which is 1382. Oh, no, 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 no. 1382. Oh, 2 seconds. Be right back. Back. So now we go right here in female alive. So female alive is 393 and 135. Ah. I like, yeah. And so, just missing someone right now. And so now we go right here and we have our data in. So we can go to analyze fit y by x, and we want to see if somebody's gender can explain their survival, and we go here to frequency. So we go right here and we click it, and we get our data, and we have it, and we've done it. We've analyzed the data. Now, truthfully, when you think about this, I find this easier than a lot of times copying their data, because when you copy this, you can, once again, copy it. We've been doing this a lot right here. And you can copy it and go right here and go to edit, paste with column names. You can go to tables, stack, double click the blue columns, click OK, and then you have your data right here. And if you look, it's just the same thing I created. It's just got in a little bit different of an order. So this would be survival. They've got yes, no for that, and then they've got gender right here. And so they've created the same graphic I've created. And we go here and we see if somebody's survival is explained by gender, and we put in the frequency, and we should get the exact same graphic I created just mere moments ago. I don't think it's the same one. I might have closed mine out. Oh, no, it is. Well, it shouldn't look different. So let's see right here. Oh, good, it is the same. I wonder why it looks. Oh, because they're in different spots. The graphic looks different because of where things are located. Oh, did I put the data in the wrong numbers? I might have written my data. They are flipped. Did I put let me look at my data. I think I might have written the data in the wrong spot. Sorry. Let's look. That's why you copy paste your data. So let's look at the Word document again. You are right. They are flipped. And I must have written my data in the wrong spots. Female alive is 393. Female dead is 135. Male alive is 272. And you know what it must be? I bet this one. Oh, you know what I think it is? I think the survival right here is if they died. I don't like that they did that. I think it's if they died. That might be it right there. Let me see here. Male. So this right here is male. Or did I copy paste it wrong? Male 393. Wait, it is copy pasted wrong. What happened? This is incorrect. Let's look at this again. You ready? Let's slow it down right here. Brian's brain broke. Let me look at this right here. Let's copy to clipboard. Let's copy the data. Male, yes. I hate that that says yes. That should not say yes. My Pearson, what are you doing? You're dropping the ball on us. No, look. Male. Wow, what is going on? My Pearson has another error. I got to contact them. I'll take a screenshot of this. Does everyone see here? One, this should not say yes, no. It should say alive or dead. But males are where females are, and females are where males are. The things I never noticed while doing these assignments, I typed everything in the correct way. But it just turns out my Pearson has an error right here. I know you guys are all, don't worry, everyone's like, my Pearson has an error. And I'm like, well, maybe. You never know. But this question right here, yeah. But it's probably not going to come to haunt us. Hopefully not. Yeah, because we're just computing the chi-squared. Since it's flipped, it won't come to haunt us. We're just going to say that the two are independent. So survival is independent of gender on the ship. There is an association. Are the conditions met? Their count data. The data in both groups are independent. And the groups have at least 5 observations. Yep, we've got random, all that good stuff. I know Pearson's just going so mean on us. We go here and we get the chi-squared. Either one's fine. This will give us the right chi-squared. Okay, do you guys think this is a large chi-squared? 635.149. 635.149. That's ridiculous, making the p-value 0. So we're going to definitely reject the null and conclude there is strong evidence. How's it looking? 80%. What are you doing, my Pearson? Survival was independent of gender on the ship. There is an association between survival and gender on the ship. Oh, wait. I bet it's this one. No, that's not going to be it. Let me look right here. The data are counted. The groups independent are depending on each other. It should be this. I'm 99% sure it's that one. Yep, it is this one. Can you guys tell me what I got wrong? My Pearson's fighting me. Now, Brian will give you your points back if this happens to you. Can anyone tell me what I got wrong? I will give you your points back if this happens. Can anyone tell me what I got wrong? I need someone to save me. I saw it right when I hovered over it. Right when I went to it to check my answers, which always check your answers. I'm rounding down. It liked it. It didn't like that extra decimal, and I should round up. I was like, what did I do wrong? I was like, everything's right, theoretically. It just didn't like 1 decimal. I hate that. Do you want me to go over the jump part of this right here, Thomas? The jump part of this problem, do you want me to go over again? Do you want me to do the jump part of this problem? Is that it? You can tell me yes or no, and I'll do the jump part of this one again. Yep, okay. So here's the easiest way to do it, rather than typing numbers, and I didn't make a typo, I actually got it right. Click right here, go to copy to clipboard, and click Command-C. Or Control-C on a Mac, or Control-C on a PC, Command-C on a Mac. So you're just going to copy it. You can close that window. That window's good. Now we're going to go, and we're going to click on Jump, and we're going to go to New Data Table. So we're going to go to New Data Table. You can do it pretty much anywhere. If you're on a Mac, it'll be at the top of the screen. Open a new data table. As soon as I click this, do not click anywhere inside of it. Okay. Don't click inside of it. Don't click inside of it. Don't do that. And now go to Edit, Paste with Column Names. So Edit, Paste with Column Names is going to paste the data in here. Now, if you paste with column names, it should look like this. If you've gotten here so far, you're good. Just put a check mark and be like, I'm good. Things are working right so far. Now you want to go to Tables and you want to go to stack. So make sure you have a red column below this. You see the red one below it and 2 blue ones. If you've done this, you're right. We're going to click stack and then make sure you have the red and the 2 blue. Only stack the blue ones. Only stack the blue columns. So now once we stack these blue columns, we're going to see this right here. This is where we want to get to, and we can make our mosaic plot. From here, we're going to go to Analyze, Fit Y by X. We're going to put one of these in the Y and one of these in the X. The 2 red ones go there, and then the 1 blue one goes down here. So once again, the red ones go in the Y by X because it's categorical data to make a chi-squared, which is count data. And then we have the frequency right here in the frequency because that's the counts right there. I know we're saying categorical is count data, but we need the amount that is count data. This is not actually a quantitative observation. So you have 1 red and 2 blue. If you have 1 red and 2 blue, that's because, are you right? Are you right here? If you are right here, go to tables and stack. If you're on this screen right here, you want to go to tables and stack and click the 2 blue ones. So are you on this step right now, Thomas? So you should have tables, stack, and stack these 2 columns on top of each other. And then once you've done this, click OK. And how are you doing right here? Are you right here? And if you get to right here, go to Analyze, Fit. I use the stack table when I go to Fit Y by X, give me 2 blue and 1 red. Do you see this? Do you see this right here? Are you on this screen? Like, do you get to this point right here where you have 1 red and 2 blues? Like, do you see this right here? Do you have this right here? If you have this, make sure when you go to tables and go to stack, only click the 2 blue ones. Only click 2 blues. Only have male and female right here. Only click the 2 blue ones. So once you only click the 2 blue ones, so you see I put male and female here, click OK. And did that work for you now? Let's see if it worked. Ah, that did it. Awesome. And then you want to go to Analyze, Fit Y by X, put the red one. Great job, Thomas. And then put this right here, and then go to this right here. So this is what you want right here is you want the 2 red ones up here, and then you want the blue one down here. You have to have the blue one down here. If you do this, you'll get this. But if you don't have the blue one, which is what you don't want, if you remove the blue one out, which I'm just showing what it'll look like, you'll get this. This is wrong. This is right. So you should achieve this right here. Here's the chi-squared because it's the Pearson chi-squared. Remember, we go to my Pearson for our homework. My Pearson. We go to my Pearson, so it's the Pearson chi-squared, and that's not why it's Pearson made the test. That's why. And so Pearson made the test, so he's got the name on it. But I always say the Pearson has your p-value. So there's the p-value for the test, and there's the Pearson. It's 635.149. Don't put 3 decimals, put 2 decimals. You want to get it right, unlike me. What other ones are there? What other questions are there? What other? Oh, we got the newspaper one. We got right here about children being born, it looks like. Most pregnancies are full term, but some pregnancies are less than 37 weeks. Of these preterm, they're classified as less than 34 weeks. So we're looking at if someone had their baby preterm or full term or late preterm. So we got these different observations here. So what do? We put one word between them. We put independent. Somebody's age group is independent of them having their baby at a certain term. So let's see if one of them says independent. I see independent in this. That's a good sign that that might be the right answer. And it literally does the not independent. We got the answer right there. Awesome job, Thomas. So that's how that one's done. So now we just need to find the chi-squared and the p-value. We'll do this one. You're welcome. Good seeing you here, Justin. I'm going to do this one a little bit quickly because if you just saw me do that last problem, it's going to be the same steps. I copy the data. I go into Jump and I open a new data sheet. I paste with column names. Don't click inside of it. And as soon as we paste with column names, we should get 2 blue and 1 red. We go to tables stack. We stack the 2 blue ones, only the 2 blue ones. We are here now. And now we go to analyze, fit y by x, and we predict one of them. It does matter a little bit which one we predict. Maybe we'll look at which way this predicted. We're predicting, yeah, I'd actually flip it. It just will sound better flipped. because I want to predict if someone has a baby preterm or late preterm or early preterm. Yeah, we can do the epidural one next. You got it, Dylan. Do this a little bit quicker right here. Boop. There we go. I can tell you from this. Who thinks this will be a big chi-squared or small chi-squared? You're welcome, Dylan. Look at these discrepancies. Do you think these discrepancies are big or small? And that's how the chi-squared is calculated. Are these big or small discrepancies? And that'll tell you if the chi-squared is going to be big or small. Now, I know you can't figure it out small. And if the chi-squared is small, will the p-value be big or small? Small chi-squared means p-value will be what? Small chi-squared is larger p-value or smaller p-value? Will the p-value be closer to 1 or 0? Since the chi-squared is small, the p-value will be larger because the differences we observe. You think there's a bug in Jump 15? Oh no. Thomas, send me some screenshots of what you're talking about. I'll look into that and I'll try using Jump 15, which I think is on my other computer. I think this computer is using Jump 15 also. Yeah, send me some stuff on that, Thomas. I'll look into it. Great job. Great job, Dylan. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. So I did this one really quickly right here. Because we're going to say the chi-squared test statistic, the p-value is high. So the p-value is high. This means that there is not enough evidence. The p-value is greater than or equal to 11 sufficient level of alpha. There is insufficient evidence. The p-value is greater than. So the p-value is high. Just let the null fly. Oh, you're so welcome, Lindsay. Great job, Lindsay. Excellent work. I like hearing those hundreds. You guys give me more strength when you say that. Yeah, that's the big thing. That's where people are getting hit with this one, Dylan, is if you don't add into frequency when you make your plots, if you don't put the frequency in there, it won't, you'll get, so here's what it looks like without the frequency, is it looks like this. And you see this will have a chi-squared of 0 and have a p-value of 1 because there are no discrepancies. But this one, while there are some discrepancies, they're still small, which makes those discrepancies likely by random chance. There's the high p-value. So it's 2.691. So now you want 3 decimals jump? 2.691 and 3 decimals there. So we'll close 0.442. I've got 4 decimals jump. I'm not going to like that. Okay. So I think we got everything correct. The p-value is greater. Let me look at the roundings. So double check this real quick. Double check. Yeah, of course that's right. Double check this down here. Of course that's right. What is going on with my roundings? I think I read my numbers wrong. Sorry, everybody. Bright lights and everything all day. Pearson has the p-value. Who sees my problem? I gotta slow down. I can't type numbers today. I need someone to recognize the problem right here. Who sees the problem? Who sees why Brian got a point off? Be careful. That is not actually the chi-squared. That is the likelihood ratio, which is a very similar test with a very similar p-value. The Pearson has your p-value. You're right, Dylan. Great job. I transposed these two numbers. So that was it right there. And it was just that right there. Please tell me if you make a small error like that. I will correct it. If you're like, Brian, I just transposed these last 2 digits. If I can tell that it's pretty obvious that you're like, if you get the right p-value, you had to have the right chi-squared, and you probably did in jump. Once again, my brain's fried from all these bright lights. Do we need to go to no light mode? Should we do the next question in no light mode? No lights. There's still a light over there. Just do no lights. So we'll go to no... It's my fun for the day, turning on the lights. There we go. Okay, there we go. Bright lights are back on. What it is when I get the new studio set up at the new place, really excited about that. When we do that, I won't have lights literally on me. The green screen will be further back, and so it'll be easier. It'll be easier to do. So it's all the wrong way. What was the next one? People want to do the epidural. So which one did people want? The epidural. I think, yeah, let's do it, Dylan, right here. So I think the epidural one, it's probably not this one that you were looking at. I think we've done most. Yeah, okay, cool. So this one right here is just asking about the chi-squared test of independence. This is like the easier one. And then we just got the null and alternative that, once again, breastfeeding at 6 months is not independent. So, oh gosh, my brain's broken. Breastfeeding at 6 months is independent of having an epidural, and breastfeeding at 6 months is not independent. So the null would be that they are two independent of each other, and the alternative would be that there is an association, which is the same thing as saying that they are not independent. We'll do that one next year, Thomas. You got it. So this one right here, we did it early in the video, but let's do it real quick right here. So this is a shorter version of this one that we did earlier. How many degrees of freedom are there? Okay. This is a what by what, which would mean how many degrees of freedom. I need you guys to help me in the chat. How many degrees of freedom are there on this? It's a 2 by 2. Be careful. Don't look at it as a 3 by 3. This is a 2 by 2. Did we? I think we might have, Thomas, double check. Rewind a little bit. I think we did the introductory to statistics one. Yeah, I think we did that one. Skim back a little bit in the video, Thomas, and see if I did it. Because I think I did it. The smallest expected cell count would be the smallest row total times the smallest column total over the grand total. So I'm going to take the smallest row total. This is row total times column total over grand total. Smallest row total times the smallest column total over the grand total. So that is the answer right there. You're getting all the decimals, my Pearson. No, it'll get mad at me if I do that. So we check the assumptions and conditions. Count data means that both variables are categorical. We're good on that. This seems to be less than 10% of all babies that are born. This expected cell count, which is the smallest, is greater than 5, which is good. And randomization means we also have independence. And we are good. We finally got 100 on one of these questions with our rounding and everything. I'm pretty sure students, maybe we didn't do, I don't think we did it on the quiz yet. Huh? We'll do it here. Let's do it. Oh, wait. Do we see question 2 right? Oh my gosh. We've almost done all these. We almost got this. So let's go right here. A poll classified respondents by gender and political party. This one feels vaguely familiar. Wonders if gender and political party are affiliated. Oh, good. This one, let's see if we can get this without, I can't get the chi-squared. I'm doing it, everybody. I'm going to try to do this one without. It's going to be really hard to get the chi-squared, like to guess the chi-squared, but we're going to make it happen. We're going to turn our brains all the way on, and we're going to guess the chi-squared. You know what I can do? I can look at this a little bit and get some hints from it. I think this is going to be the p-value. You have faith in Dylan. You're the best. You know what I can do? I can cheat to get the chi-squared because I can use this p-value to get the chi-squared. Now, please don't do this question the way I'm about to do it. I'm about to use the p-value, which I think is the right p-value to get the chi-squared. I know that this has 2 degrees of freedom. So Brian's solving this in a unique way by saying there are 2 degrees of freedom. Now, I notice every time I look at this more, I think this is the chi-squared because it's not this one or p-value because this would be a lot of evidence. This is barely not enough evidence. And this is very much not enough evidence. How many are there? More males than females? I could probably solve the whole. I could solve the whole thing by now and jump if I wanted, but I'm doing this as a challenge. I'm going to say that's the right answer. So the null, well, we're doing the chi-square test of independence. The null is that they are independent. The alternative is that they're not independent. Make sure gender is independent of political party. Gender is not independent. You can put either one first. And then is count data? Yes, because they're both categorical. Watch out, they'll switch positions. Is it random? It doesn't say, but apparently they did a random survey. Do we have enough expected cell counts? We could solve that and jump and show that we have enough expecteds. We've done that a lot today so far. Find the p-values. So I'm going to use, and I know I'm going to fail to reject the null. There is insufficient evidence. So I'm going to use this right here to find the p-value, to find the chi-squared. So that's 0.0568. So I go back to here, and the p-value is 0.0568. So the chi-squared is 5.767. So we go back to here. We type in 5.767. Oh, wait. It says we got... That can't be. Ooh, the chi-squared has more decimals? Let me see if I typed it in correctly. 0.05... 3 decimals. Really? It's going to want the decimal rounding on that. Oh, no. This applet doesn't carry enough decimals. Oh. It didn't let me enter in enough decimals. Okay, we got to go to the super applet. I did choose the right p-value. So we have to take 0.0568. Let's go back to our applet. And degrees of freedom are 2, 0.0568. And, oh, that's chi-squared p-value. So it's 5.7364. Cool. And that's with the more decimals. Really? Really? This should be the right answer, right? That's the right answer. 0.0568. It must be that this is so small of a difference. So maybe you can't do this problem this way. This was our fun way of solving the problem. Well, let's solve for the right answer. Here's the right way to do the problem as Brian gets so frustrated with the problem. He's like, come on. Let me look at the applet again. So there is the p-value I found. And there's that. It must be just decimals off from that. And really, the margin of error is so small. I just want to see it occur. I don't want to solve it the right way yet. This is Brian going mad here. Okay. We get 2 more tries. Here's our last 2 tries. That's it. It's our last try. Dylan, I let you down. Did I copy it correctly? I'm sorry, Dylan. I'm sorry. 5.736. And I wouldn't solve it this way as I was being serious about it. I wouldn't. This was our fun problem. And, I mean, that's not correct, is it? Yep, it's not correct. Okay. Okay. So you ready? Oh, you're welcome, Dylan. Thank you. Okay, so that was what we got. Let's do it the right way. This is the right way to solve the problem. We're going to copy it. I'm going to do it a little quickly here, but I've done this a lot in this video so far. I'm going to go into Jump right here. Inside of Jump, I'm going to go to File, New, Data Table. Watch my Pearson. I'm going to go to Edit, Paste with Column Names. I've done this a lot today. Please slow down the video. Watch where I click. We're going to go to Tables. We're going to go to Stack. We're going to double-click all these variables right here. We're going to click OK. Do not click the red one. And then we have our data array to go. We're going to go here to Analyze, Fit Y by X. We're going to put the 2 red ones in the X and the Y. Then we're going to put this in the frequency. And the chi-squared is what? Did I not put in 2 degrees of freedom? I must have put in the wrong degrees of freedom. Degrees of freedom are 2. Let me look at this. What is going on? My brain. Wait, it says that the p-value is this. 0.2073. I thought it said I was right on that. And so that matches the output here. So if everyone notices, this is what I was going for as I was using the applets. Well, Jump's mad at me now. All the programs are mad at me. Oh, you can't see it because it's by my head. Going mad in the last bits of class right here. If you notice, this 3.147 matches this right here, and this is the p-value. But I thought it said I got the p-value right. So, no way. Well, no, wait. So that's the right? I thought it said I had it right. Oh, because this is wrong and this is wrong, and I was switching it between 2 wrong answers. So they were both wrong answers. I picked the wrong p-value, and that was just a guess at the p-value. So the answer is, and we did it in Jump to confirm our answer. We just had fun. If anyone's watching this is just my fun taking guesses at problems. The answer for the Pearson is 3.147. And I should have realized when the applet was not giving the right answer, because now it says 3.147. So I was taking guesses, and I had the wrong p-value for my guess, and that gave me the wrong chi-squared. So there was Brian just making lots of mistakes. That was just our fun right there. 3.147, I think it was 3.417. Bright lights. We always blame the bright lights. 3.147, and I can't get the numbers right. So there we go. Check answers, 100%. There we go, Dylan. Great job, Dylan. But I was clicking between these answers. These were guesses. I knew it wasn't the super small one, so I shouldn't have clicked that because that was also a wrong answer. We've got, I think that does it for this one. This is number 7. And I think we did this one. Did we not? Wait, it says check answer 100. Awesome. There's that one. And this one right here. So Thomas wanted this one. We'll finish off this right here. Once again, I want to point out that a lot of these, just to redeem myself, I'm doing this just to redeem, that a lot of these are the same pattern. So this one is redemption problem right here to show how to do it, and I'll slow it down. So we've got the totals. Oh, that makes this painful. This one, let me slow this down, Thomas. I got to slow this one down. With this one right here, and I'm glad this is in the video now. I'm so glad you asked me to do this one because this one's not going to be the same method. If you notice, I was already just steamroll through this question. I was like, wait a minute. This question is different. This question's not the same because it puts the totals. So please, everyone slow down. We're catching our breath here. And this question is going to try to trick us. So here's how to do this question in Jump and make your life easier. Click on here and copy the data table. Go ahead and copy it, and now we're good. Go into Jump and open up a new data table. Once you're inside, yeah, they mixed it up. Sorry, Calzone. You're seeing, I've been streaming all day. So good to see you here, Calzone. And what we're going to do now is we're going to paste with column names. So when we paste with column names right here, you'll notice that we get totals. We do not want this column or this row, and we do not want this column. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to go and right-click and delete this, and right-click and delete this. Everyone pause, because you should have this. If you don't have this right here, then you do not have the right thing you're working with. You need to delete the rows total and the columns total. Thomas, how are you doing on this? Are you on this step right here? I've slowed down. Are you on this step right here, Thomas? Have you done this? Have you ever done the chi-squared test of independence, Calzone? I'm sure you have, because you've taken some stats. And then we're going to go to Analyze, Fit Y by X. And, oh my gosh. Nope, don't go to Analyze. We're going to go to Tables, and we're going to go to Stack. We're going to go to Tables and Stack, and we're going to stack the quantitative columns like we've done before. There's just that one extra step on this one. They just threw a curveball at us because sometimes data looks different. We had Devin in earlier talking about, I think it was Devin, talking about how to handle data. It's such a great visitor today. And then we're going to go here, and we're just going to click all of these. Click all the blue ones. All the blue ones will be clicked. So once we've clicked all the blue ones, we'll click OK. And we're basically good. Now make sure you have that this is categorical, and this is categorical, and this is quantitative. Make sure you have everything that I've been doing, where I deleted out the other columns that should not exist, and then I stacked the columns. How are you doing right here? Good so far, Thomas? Awesome. Awesome job. Now you're going to go here to Analyze Fit Y by X. You're going to see if the college someone is in is explained by their label, and make sure to put the frequency in here. So once again, I'll move this a little bit out of the way of my head here. We're almost done, Calzone. 7-hour stream day. We got it. Or 6.5 hours. We're on hour 7. No, Dylan, email me about that. Email me, Dylan. What'd you miss? What happened? You did better than me. I missed a few today. I had a streak going out. Like last stream, I went like hundreds all the way. Today, I've been guessing and stuff and having fun. Too much fun. Hurts your grades. But if you reject the null, do you conclude that they are not independent? Yes. If you reject the null, you have evidence that the two are not independent. Sydney, great job. And always glad if you want to catch up live and go back in time. It's a cool thing you guys can do. It said it was wrong. Then it must be, what was your p-value, Sydney? Conclude that if you reject I'll have to look at it, but if you reject the null, you have evidence. So did you say I reject the null, I have sufficient evidence to conclude that they are not independent? I'll have to look at it. But the phrase should be, if the p-value is 0.000, you would say I reject the null and I have sufficient evidence to conclude that the two are not independent of each other. Because the null is that they're independent. So you'd have evidence to conclude that they are not independent of each other. If the p-value is low, reject the null, and you would have evidence to conclude they're not independent. Yes, they changed the wordings a little bit, and I always hate that. So I'll take a look at it, Sydney, and tell you what I think, and I'll give you some advice on it. And it might be a while. I'm going to go after a few more questions. I had a 3x2 and messed up the degrees of freedom. Oh, no, Dylan. You got it. Hey, Dylan, take another shot at it. If you don't get it, I'm going to give you that half a point back. Take one more attempt at it, Dylan, and if you don't get the 100, since it's only 0.55 points, take one more attempt at it. If you don't get the 100, I'm going to give you the 100. So just give one more attempt. If you get the 100, good. If you don't, I'll make sure you get it. So just some extra practice, Dylan. Amazing work. At 99.45, we'll get up to 100 right there for you. So just take one more attempt at it for me, though. You got it, man. You guys, I think you guys are going to do great on the final. Oh, we got this. Whoa, look at those differences. That's going to be a large chi-squared. So since we have these differences right here, we got a large chi-squared, but hey, there's a lot of degrees of freedom, so the p-value is actually kind of high. So we see here 11.738. And so the null is that the two are independent. Where's my independent? Can't find it. There it is. College choice is independent birth order. College choice is not independent. So there is an association. We're doing the chi-squared test of independence. And, oh no, we got to check expected cell count. We might not meet expected cell count. Where's expected cell count? Okay. So I need to check expected cell count. Let's go check expected cell count. I do not know if we meet it right now. Expected cell count. And where's the smallest? Oh, no. Look at these right here. We do not meet expected cell count because there's not at least 5 expected cell counts right here. We do not meet expected cell count. I'd assume this is less than 10% of all their students. That sounds like a safe assumption. Random and independent are met. Count data is met, but we do not have expected cell count. We do not have expected cell count. How many degrees of freedom? This is a 4 by 4. How many degrees of freedom are there since this is a 4 by 4? Who knows in the chat? How many degrees of freedom since this is a 4 by 4? This is how many degrees of freedom? 9. You're right, Dylan. Yes, Dylan, know what? That's redemption right there. If you don't, just email me. I'll fix it for you. Emailing me helps me remember to fix it because I know I could say I'd just fix it, but I'll forget if I just say I'll fix it for you. We have confirmation in the data right here that it's 9 degrees of freedom. Excellent work on that. Oh, it gives us the answers? Oh, that's no fun if it solves it for us. We do see in our output also that we get a chi-squared of 11.74 rounded because my Pearson doesn't want to carry the decimals, and a p-value of 0.228. So the p-value here is high by output. The p-value here is high, so we fail to reject the null. When the p-value is high, just let it fly. And we fail to reject the null, there is not evidence. I fail to reject the null hypothesis, there is not evidence of an association. So some of the standardized residuals, some of the cells have expected cell counts less than 5. Any conclusion would be suspect. This is just having you note again that there's a problem with your expected cell counts. Woo, I got scared there. That was my redemption. And that does this one. Should say we completed it. And last but not least, we got this one right here. Okay, so we got to figure out the table. It's the last problem of the day. Okay, you ready? Let's go right here. Let's copy the data table. So we're going to copy this data table into Jump. And once we copy the data into Jump, we have to remember that we're going to go to File, New, Data Table. And we're going to paste with column names. Once we paste with column names, we're going to go to Table, Stack, double-click both variables, and then we'll click OK, and you should get to here. I did this a lot slower earlier, so slow down the video, look how I did it, and feel free for in the chat now to ask questions. I will slow it down for anyone in chat, but if you're watching the video now, review some of the earlier questions where I've copied it into Jump, and you have to just be very careful, and so just make sure you copy it the right way. So now that we have it inside of Jump, we're going to go to Analyze Fit Y by X. And I want to point out that this is how it'll copy it first with column names. This is after you stack it. So the one you want to work with is the stacked version right here. This is the stacked version right here. Analyze Fit Y by X. We're going to double click one of these and put the other one over here. Your two red ones go in the Y and the X. Your blue one will go into the label or the frequency. Can't think today. And then we click OK, and we get our graphic on our other screen now. So here's the graphic right here, and you can definitely see that there's an association on whether or not things were fatal by whether or not it was the limb where it was hit. Now, one thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to switch where these two were located because I think the output looks different. I'm just switching the order of these. So if you notice now, it looks like this, which is, I think, the way they'll do their output. Since I've done this question a few times, I know it's going to ask me for expected cell counts. And I'm going to change my output in here by clicking the red arrow to only give me the expected cell counts. So now I only have expected cell counts. Here's all the answers to the questions below, and here's the chi-squared, and the p-value is basically 0. Missed one part. No, give it another shot. Give it a shot. You got it. I'll round up like 99s today. Give it another shot. You got it. Great job, Thomas. You're getting it down. Just got a little more practice. You'll get it, man. You got it. Well, check your things to see if it was decimals, because you know I'll give those decimals back if it's a decimal error. So we would say that these two are independent. So, oh, you're welcome. So let me put the output back on the screen. This is all the output I'm taking from. So I pulled up this output right here. So it's that they are independent is the null. It's that they're not independent is the alternative. Here's all the expected counts. Once again, you have to click this red arrow, and you have to select expecteds. You can select whatever you want, but I like to only put the expecteds in here. So I'm literally going to start writing these numbers and try not to make a mistake. So I'm going to put it here on this screen. And so let's give it a shot. Let's try to write the numbers in the right spots. 59.10, 14.90, 36.74, 9.26. This is limb fatal good. Okay. 23.16, 5.84. Hopefully those are right. I see Sydney. I checked back in your video and you put the same as me, but it said it was right for yours when you concluded that they were not independent. But what is your p-value on it? I'll have to look at it. Um, oh yeah, it's so easy to like misread or reject or fail to reject. I'll have to look at your p-value, Sydney. Your p-value must have been higher or something. I'll have to double check. Oh, it was? Oh, but wait, what was it though? Was it like 0.02 or what? But what did they say what alpha was? Great question, Sydney. Did it say what alpha was? I'll take a look at it here in a moment. Yes, definitely reject the null. Send me a screenshot of it, and I'll take a look. And maybe I've seen my Pearson get stuff wrong. We've seen it today. So my Pearson switched some stuff on us. We got the chi-squared test statistic right here, which is just down here. It's the Pearson, which is 39. What if it's showing on my computer it is 0, but the jump? Oh, yeah. Well, this right here is basically 0. So this right here, if you hover over it, will say that it's basically 0. Yeah, if it's showing 0 on your calculator, then I'd put 0 in. If your calculator says 0, put 0 in. So this is basically 0 on jump. It's so many decimal zeros that this answer right here on jump is 0.000000002125. I always said 8 zeros after point, but this is basically 0. It says to the 4th decimal place. You can hover over this. You have to kind of like, it's probably 0. Just tell me if it counts it wrong. It's probably 0. It sounds to me like it is 0. Jump just reports it as less than this. So Jump is not saying it is this. It's saying it's less than this value. It's saying it's very tiny. This is how Jump reports all p-values that are very tiny. I wish it reported more decimals, but they don't want to like put a huge p-value. They're just saying your p-value is very tiny. It's less than this amount. And then if you do this, you can actually view it. There we go. And it's very hard to read on screen maybe, but it actually says that it will give you the p-value in scientific notation. So the chi-squared is 39.939. Great job tracing, everybody. 39.939. Can't even think today. And then the degrees of freedom are 2 because this is a 2 by 3. 2 times 3 is 1 times 2. 2 degrees of freedom. Type in the right answer. Don't get the wrong answer. The p-value was very low. It was basically 0. And since the p-value is 0, we reject the null, and we conclude that there is evidence that they are not independent. Oh my gosh, what is wrong with me? Is it gonna really? No, that's right. 2 decimals. Did I get one of those wrong? We reject the null. We conclude that they are not independent. This is totally right here. Of course, that's right. Not independent. We conclude. Site of injury. Let's see. Independent. This has to be right here. This is my last question of the day, and my brain is just completely fried. Are one of these numbers wrong? I hate copying numbers. 59. I know. Sorry. I get the nicety of that. 36.7. 58. Wait. Does everyone? I don't see any problem with these numbers right here. 59.10, 36.74, 23.16. Chi-squared. Someone tell me what I got wrong. Oh my gosh, I can't copy numbers. It's basically the same chi-squared. Does anyone see it? I just can't copy numbers. Bright lights. Lights. Oh, it's not. It's more than a rounding error. Brian doesn't know how to like. I've been transposing so many numbers, so it's basically it heats up the room. I turn on the air conditioner right after all this, so yeah. Oh wait, careful, Tracy. That's the once again. Let me repeat this. The chi-squared would not be the likelihood. The Pearson has your chi-squared. This one right here is the chi-squared of the sum of all the cell chi-squareds. So the cell chi-squareds, if you get all the cell chi-squareds and add them up, all of these will add up to 39.93. But I think I probably said it, but be very careful. Please tell me if you get a weird rounding error like this, or you just don't know how to. I mean, if you get the right p-values, I'm pretty trusting on this stuff. Yeah, and that's the thing. If you enter in the calculator, it's much easier. Sometimes it's hard looking between screens. People may not know this. I've had 2 eye surgeries. So my eyes are really bad. And so that's why you see me having the screen right here. And you guys would probably notice when class, I'd look at stuff really close. Or if you bring your computer, like during office hours, I'm like, I have to be really close to the screen to see it. So my texts are very large on my screen and everything like that. That's why you see me zooming out on the text, because I'm not going to be able to read it. So 2 eye surgeries later, and I can't read screens. I mean, I can, but it's just, I think my eyes just like, I don't know, they defocus a lot of times and numbers just turn into wrong numbers. So with all that said, check your answer. You got the 100. That's it. I was like, it didn't make sense. I was like, did I misclick? Because I'll misread these sometimes too. But I'd rather just say to someone, my p-value is low. I reject the null. I have evidence for the alternative hypothesis, which says that the injury site is not independent of whether it's lethal. There is evidence to suggest that there is an association between injury site and whether or not it's lethal. You're welcome, Thomas. Glad to help everyone out. I'm going to start answering emails, so we'll do that. And I really appreciate you guys. There'll be lots of help this weekend. Stay tuned for everything to come. We'll head out here with some Crash Bandicoot. So goodbye, everybody. You're welcome, Tracy. See you guys. Bye. It's Crash Bandicoot time.